best player on a killing spree now. Mark Shady plays the lead in the backside. There as well with that Shadow Stampede, but the hook comes in. A double kill for best player. Can we make it a triple? Yes. Turtle says, wait a second, a lot of damage. Comes in onto Kai, takes him out. Next is going to be powerless. The hook just falls away from Pow, and luckily Zero is able to find Zoybog there. And now Zero in trouble, taken out from Mobile Zane.
Super Shark very low. Zia is going to find Bokarosa. Blazing duet from Sleep. Toon finds Dino. Zio finds CP. Copeland takes down Super Shark for a double kill. And Zia with the triple is going to find Sleep. Third Chicken goes down. Fried Chicken finds Team. And Yato finds Fallen. 3 members dropping. Mobile drops down Tokeneck. Arvel very low. On the engagement as well. A full wipeout as ISO takes down Arvel. History activated. 2 members falling to 1. Make that another falling. Bloodhounds is just fighting it out. Cobra is going to find Fallen. Basic falls, Sleeps falls, Dino, and Bokarosco. Oh, look at the high. He plays with the pathing. Thorn Rose, not enough. With the full team of BTK stampeding around him. They will press him down. Oh my goodness! Zia stills the Lord from Mova Zane.
Is down, traded for Copla, and down goes CPR. They are trading kills. I don't even know what is going on anymore. Defend with 3 players left. Secures the kill onto Toinks, and you can see right now Fallen in a little bit of trouble. Praisers takes down Powerless. Kai in trouble as well. Avalon cleaning up shop. Zero is not long for this world. Goes Avery. They aren't able to find a kill onto Magic. Oh, there it is. As I say that, here comes the burst. Uneven with the electrifying beats. Out comes the deadly catch. And down goes Zia. ISO finds a kill onto Cone. Maddie for you in trouble. Is he going to be able to get away? Coming in with that Mortal Coil. Myth looking for the red tree. Mobazane finds the Lord and the kill onto Myth from ISO.
Once again, moving on to Coppola here, looking for the finish. Gets the final shot. That's a godlike kill over the side of best player. Zia's gonna flicker in, double kill. Dino goes down, and best player continues the torment. Make it a triple, looking for the Maniac. Can he walk on? He's under the tower. He doesn't care. Bokarosco trying to get the outplay, but Zia takes the kill from his hand.
How is Novaria getting caught so close to Naruto?
Oh, wait a second, but they do get the catch. ISO able to take the tower. Fly Chicken a little bit of trouble. Possible Black Dragon, but wait, everyone's getting melted down. Yato picking up a kill. It's 4 taken away from Avalon, all for the price of none. Zia into the backside with the Blaze Duet, able to find Mobazane. ISO getting brought low as well. Fly Chicken trying to get out of here. Can he do it once again? Dodges the water pump. Neil flickers in and gets him. It's a trade. ISO picking up another kill though. Shark getting low as well. Yato flickers in and finds Shark, but taken out from Zia.
Blazing duet, dropping down. Merciless joining the party there, low. DPR hits the decimation, finds Avery, gets a double. As he gets uneven, gets DPR to a triple. As he finds Magic, a Maniac takes down Black. The co-alter to save him in the midst of the battle. Matthew finds Mikasa, unpunished, a counterplay. Regrets is gonna take down Myth. Kai's gonna take down Khan. Tyrant very low. Kai finds Matt for you. Another body drops. Regrets picks up a double. Finds Tyrant. Knights of Fate. They have the numbers. Trying to get into the backline. Does not find Demon though. He's able to get out of that range. Mark Cutie, a slight mistake at basic will punish. Takes him out. That is a 3 for none trade. Make that a 4 for none trade. As Gauss falls, basic wraps around, picks up the kill for a double. Merciless, nowhere to go. He does have Zero wrapping around. A good rotation for the Knights of Fates to punish. The mobilization, Crystal Blood. Regrets is going to take down Sleeps. They get another. Copeland's going to find Zero. Bokarosco taking down Regrets.
Meanwhile, in the back, trying to go ahead and hold him off. Kai, big penalty. enough. Down goes Zero. And you can see Basic putting out the damage there. Yato with the cleanup there, regrets in a bad way. T comes in, puts the damage on, regrets. Mobazane out to the back line, takes him out, finds himself almost the double there. No, he does find the double as ISO takes the tower. Hook does go wide, Joymaj gets taken out by best player. Now set his sights onto ISO, and another kill, a double for best player. Ooh, Zane trying to make them pay for it. Look at the taunting by best player. Recalls are out. Immortality for Super Shark has been activated. That's a complete wipe for BTK.
Cutie trying to find Basic, take out Basic, that is huge. Basic flickers through, they're not able to finish. None's Fury knocks him up. Mark Cutie finds Basic in the backside though. Demon able to find Mark Cutie. It's 1-for-1, make it 3-for-1. Area 77, finding the moment to strike. Franco, he's already taken a death. Bloodhounds looking for control over the pit as Kai and Zero waited out. The wall comes out, Mikasa dives in with the bravest fighter. Looking for looking to target onto Bogarosco there. Out comes the falling star moon, but Easy Peasy still takes Turtle. And Dino is cleaning up. Oh, just what I'm talking about. He flickers in, gets the knock up. ISO picks up Black, and Mobazane shredding through under the tower. Able to find two before he falls down. Magic gets the shutdown though.
A two-man flicker set coming out from Chicken.
Here comes Shark with the cutthroat onto the backside. Reckless tries to get the big push, brings everyone under the crystal. Zed comes in with that last insanity, finds best player. It's a little bit of response, 2-for-1 currently, but all their base is cracked open and Milo doesn't stop, neither does Mooney.
Zia is gonna take down Sarbasi and are gonna claim the turn in the mid lane. Picks up a double, finds Powerless a triple. If Mikasa's not careful, he's going in for the dive. Gets the triple. Mikasa responds from taking him down. Decimation from Kai is gonna find who last sanity from Milo. You are going to see the hard guard on the Tarzan, but Ice with 25 memories for the denial will shut him down. Can't out-heal this damage. T is going to claim a turret. Mobazane is going to find Basic. ISO takes down Demon. That is going to be a 3-for-none trade in favor for BTK. The huge save to keep their marksman alive. Zia picks up a kill off the assist, takes out T. Milo finds Chicken. Best player finds ISO. 4 members falling for BTK. Mobazane trying to fight out against the full team of TOB, but Zia yet again trumples over, takes the kill. A full wipeout as TOB now will push up the map. We're looking Bloodhounds, all of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%. Good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene, and I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, MLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Phil, and here's the thing: we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors, BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history. In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Killing spree for Fallen. They're going to keep this up. I'm even in trouble as well. Basic, not unable to get the final hit, but he moves on to Black instead. Able to take him down 3 for 0, and Fallen continues the fight. Moves on to final, gets the triple kill. Triple on to Khan. The decimation, the Maniac. Is it the Savage? Yes, easy peasy with the first one in NACT. Best player on a killing spree now. Mark Judy was led in the backside. Real speedy there as well. With that Shadow Stampede, but the hook comes in. A double kill for best player. Can we make it a triple? Yes. Turtle says, wait a second, a lot of damage. Comes in, on to Kai, takes him out. Next is going to be Powerless. The hook just falls away from Pow. And luckily Zero is able to find Joybaj there. And now Zero in trouble, taken out from Nova Zane.
Super Shark very low. Zia is going to find Bokarasa. Blazing duet from Sleep. Hoon finds Dino. Zio finds DP. Copla takes down Super Shark for a double kill. And Zia with the triple is going to find Sleep. Third Chicken goes down. Fried Chicken finds Team. And Yato finds Fallen. He remembers dropping. Zane drops down Tote Neck. Arvo very low. Performing engagement as well. A full wipeout as ISO takes down Arvo. Spree activated. 2 members falling to 1. Make that another falling, and Bloodhounds is just fighting it out. Copla is going to find Fallen. Basic falls, Sleeps falls, Dino, and Bokarasco. Oh, look at the high. He plays with the pathing. Thorn Rose, not enough. With the full team of BTK stampeding around him. They will press him down. Oh my goodness! Zia steals the Lord from Nova Zane.
Traded for Copla, and down goes CPR. They are trading kills. I don't even know what is going on anymore. Defend with 3 players left. Secures the kill onto Toinks, and you can see right now Fallen in a little bit of trouble. Appraiser's round takes down Powerless. Kai in trouble as well. Avalon cleaning up shop. Zero is not long for this world. Goes Avery. They aren't able to find a kill onto Magic. Oh, there it is. As I say that, here comes the burst. Uneven with the electrifying beats. Out comes the deadly catch. And down goes Zia. ISO finds a kill onto Cone. Maddie for you in trouble. Is he going to be able to get away? Coming in with that Mortal Coil. Myth looking for the red tree. Nova Zane finds the Lord and the kill onto Myth from ISO.
Once again, moving on to Copla here, looking for the finish, gets the final shot. That's an odd-like kill over the side of Best Player. Zia's gonna flicker in, double kill. Dino goes down, and Best Player continues the torment. Make it a triple, looking for the Maniac. Can he walk on? He's under the tower, he doesn't care. Bokarasco trying to get the outplay, but Zia takes the kill from his hand.
When you find something in life that speaks to you, then you win that thing. 8 teams, the dream for each team, take their place on this trophy. Who's gonna win this baby and go on to M5? If you want to hoist this holy grail, then know this: you will never be forgotten. Now it's your moment. Come and get it. It lasts a lifetime.
Welcome back to the final day of the 2023 NACT Fall regular season. Yesterday, history was made when Area 77 knocked out Knights of Fate. Today, A77 has a shot at securing the last spot in the playoffs as they face off against Avalon. Will they be able to punch their tickets to LA, or will Avalon revive Knights of Fate's dreams with a victory? I'm your host, Liz, and joining with me are Tretz and Private, closing out this unforgettable regular season. Now, it's the last day, boys. A lot has went by in this season. What a monumental week so far.
Yeah, you know, we are closing in on the final hours of NACT, getting that much closer and closer to LA in playoffs. And last night we had some insane upsets. We had some 2-1s around the board. And tonight, a few teams are fighting for their final seeding in these top 4.
Yeah, if yesterday proved anything, it's that North America still has a few surprises up their sleeves when it comes to the top North American competition. And tonight we're going to see if there's any more left for these next 4 teams.
And we'll find out if the surprise continues. But first things first, let's take a look at what has been going on so far. 1 month ago, 96 teams battled it out in the open qualifiers and only 8 teams remain in the regular season. The season is divided into 3 stages with a fresh and exciting point system. Stage 1 featured single elimination where one weekend tipped the scale quick. Stages 2 and 3 follow the exact same format in double elimination, each cross-span of 2 weekends. And as points are accumulated and standings are cemented, the focus today is the last spot for the playoffs. 4 teams with the most points will put on a show in the offline grand finals, and the team with the most points will ultimately determine our champions, representing North America in the journey to M5. Now, Tretz, what are we looking at for today's show?
Well, today we have a very good show indeed, but to give a quick recap, this is the bracket of the final stage, and in my personal opinion, it's been one of the most interesting ones. Last night, we saw a huge upset with Area 77 defeating Knights of Fate 2-1 and taking the top 4 into their own hands. If they can beat Avalon tonight, it could be their ticket to LA. Now, Avalon takes out Bloodhounds and essentially does not give them the opportunity to make it to playoffs. Avalon securing an even stronger spot in this top 4. Now, this will be the first match tonight, Avalon versus Area 77. After that, the winner will go on to face BloodThirstyKings, and the winner of that will go on to face the TheOhioBrothers. And this is how we're going to decide on the seeding for the playoffs.
Yeah, not just that, but as we've been seeing from last week, the BTK has been getting better and better and better, and people are starting to say whether they might have a chance to finally put that upset on the TheOhioBrothers, and that could possibly happen here tonight. However, what these teams are all going to be competing for is a chance at that prize pool. As we know already, this year, everybody is going to be walking away with something, at least $500 and 15,000 diamonds. As we move up the standings, $1,000 and 20,000 diamonds. 4th place going to be walking away with $1,500 and 25,000 diamonds. But 1st and 3rd place is where it's at, $2,500 and 50,000 diamonds. Then 2nd place, $5,000 and 75,000 diamonds. And 1st place walking away with $10,000, the highest prize pool we've had since ever in North America.
And while the prize pool is the perks for all our players, the giveaway is the perks for you guys at home. On the screen, we have 40 giveaway codes for a chance to take home one of these amazing skins listed below. So take your phones out and type that code on the screen in the link in the description box to secure one of these awesome skins. Now, 40 giveaway codes is listed on the screen, so don't miss out on your chance to be a lucky winner. As Tretz says, the best skin is the free skin. So, am I right, Tretz? Which skin is your favorite skin from this list?
I like all skins. You know, I'm the most unbiased caster there is, and all skins are equal in my book. But no, I think it's awesome. 40 users get to redeem this. I always think it's a great thing to be able to win something, and not just something for the teams, but something for the fans.
And with only 40 codes, you guys are going to have to take advantage of that quick, because there's a lot of viewers out there and a lot of people who want to take advantage of it.
And as you guys are typing that code in, let's take a look at the current standing to get prepared for today's matches. Now on the screen, you will see the current standings. Some points have already been secured, but right now we're looking at the TheOhioBrothers and BTK securing the top 2 spot. They're pretty much safe for LA, and Avalon Knights of Fate are currently 3rd and 4th, where Area 77, depending on their performance today, will determine whether or not they can knock out Knights of Fate and move it to the playoffs. Trex, what are we looking at for the other teams?
All right, so pretty much, as you guys can see, this graphic's a little bit different than some of the past standings we saw in the past. As we can see, Bloodhounds, Aggravate 1, and Nighthorde all marked as red. This means their points are secured, and it means they will not be making it to the playoffs. Now, any team with an asterisk next to their number means their points have not been added yet. They are still in the progress of completing stage 3. So Area 77 sitting right now, if they can win this game, it'll tie them with 200 points against Knights of Fate, and due to tie-breaking rules, meaning that however many games these two teams have played against each other, whoever has the better record gets the dub in the tiebreaker. And Area 77, Knights of Fate, have only played against each other once so far, which was their past game. Area 77 won that, so they're looking for the tiebreaker, possibly better. Avalon, BTK, and TheOhioBrothers still also have a lot more points to get, and depending on how they do tonight will depend on how they seed off, because in the playoff it's going to be 1st versus 4th, 2nd versus 3rd. So just that initial standing in playoffs can be very detrimental to how the rest of the bracket goes.
Yeah, and in typical terms, if you're an Avalon or a Knights of Fate fan, you're looking for Avalon to win here. And if you're an Area 77 fan, you're looking for Area 77 to topple tonight.
And it looks like Private Dancer is voting for Avalon and Knights of Fate. So it's funny because it seems like Knights of Fate's fate is in the hands of Avalon, and Area 77's fate is in the hands of Area 77, as well as Trex and UA. Trex, what do you think?
I mean, I think it's definitely, if we talk about who the favorite is, most likely it is probably Avalon. They've had the better season so far. But Area 77, we've known them for a very long time. They've always been, either a very good team. The past 2 seasons, they've dropped down to more of the mid-side of top 8, maybe even the lower mid-side of top 8. But I do feel like the last night they put on a good show, man, and they seem hungry, and they are going to come into this wanting to win, to where Avalon might be a little more comfortable. They already know they have playoffs secured, and why do they have to try their hardest? Whereas Area 77, it's like, it's all or nothing here, and if there's one thing we've ever seen in NA, a team that knows it's all or nothing normally performs to their best, and that's what I'm really hoping for tonight. I just want a Cinderella story,
And who will it be? The Cinderella story of Area 77 or the fate of Knights of Fate in the hands of Avalon? Let's find out as we continue with the first series of the night.
All right, we're going to be jumping into the draft, the first draft of this best of 3. Avalon up against Area 77. We've been talking about it for the past few hours in chat private. This is a game that is so important to Area 77 and to Knights of Fate. The sad part is Knights of Fate has no hands in this match. It all comes down to Area 77 right now, deciding the fate of themselves and another team. Will Avalon just smash any hope, or will Area 77 continue in the bracket?
Yeah, and that's the real thing right now, is that there is a lot of pressure on Area 77. You touched on it a little bit. Avalon, they've already got their spot secured. It's all on Area 77 to maneuver and fight their way into that top 4 spot. And some things to be looking out for, as we saw from yesterday. DPR, especially on that Martis, has been an absolute monster. Is that something we might be looking at taking off the table for him?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's been a monster on a few different things. I definitely feel like it's something to watch out for. I'm wondering, I think the player that a lot of us have our eyes on still is Victor, at least for me. We've seen him perform very well in the Uranus, but I feel like a few other XP laners, we haven't really seen him get like full grips on. He had a good game on Paquito last night. He had a bad game on Paquito last night. So I still kind of want to see him spread his wings and expand that hero pool, and I think that could be something important for him moving forward. Basic as well. We got Basic versus Mark Cutie in the gold lane. Now, I think a lot of us feel like Mark Cutie is probably one of the best players on Area 77, and if he can get the better of Basic, it could be huge in these matches coming up.
Well, and yeah, that's kind of how these usually work out when it comes to the side lanes. Which side lane is winning? How are you going to maneuver that? Victor can be a problem and especially a menace when it comes to having that Uranus. Do we take that away or do we have a plan for it? When it comes to the marksman lineup, Basic, it's yet to be seen how well that Mark Cutie will line up against Basic, but if history has proven anything, Mark Cutie is a force to be reckoned with and needs to be dealt with in the early game if you want your team to have that chance of kind of sliding in for the victory to the mid and late.
Most definitely. Now, one suppression has been taken off the board. We still do have the Kaja up. I've been noticing as we've come through all three phases, the bans have been slowly changing here and there, and the Franco has become a lot more prevalent. The Kaja, people just don't want to deal with some of those heroes. They want to have free movement, especially with how some assassins have been getting more involved in things. I think it's an important ban. Now, they pick up the Fredrin, always a solid pick up front. The flexibility of it, we see it mostly in the jungle, but there are teams like TOB and some other teams that will flex it to the XP lane. So I think it's a solid front. Valentina's still open. Couple other options. There goes the Kaja pick for the side of Area 77, though.
So with the Kaja pickup, having kind of a support roam tells me that if you're going to want to kind of round out the competition, you're going to want to have some type of heavy front for it as well, lest you start having like a very squishy composition. And especially with the Fredrin in the front line, it's going to be very tricky to kind of break through that. Are we going to secure maybe an XP lane to kind of get some type of domination before Victor can get his priority picks there? No, it looks like we're going to go ahead, pick up the Bruno first.
Bruno's been such a monster, man. A hero that was like never picked at all is now literally just like prime pickings. It is almost always picked up front. And this is like around the world. This isn't just anything. This isn't just anywhere thing. Bruno has just stormed the scene. And I think one of the things I really like about it is it's a nice breath of fresh air from the typical, Trinity build, the typical speed marksman, the shred marksman. It's nice to have a nice burst lane marksman. I was expecting maybe to see something like the carry, something to deal with this possible Fredrin. So if Avalon continues to go bulky, it could kind of be their saving grace in the early game. And there we go. We now see the Grok come in. We have the Fredrin, and they go for the Brody pretty early on. I like the Brody, but also I feel like it's very risky, very rewardy. Like if he falls off, I'm not crazy about him.
Well, yeah, and it's almost kind of the same plan when you're looking at a Bruno versus a Brody. They both don't have very fast attack speed. They have, I want to say slower for most marksmen, but they pack a punch. So you can deal a lot more damage in a smaller amount of time. And that's kind of what you're looking for, especially on Area 77. Once you get that Divine Judgment, you're going to pull them back. You want the most amount of damage you can put on a person quickly to get that isolated out, because the worst thing that can happen is you aren't able to burst somebody out that you've now drug into your team and possibly created a hazard zone there. But we're moving into the second banning phase, and Valentina taking off the board for Area 77.
Yeah, Area 77 must already have an idea of what they want as a mage. They are going to have first pick after this, right? So they ban out the Valentina. Farza still a possibility, still a couple other mage options out there. The Chang is still out there as well. If they wanted to go for something like that, could pair up well with the Martis. I'm not crazy about a double support mid, but I mean, right now, looking at Area 77, I could never really count them out for something different like that. Avalon, on the other hand, taking out the Edith. This is a hero that's been another hero that's kind of taken the meta by storm, mostly used as a roam, could be used as an EXP. Right now, looking at Avalon, though, I still feel like there are some possible change-ups, right? Like, I'm wondering what Victor's going to secure in here. Is the Fredrin going to go to EXP? Maybe they put the Grok in EXP. A lot of possibilities. And I like their draft mainly for that, because they have so many different opportunities to branch out for in this second phase.
Well, with Victor, you're kind of looking for probably something that's mobile, something that can get around, cut the lane, and get to the team fights as fast as possible. Sans that, Victor also showed yesterday that he can kind of try to root through the jungle, isolate that mage, either blow the ultimate from them or actually burst them down so they're not going to be part of the fight. So he can be very versatile, and like it's another thing that needs to be addressed on the team, and you need to kind of be wary of that while you're in the opening minutes of these games.
Yeah, now the Terizla's going to get picked up by Area 77. The Paquito for Victor is going to fall back into that. Like I said, we've seen him play it a few times over the past few days. Paquito, it's a love-hate relationship. I think he's good. I think he just needs the right hands on him right now. Because if you don't, like if you mess up on him, he can definitely go down quickly. If you don't get those power spikes right and that movement, which Paquito has, and that's something you mentioned, we want to see Victor be able to cut lanes. We want to see him be able to get involved in team fights early, rotate around, and Paquito's one of the best for that, right around level 4, and then minute 6 again, minute 7, minute 8. He can be someone to reckon with and get to that back line. Area 77 is going to end up picking up the Farza, a prime target for the Grok, but I'm wondering how it's going to pair up in laning phase against this Gord.
Yeah, that's the thing that I think we're going to be worried about here. They both kind of execute the same kind of game plan where their ultimates are going to keep them situated down and they're going to become prime targets for either team to try to run into. So the plan here is which team is going to be able to execute on those mages as soon as they lay down those ultimates, whether it's the Feathered Airstrike or the Mystic Gush from Gord.
Yeah, I will say the Gord has better lane clearing. Like, Gord's lane clearing right now is pretty insane right on those first 2 waves. But Farza does have a little bit of better range with her Feathered Airstrike. So when it comes to certain siege aspects, certain team fight aspects, I want to say that Farza's Feathered Airstrike has a slightly farther range than the Magic Gush. Magic Gush is a bit more up close and personal for a mage ultimate, does carry a lot of grounds and do a lot of damage. But so that could come into play. Demon's going to really need to watch out for how he's placing himself in these fights, because Gal Cutie is going to be looking for him, Merciless is going to be looking for him. But when it comes to just straight divers, I feel like Avalon has a better answer in a sense to get onto that Farza. But let's jump into the Land of Dawn private.
Yeah, it's going to be, this is do or die for Area 77. It is Avalon taking them on, trying to remove the hopes of Area 77 of making it to the top 4.
Man, those are some lovely skins right there. I mean, I gotta say, Moonton's been outdoing themselves recently. The Fredrin skin looks beautiful, and I love it when that ultimate, just chef's kiss. Now, let's jump into some of these heroes right now. Up in the top side, it does look like Area 77 is taking a slightly different approach. Going to be helping out the EXP laner, maybe get Jules Cutie a little bit of EXP as well, and Victor's going to take a lot of damage early on. Jules Cutie already at the level 2.
Oh, yeah, and then you have Toinks coming in, putting on the damage, and Victor actually almost bursts down Jules Cutie. He's going to have to get out of here. Gal's Cutie coming up from the side already. So much action in the opening seconds. We're not even at the first minute yet.
But nobody goes down. I thought Gal's Cutie for sure was going to go for that final hit. He decides not to. 0-0 still, but we can already feel the blood boiling right now.
A lot on the line, and you can tell by the way these guys are playing and the pressure they're putting on from the opening seconds of the game.
Yeah, I really want to see Jules Cutie's EXP right now, because I'm wondering if that paid off, right? Getting the level 2 early on in the XP lane, then rotating down. Maybe if Jules didn't have to go back, so Jules Cutie is behind Demon right now. Maybe after they clear the wave, they'll be caught up. But if Jules Cutie didn't have to run back to base, they might have gotten a slight advantage there. It does look like he's tied up with Demon after that last wave clear, but I see the strategy there, right? Area 77 tries to do something a little bit cheeky, get a little EXP for their mid lane, but it kind of backfires on them. Now, Turtle's going to be up in about 7 seconds. Area 77 already claiming a nice position over it.
Yeah, and you see that Avalon's trying to rush. They know that it's coming, and Merciless actually doing a great job of kind of fending off Victor. So Victor actually might not be a party to this little turtle take here. Already about half health. Tarzan in the midst there. We do have a stun. Lands onto Jules Cutie, but none the warier. They are going to go ahead, capture that turtle without much fight.
Yeah, the fact that Merciless has been winning this lane a little bit here gives them a huge prio on that turtle, right? And we saw Merciless come down, cut around the backside, and Tarzan forced to back off. He knew it was a death situation. He knew it was too risky, decides to give up the first turtle. Now, Gold's still pretty much at a standstill, but in these first few minutes, we are seeing Area 77 have a slight advantage in map control, I would say, but still, nothing can really be told completely yet.
Yeah, I like, and I've talked about this before, is when teams come in, they try to see if there's a gank, and Avalon comes in, if they realize that there's nothing happening, they immediately rotate away. And that's what I really like seeing about them. We're going to take a look at the items, though.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like both marksmen still not going for any boots. One thing here, though, Marcutie does pick up the leg plates, give himself a little bit of a defensive bonus there, to whereas Basic goes for the mallet, gets a little, like, I think 5-10% crit early on, right? He already picked up the Blade of Hepates, going to give him a nice first strike passive there, so when he gets that first skill off, kind of out of the bush, he can pack a little bit more of a punch. Up on the top side, though.
Yeah, penalty zone comes in from Merciless, tries to hold down Victor for Jules Cutie to put on the damage, but Victor, very smooth, able to create that distance.
Yeah, and you notice how earlier they were all sitting down in the gold lane, and we mentioned that, right? Like Marcutie, if they can give him a bad game, it could be huge. But I think the same thing goes for Basic. I will say that the Brody has a little bit of a better early game in terms of damage, mainly because of his passive. But I will say late game, I think when it comes to full-on scaling, the Bruno will start to kind of tip that scale. He will start to have the advantage. I mean, literally is like one of the only heroes in the game right now that can do like 100% crit, essentially, at some point. The damage just becomes unbelievable. And not only that, but the Bruno can be used so well at taking towers once we get around the 7-8 minute mark. He doesn't even really have to be involved in fighting.
Oh man, we can see a little gank happening down at the bottom. 3 members, they're locking onto Marcutie, who's trying to get away. 2 stuns and a Mystic Dash. That's gonna be a wrap for the Area 77 marksman.
We've been seeing this a lot, right? A trade gold for Turtle, and in my book, I think it's a great trade at that. The Turtle has become less of a priority for so many teams, and so many teams just want to go for that gold laner, get the gold plating plus a kill. It's a great trade up. But wait!
Divine Judgment on the Basic pulls him back into the damage from Jules Cutie, but still not enough. Speaking of which, Victor gets taken out by DPR up at the top. So a trade 1-for-1 on the board for both teams, but moving into just a little bit of a break.
Yeah, we're going to have a quick pause, but it's a perfect kind of explanation here. Just to everybody, all the viewers right now, make sure you check out that giveaway code, claim the code in-game for a chance to win a tournament chest. Now, back to what we were talking about. Gold laner just goes down. Marcutie takes a death, but in the top side, Victor takes a death. Basic, they were so close to having him, but he saved that flicker to the perfect timing. But how is this going to affect as we move forward? Merciless has already been having a kind of advantage, and this is going to give him even more. I would say that taking out the gold laner may be more important, but it's still kind of hard to tell in this phase of the game.
Well, yeah, and we've been talking about it too with this meta right now. The junglers and the marksmen have been those big priority roles, especially once you move into the mid and late game. So while they kind of take some deaths early, right now, Basic is kind of looking at the long haul. He's looking for that 10-minute mark when he can start dishing out damage in unbelievable amounts. And that's something Area 77 is going to have to be prepared for, because that's around the time that DPR will possibly start falling off on this Smartus and be a little bit less effective.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. And I think the so like, yes, the gold laner is extremely important. And if Merciless was on something like Uranus, where like this is the last thing you want to let scale in the early game, the EXP lane would be a bit more important. But taking this tower at this point could be huge. But it looks like it could be another kill.
Yeah, Prazer's Wrath onto Marcutie ends his hopes of staying in the lane there. Toinks on the other side finds a kill for himself, and this might be a tower trade. Tarzan trying to put the damage on. Actually, Area 77 able to defend this tower.
Yeah, they're keeping that tower up for dear life right now, doing everything they can to try to even things out. Merciless is going to be able to rotate around now, which is going to help a bit, to whereas Basic needs to run back down to that gold lane. They got to try to clear that tower as quick as possible, because that's going to kind of keep Area 77 from having some advantage when it comes to members rotating on their team.
Yeah, it looks like the Area 77 has switched up lanes. Merciless now at the bottom, but in between 3 members here, looking to take him down. Stun. Penalty zone with the flicker is going to try to get him out of harm's way. We do have the beautiful ultimate from Toinks to go ahead and stun, and that's going to be a Merciless down at the bottom lane for Area 77.
Yeah, that's tough, man. Area 77's giving up a lot in that gold lane. They know that 3 members of Avalon are just staying down there. They need to make plays elsewhere on the map if they want to keep up. Basic getting off some free shots now, whereas Area 77, it's like they're just letting this happen. I need to see them make plays somewhere else to at least kind of get something back in this exchange.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem once you start getting behind here is you're only reacting to your opponent's positioning, and you need to be making those shot calls. You need to be advancing and making something happen on the other side of the map. Speaking of which, we have Area 77 starting on this turtle, trying to get it in the prime position. Entire team fight trying to come in here. Mortal Coil out for DPR, and a big wild charge lands, takes out Gal's Cutie with a Mystic Gush onto the turtle. Jules Cutie's gonna have to run for some safety while we're still waiting on this turtle, trying to slow play it. Yeah, DPR able to pick it up despite the heavy involvement from Avalon. And it looks like they're still continuing on here. The damage from Victor onto the side. Appraiser's Wrath comes down, and a penalty zone to get Merciless to safety.
Area 77 hanging on right now. Only a 1K gold lead, and I will have to say that the 3 turtles that they've gotten have been the only thing keeping them in this early game right now. Now that we're encroaching into the 7.5 minute, we're in mid-game territory, right? And Victor, speaking of mid-game on this Paquito, as I've said hundreds of times, the Paquito has an insane mid-game. Even after taking that death, even after losing lane, we're seeing the punch that Paquito packs right now. No pun intended. The man is a monster, and it could become crucial. Mark Cutie still needs a bit more time to be able to scale up here.
Yeah, wild charge comes in on the Mark Cutie, but they're trying to siege into this tower. We have a conceal play out there. Gal's Cutie trying to get some type of vision. They have to know that the Avalon is hiding in these bushes, and a great defense by them, but they need to start making something happen with the rest of the towers, or they're going to start getting encroached on from Avalon.
Yeah, look at Victor's positioning right now. He's looking for the flank somewhere here. He's cut that lane so deep, and it gives him a very nice positioning in that blue buff jungle. I mean, in that purple buff jungle for the side of Area 77. So they're going to need to keep an eye on him because he comes into the backside, and it's going to be hell for the side of Area 77.
Yeah, Twink's doing a great job of zoning out the rest of Area 77 while Basic cleans up the front tower up at top. And this is what we were talking about. They're starting to tighten that noose around Area 77. And while Area 77 is only able to react to where they are, a little bit of a Mortal Coil onto Twinks, but DPR just repositioning himself.
Yeah, now with Basic sitting at 2-0-1, Victor just locked in the Dominance Ice as well, going to give him a nice defensive boost and also help deal with DPR and Merciless a bit more in some of that anti-lifesteal, right? So, Basic, 2-0-1, this is what you're worried about when you're going up against a Brody. If he starts to scale, if he's able to get some of those early items, he got the Hepatese very early. My guess is maybe he's even going for a BOD right now.
Yeah, we had a beautiful wild charge followed by Jules Cutie with the feathered airstrike to try to suppress the rest of the team. And Tarzan actually gets taken out by DPR, who was on a roll with that decimation. Basic next on the list is going to have to use that flicker to get away, but they're not done yet. They're trying to lock on the Toinks, but I mean, that's a beefy boy there. So they effectively zone out the rest of Avalon for this first Lord.
Where was that damage coming from? Just Mark Cutie? When did it happen? He was doing nothing earlier, and now the crits are starting to hit a little bit. Don't know if they just got a lucky roll or something there, but they're going to melt down this turtle now. I think Tarzan maybe took a couple tower shots as well. I wish I could see that play again, but in the end, Area 77 turns the tables at 9 minutes in, takes the first Lord of the game, and now the playing field is back to even, I feel.
And not only that, but that was a counter to an initiation by Avalon. So they were able to flip it around. They didn't just, they weren't able to make something happen with their own offense, but they were able to counter a attempted gank by Avalon and turn it around in their favor. And a great job done and started off by DPR there.
Yeah, so Lord coming, Avalon hanging out in the mid. They don't want to lose this middle tower, right? But it is hanging on a thread, but a little bit of an engage.
Yeah, Divine Judgment on the Victor, who's going to get himself away to safety. Toinks and Tarzan get involved in the front line and going to use that to go ahead and get themselves to safety. Big minion group heading towards the tower. DPR doesn't care. He's going to dive right over that to put the finishing touches.
Yeah, they had to use the conceal as a getaway, Mark. They're going to take another tower here now. Area 77 able to claim that. They've gained a lot of ground here. Still not a huge gold lead, but still the momentum has definitely swung into the side of Area 77 here. And as long as Mark Cutie can keep racking up these items, he just got in the Malefic Roar, add some penetration. The damage is starting to happen now. I want to take a look at these items. I'm wondering, did Victor, what's Victor going for here? It does look like he didn't go on full defense. He's just got the Dominance Ice. It's not going to protect him enough against Marcutie or against Jules Cutie on this Farza. He's got barely any magic defense. He went for the Spell Vamp, picking up the Bloodlust axe, and we saw him take a lot of damage in that last team fight where Area 77 kind of took control. So he needs to be very careful engaging here.
Yeah, and you did see a lot of abilities there kind of wasted on Toinks. Oh, we do have a Divine Judgment. Locks on. Victor in trouble here. Gets taken down with the Feathered Airstrike. And at the top, you can see Tarzan in a bad way, close behind. 4 members of Area 77 is going to be able to dash his way to safety.
Gals Cutie has been making some crucial Divine Judgments, and he doesn't even care. When you normally see the Kashi, you're like, oh, he's got to lock onto the Marksman, he's got to lock onto the Mage, but that really isn't always the catch. If you can guarantee your kill onto Victor or guarantee your kill onto Tarzan or Toinks at this point, just getting one hero and not losing one of your own is huge, especially in the current meta. Making it a 5v4 can be the game changer.
Ooh, Tarzan at the bottom, messing with some players at Area 77. It didn't really look like he wanted to fight either, just wanted to let them know that he sees them.
Yeah, we got a little bit of time here probably till the next huge fight. I will say, the side of Area 77, they've got 5 towers. Avalon's only been able to take 2, but 2 of Area 77 towers are looking a little bit low. Gold standing at 35.4 to 34.6, so about 1,000 gold lead for Area 77. They haven't really taken off. Yes, they've won the last few fights, but Avalon is definitely still in the game. We're just starting to see Basic not be as huge, and this is what I meant when I said Marcutie is going to have the better scale as we creep into the late game here.
Yeah, on the backside, Gals Cutie trying to get a little gank onto Basic is not going to be able to do it due to a wild charge from Toinks. Great protection from the Avalon Roam. And here comes a Mystic Gush onto Gals Cutie, but the Feathered Airstrike to try to create some distance. Tarzan eating the full brunt of that assault. None the warier there, as we're going to go ahead and lock on to this next Lord.
What did we say? What did we say about Demon? Positioning is going to be key, especially since that Feathered Airstrike outranges the Magic Gush. As long as Jules Cutie kind of plays the cards right and waits for the right time, it's almost wiser for Jules Cutie to just let the Magic Gush happen first and then bring down the Feathered Airstrike, because you always know you're going to have the better positioning in that sense. It's not like you're up against the Eve where you have about the same range. It's a little bit different. Up on the top side, though, it does look like Victor's going to be able to take something.
Yeah, and Victor actually takes down the tower while the rest of here, Area 77, trying to make them pay for it. But Basic actually able to find a kill, but Marcutie finds himself a double, and Merciless able to take down Basic. So we're able to push the top tower, but we just lost 3 in the process and a Lord.
And a mid tower at this point. Area 77 definitely getting the win in that book.
Yeah, and now we're starting to push here. Victor's trying to fend off this, trying to pick off some of these minions to stop the push from Area 77. He is able to slow it down a bit, but now we're going to have minions pushing on all lanes.
Yep. I'm wondering, Area 77 now sitting at a 3,500 gold lead, almost breaking into 4K. Lord marching down the top side. Victor does have a little bit of positioning, will get found out, but at this point, can Area 77 really break through here and take a few inhibitors?
Well, I mean, they're going to want to be safe here. This is where a lot of teams lose their cool, get a little complacent, and start making mistakes. You can see Merciless and Marcutie here trying to put some damage onto that top tower. Lord going to be bursted down by Avalon, and it does look like we still have some minions down at the bottom and mid trying to make something happen for some of these high grounds from Avalon. You can see the poke trying to come out onto the team here. Toinks and Tarzan doing a great job in that front line. Now we're switching our focus to the top, trying to put the damage on their Feathered Airstrike to zone out the rest of Avalon. Here comes a wild charge to pop up Area 77. Mystic Gush is out and activated, followed by a torn apart Memories. Still not enough to burst down Area 77.
They play that great, though. You said the worry, right? Because so many teams, they get that first, second Lord push, and they get a little cocky, right? They try to go too deep. At Area 77, they take the inhibitor. They don't even take it on the Lord. They wait. They keep it patient. And once they finally break it, they get out of town. They leave. They back off. They keep their gold lead, and they come out of that with a win in my book. Now, Avalon, we still can't count him out. Basic has only taken 1 death. He still does have damage to compete.
Yeah, big wild charge lands on the Merciless. He's trying to get himself to safety from the bottom. In comes DPR with a decimation. And now Tarzan might be following as well. That's a double for DPR, and Victor gonna have to get himself away. Jules Cutie, hot on the pursuit, is going to think twice about going full force against Victor.
I completely forgot, man. We've been talking about Mark Cutie and Jules so much, we completely forgot about DPR. 4-0-5, and maybe he wasn't as crazy as we see some artists in the early game, but right now at 16 minutes, he's been using those decimations perfectly. He's knows that kill count. He knows how much health they need to be at, and he times it great. Taking a look at some of the items he has built full defensively, but he's taken almost a 3K gold lead over Tarzan right now. I mean, it's going to definitely help him out in a lot of these fights. Taking a look at the gold laners, Mark Cutie also about 1,000 gold lead as well. He's already locked in the Wind of Nature, and it looks like Basic is trying to get to the Wind of Nature right now. I want to say he needs to get some sort of defense, but I don't know exactly if that's the complete right call.
Ooh, Mystic Gust on the Jules Cutie is going to be able to burst him down. That's a whole lot of damage taken away from Area 77, and they are trying to retreat, which is the smart play when your mage gets taken out. But this is leaving it open. Basic able to take a tower, while Avalon still working on the Lord. Gals Cutie, Basic in trouble. Gonna have to use that. Flicker is not going to be enough to get him away.
Wow, and Avalon tries to go for the play. They do take an inhibitor, which is huge, right? They even the playing field a bit, but they're not able to get the Lord when Area 77 gets away. I like the way that Avalon is kind of playing. Victor's just staying up in that top lane. Merciless is going to have to stay up there with them because he will go, like knowing Basic, knowing Victor, they will go for that back door. I will never put it past Basic to try something like that. We've seen him do it a million times in NACT, and sometimes he fails, sometimes he gets it. So we got to watch out for that, and Area 77 needs to be prepared for that.
DPR does have a wall in between him. Mark Cutie, Victor actually in a little bit of trouble here between three members of Area 77. Almost got away, but Mark Cutie puts the finishing touches on him. That means we're gonna have an uneven fight here at the Lord. Is that gonna be enough for Area 77 to enforce their will and zone out the rest of Avalon? They're trying to create some distance here. Feather Airstrike is out. Enough. Tarzan steals the Lord, but is gonna pay for that with his life.
He gets the Lord. Two members go down. I thought for sure Area 77 was going to have that, especially because Demon didn't have the Magic Gush. Jules Cutie still had the Feathered Airstrike, so it was 5v4. Avalon down a couple utilities, but Tarzan able to pull through, and that could have been the lifesaver there, because if he went down and they lost the Lord, it would have probably been GG's.
Yeah, so right now, Avalon have afforded themselves a little bit of breathing room, but I want to say this presence created by Victor with these split pushing has just been a menace for Area 77. It's something that they've been needing to answer, and it takes their focus away from the fights that they need at the Lord, and it's been such a great job by Avalon.
Yeah, and the way Avalon's playing, and especially, as you mentioned, with Victor, it's hard to kind of decide who has the real advantage here when it comes to the late game, because that's what we're getting close to, right? We're at 19 minutes. We're getting close to that 60K gold leak. Area 77 needs to either make a huge play now while they have the advantage, or they need to just wait it out, and it's going to come down to 60K gold each, and everyone's going to be maxed items, and then it comes down to a macro game, which Avalon, it does feel like they have a better macro, but when it comes to team fights, Area 77 kind of winning out in that nature.
Yeah, which is the interesting thing here, especially when you're talking about like 50% when every item, we have a Feather Airstrike coming down, taking a heap of damage. Big penalty zone lands on the three members, two of them able to get away. Victor coming in with that knockout punch to zone out Area 77, and all of Avalon going to be able to get away.
Yeah, they're not able to get a kill, and it's still 80 seconds until Lord comes. So that fight essentially zeroed out. Everyone will have their ultimates back. It doesn't matter who wasted utilities, what happened there. But with that, I mean, being able to get that big of a set and still knowing it out, we can tell these team fights might last a little while.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a big amount of like a regen for a lot of these heroes, and DPR actually in a bad way. Two members locking onto him up at the top. Merciless and Mark Cutie trying to chase down Victor as well. There's just fights going on all over the map here right now, with both of these teams trying to gain some settlement of a type of control.
Yeah, they need something. Now, Avalon has now taken a little bit of control over the pit, but that doesn't really mean too much to Area 77. The only thing I'm worried about with Area 77 right now is Mark Cutie keeps rotating up with Merciless. And if Avalon can force them to do that at the right time, it could give them an advantage in the pit. Whereas Area 77, like they're doing right now, they want to get this pick onto Victor here. They're going to pull him back.
Speaking of which, we got a Divine Judgment comes in there. Mark Cutie puts on the damage, zoning in. Victor's going to be able to get away. Thumbs up from him. He knows how slippery that Paquito can be.
Yeah, there goes another immortality for Toinks. A lot of those on the board right now. We got a lot of bulky heroes. This is reminiscent of last season. These fights could definitely drag out, but Victor continues to harass that top side. Lord getting chipped away by Avalon right now.
Yeah, you're going to have to be looking at doing these fights with a 4v4, which is not where Area 77 wants to be. Mystic Gush is out on the DPR, going to Mortal Coil his way to safety. Area 77 still not able to get a great sight onto this Lord just yet. DPR against 3 members right now. There goes the Feathered Airstrike. It's not going to be able to be used for the Lord, but look at the bottom. Mark Cutie putting the damage onto them. There goes the Appraiser's Wrath. Tarzan trying to survive, gets taken out by Mark Cutie. That is a retry that you're not going to have for this Lord. Toinks still trying to keep the fight alive for his team as Gals Cutie and Mark Cutie still putting the boots to his neck. And oh, it puts a wall out there, and that's going to be a wrap right now. Victor still doing Victor things on the side lanes.
Definitely doing Victor things. And once again, Area 77 making these minute calls in some of these team fights. And it feels like Avalon has the advantage for a second, but somehow Area 77 keeps on winning out in these fights.
Oh, we have the Feathered Airstrike to provide more damage. Demon!
How?
Takes the third. Oh my god, this is bad for Area 77. Demon takes out DPR, and that might be a wrap for Area 77, but you can see Demon now using that immortality. Merciless is in tower, flickers out, he's not able to get him, and Basic takes another tower off screen, and now we have a Luminous Lord heading to the top for Avalon.
All right, it's 4-4. Tarzan just got back on the map. With Mark Cutie and the Feathered Airstrike, Area 77 could honestly defend this if they play it right, especially the way that Avalon's looking right now. They're not going to even push this. They don't have the lanes. They don't have the minions. We're going to be possibly going to another Lord here, Private.
Yeah, we're at 23 minutes there. I hope you guys had nothing planned.
Game one.
Half hour. We're going to go ahead and put this to the test. Tarzan still trying to help out with some tankiness to aid with that Lord. We're still putting damage onto these high ground towers halfway through the mid, and it does look like a great and safe defense for Area 77.
I just want to say this, win or lose, no one expected this out of Area 77. They came into this season, let's be real, looking a little janky. And right now, they're fighting for a playoff spot. It's game one. We're 24 minutes in. And Avalon, the number 3 team on the board right now, is having trouble with this. It could go any way right now. Taking a look at some of the items, Bruno has sold boots. He's going to be walking a little bit slower, but he's going to be putting a little bit more damage on it. Basic did finally pick up the Wind of Nature, also has the DHS, has the Athena shield instead of immortality, but that's going to help out when Jules Cutie tries to single him out. But that is going to be his only chance, right? Bruno also doesn't go for any immortality. We are straight bursty. I will say Mark Cutie is going to have a little bit more damage in the Nicothines, and because of that gold meteor, he's going to get that slight shield bonus if he gets into, you know, that death ratio. If he gets down to, I think, what is it, 30%, 40%, something like that, you get that quick shield. So could also be crucial in these team fights.
Man, it's kind of wary now, trying to think. We're at the point where it's the next fight. If you can get a team wipe, if you can wipe them out at the Lord, that's going to basically win you the game. Oh, we have a beautiful Divine Judgment on the Toinks, who's going to be able to wild charge his way to safety. And now you're not going to have that Divine Judgment for the next 40 seconds.
And Lord is going to be up in 25. Will Avalon try to rush it, though? I think right now it's like even when you see those utilities go down, it's like, are we going to risk it and rush this Lord, you know? Or are we still going to play it slow? And one thing about NA is we have gotten a little bit better. I feel like at like kind of dancing with the Lords, whereas before it's like, I'm going to full attack it, you're going to full attack it. Let's see who does better, you know? Now it does feel like people are taking their time a bit more. It does look like Tarzan is going to start it up, and Victor's still doing those Victor things up on the top side, but this time Demon and Basic are with him.
Oh no, Jules Cutie shows himself there with the feathered airstrike. Merciless in a little bit of trouble getting pushed out. And here comes Mark Cutie from the flank. Gals Cutie here to aid him as well. And both teams walking away. Nobody died just yet, but a little bit of a skirmish down at the Lord as both junglers duking it out.
Toinks will get there first though. Toinks doesn't have the wild charge. Merciless doesn't have the penalty zone. Jules, whoa!
Yeah,
every time I see it.
Went on to Demon, but still not able to make anything happen of it. I feel like we're kind of spread across the map a little too thinly to start getting those divine judgments out and getting the heat onto the damage. The feathered airstrike is down.
Oh, how many times?
Again, Demon with the Mystic Gush wild charge lands onto two members. Mark Cutie and Gals are in trouble. They might be taken out here. Mark fighting for his life. Immortality has been activated, and that might be a wrap. He's dancing all over, trying to put the damage on, and an Immortality activated for Tarzan. Basic trying to run away. DPR coming in. He's going to be looking for that destination. Takes out Basic, and we are at 1 kill to 2 right now in favor of Area 77, but we have a Luminous Lord coming up at the top, which Area 77 are going to have to respond to.
And they have no Mark Cutie, 50 seconds for Mark Cutie, but they do take Basic and Toinks away, so that is something huge for Area 77. They can defend this if they try. It's just not going to be easy. Avalon doesn't have the minions once again to push in. Can Area 77 drag this out a bit longer?
Yeah, and that's what they're looking to do, is to try to take out these minions. We still have 2 high ground towers for them. DPR up at the top, fighting Victor and a Lord. Feather airstrike comes down to provide some air superiority for them. Merciless taking a heap of damage from those knockout punches, is going to have to use that penalty zone to get away. Gals Cutie dashes away. This might be the end of the high ground tower at mid, and that's going to be a wrap. Demon finishing touches, but in comes DPR. Victor in a little bit of trouble, very low. DPR sees him, is going to try to get into there on the other side. A great taunt onto Tarzan, but that's going to be a wrap for him as the Immortality gets activated, and Tarzan going to be able to get away.
Bro, Victor, they wanted Victor so bad there, and Tarzan, honestly, the fact that he was able to dive in there, get that taunt off, just completely even things out. But also another huge thing to talk about here is Lord gets stopped. It's 5v5 again, 70 seconds on the clock. We're at 28 minutes. We're looking for NACT history possibly here. We're closing in on a 30-minute mark. We're definitely dragging out right now. Immortalities all around the board. Victor does go for a hybrid build. He picked up the Bloodlust Axe. He goes into Hunter Strike, and then he picks up the Immortality and the Oracle. So he has some sustainability. He also has some damage, and with the Hunter Strike, he has the movement, and that's why he's been able to cut these lanes so well, to split push so well. Listen, man, Area 77, let's be real. Area 77 has been kind of winning these fights. Even when they're on the backboard, they're able to defend and get the advantage. Where are they messing up, Private? There's one major thing, and that is that mother-loving Retry. What is going on tonight?
Yeah, they're just not creating the distance or the pressure from onto Avalon to create that distance that will allow DPR to get in there. Oh, actually, Toink's in a little bit of trouble here, but I want to say, as we move later and later into the game, we're looking at like 60, 70-second death timers here. So we're looking at these next fights and trying to make sure that we are protecting those squishy players, that Gals Cutie, that Jules Cutie, and that Mark Cutie, to make sure that they can survive here, because if one of those damage dealers gets taken out, it's going to be a whole lot of time before you see them on the battlefield again.
Listen, Basic once again in the boss side. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Honestly, it's one of the reasons why Area 77's been winning out in these fights. They keep going for Victor and Basic in the side lane, and Area 77 needs to, if they can figure that out, they need to rush the Lord. It's what they did last game. Once they knew Basic was up there, they rushed the Lord. And the only reason why they messed up is because DPR can't seem to click that retry button right. I don't know what's going on. Tarzan's getting the taunt off at the right time. But Tarzan is on fire right now. That's all I got to say. But if they can time this right, they can get the dub. But Avalon does not want to let that happen.
Yeah, and you can see Basic still hanging out at the bottom. He's definitely looking for that split push into it. And Area 77 might be letting this Lord go. They don't realize where some of the people are in the basement. DPR getting very low, and he's the one with the retry, so we have to look out for this next Lord fight. On the back end, Victor gets bursted down with that immortality. They're focusing on him while the Lord is getting taken down. DPR takes a little bit of damage there from Toink. Scal's Cutie there in support of him. 10% left on this Lord. Getting slow played down. Toink's actually getting bursted down. Mark Cutie finds a kill onto Victor off screen. Feathered Airstrike also as well on the screen right now. And a big wild charge onto DPR. This is DPR coming into the lane. Jules Cutie finds Basic. 2 kills for Area 7. DPR finds the Lord. This might be the space they have been looking for and the abilities right now. Mark Cutie putting the boots on the Tarzan, shaking him off. That is 3 down for Avalon.
Holy cow. Oh, this is Mobile Legends. This is what we're here for. It's 3 down, 50 seconds till Basic is up, 40 for Victor. Area 77 are going to try to bag this game right here, right now. And let me remind you guys, it's just game 1.
Yeah, this is just game 1. We are rushing to the mid tower at the 31-minute mark. Mystic gushes out. Merciless comes in with a flicker and a penalty zone while Jules Cutie trying to support him with that feathered airstrike. 50% left onto the core. This is game 1. Area 77 still alive with their hopes for the playoffs.
Woo! Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know what we just watched. 32 minutes in. I'm wondering, does that go down in history as the longest, Private?
I think it actually does. I think the last
one
was
Private's
20.
so surprised right now. His face is stuck in that position. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's just such an intense game. All the Wi-Fi starting to crash around me. But I want to say the longest one was around 29 minutes. That has to be the new record for NACT for this season, at least.
Wow, man. Area 77 pulls it off at Avalon, man. Either way, I got to give it to them for their macro, that whole game. You know, we've all been wondering how Victor's going to play it out, and Victor played an amazing game right now. Whether Basic should have always been there, whether that was the right team call or not, I question, because I think that's what gave Area 77 the advantage in a lot of those fights. But Area 77 also, they played such a patient game, and so many, even that last Lord fight, man, they didn't rush in until the last second. They were able to kill Victor in those last moments and able to get the advantage, and everyone gets there in the nick of time. The Divine Judgment comes down and they pull everything off. Now, taking a look at some of these items, I'm wondering what we could have done different. Victor doesn't go for a full defensive build. It looks like he eventually sold out as well and picked up the Rose Gold Meteor to get a little bit more damage. I'm wondering if that was the exact play, if that was the nail in the coffin or not.
Well, and the thing is those plays are always a double-edged sword. If it had worked, people would have Basic on their shoulders, hailing him as this great 5-head thinker. But it didn't, and that's kind of the point with these all-risk types of plays, is you go all in, you try to make it happen. Sometimes it's not going to pay off for you, and it didn't for Basic there. And Area 77 able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I think in that moment, both teams were really risking a lot because Mark Cutie isn't by Lord Pit either. They decide to send Mark Cutie and Merciless over to Victor, right? They get the kill on him, but that Lord was sitting down at like, what, 20%? You said it during the play-by-play. It's sitting at 20%, and it's like, Area 77, you got to get over there if you want to be able to get this. And they're like, we got to take Victor out first. We got to do it. So risk for both teams, but Area 77 pulls off the strat in the end, and they get the dub in game 1, putting them at match point for this, putting them at 1 game closer on to playoffs. Now, taking a look at some of these stats, Mark Cutie as the rich guy, most gold per minute. Demon doing insane amount of damage, 44% for his team.
Yeah, and of course the Sandbag going to Tarzan and Forgotten One going to Merciless. But let me just say, I've been saying it a lot in the past, is that there is a reason that Area 77 used to be one of the most feared teams in North America, and this is the reason for it. We're starting to see shades of that coming back. This is the Area 77 that everybody was in love with almost a year ago, I want to say.
I mean, and I'm not gonna lie, there was a point where I was like, Area 77, I don't really rock with you guys anymore, man. I kind of fell off on the Area 77 train, but tonight they're starting to earn Trex's love back a little bit, man. They're putting on a show right now. A bottom bracket, a lower bracket, a loser bracket run right now. 4 playoffs at that. Now, Avalon, we've seen them reverse sweep before. They reverse sweep Bloodhounds last night. We know they never show all their tricks in game 1, and they always have more to pull out. So we definitely still can't close the curtain on this yet.
Yeah, it's going to be impressive to see what Avalon has in store for them. I mean, are we going to be taking out that Martis? I want to say he was about 6, 1, and 9. Maybe not as heavy-handed with those retributions, but he had the retribution when it mattered. However, he also was playing the Martis well. 1 death on the jungler throughout that entire 32-minute game. That has to say something about his ability on it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of points where he's hanging out, like that last point, he's hanging out in the Lord Pit. You know, he's kind of doing the back and forth, jockeying a little bit by himself, essentially, against 2 or 3 Avalon members. And he's able to kind of keep eyes on it, keep range, keep threat on it. So Avalon's like, do we really want to force this yet? Do we really want to force this yet? And even though he kind of messed up on a lot of those retributions, or I would say really Tarzan just did so well, keeping his taunt in clutch and keeping that dash ready to go, playing the distance of those feathered airstrikes and then dashing at the last moment and securing it. Either way, DPR definitely played an amazing game that time. On to the second. Here comes the real ban. Gals Cutie Kaja banned that thing off the map. So no more suppression at all for this game. Franco and Kaja both gone.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing to see how they work without it. And when you were talking about those retributions, I also want to point out, it wasn't just Tarzan, it wasn't just Tarzan getting those retributions. There were some that was gotten by Demon. I think Toinks got one of those kills as well. So that's a team effort, so that the entire team knows when it gets to a certain point, everybody, all guns on the Lord. And maybe that's something that Area 77 needs to clean up a little when it comes to these Lord engagements. When that Lord gets down there, it's not just on DPR to try to get that retribution. It's got to be the whole team or nothing.
Definitely. It's definitely going to be a interesting game too. So I think kind of back, there goes the Bruno ban as well. Area 77 going to be, so now Area 77 forced to change things up. Do they pick up the Fredrin here first pick? I think it's a solid pick up front. Take it away from Tarzan. You know he does amazing on it. He played a great game on it. And also, it's just a good hero, so you secure something. And with the way that Avalon is targeting Area 77, I feel like Area 77 has to take some shots back. But instead, they pick up the Valier, which I think is more of a preliminary strike to the Fredrin if it gets picked up.
Yeah, especially because of how well he kind of works against those heavy front liners there. But in answer to that, Demon picking up the Novaria, and we've seen here, especially yesterday, Novaria with those snipes can be incredible, especially before the fights start. If you're talking about a marksman or a mage at half health before you guys even start engaging, I mean, that's a huge debilitation for your team.
And it's something I think Avalon, they lacked a little bit of damage in the late game, and she scales, man. That snipe, it becomes crucial if they want to take it to another 20, 30 minutes, you know? If it happens to get there, it could definitely be detrimental, especially it's going to pair very well against this Valier, man. Valier doesn't have that type of range, and he's probably one of the most least mobile meta mages right now, and she is just going to rip that apart.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting too, especially if you can start lining up those snipes. And we were talking about it before. Boca Roscoe had a lot of trouble dealing with Victor on the Paquito because Paquito would clear his lane, immediately rotate, try to hone in on Boca Roscoe and where he was, and immediately burst him down. So you're going to need to be very wary of Victor and where he is if you're Jules Cutie on a Valier while we're moving around the map. Oh.
Rome Valier. Looks like we're going to have Rome Valier. And the Gourd, very interesting. Is this going to be a Rome Novaria, or we think it's going to be a mid lane Novaria?
I think it would be a
mid lane.
I mean, it depends because her
with
ultimate isn't as useful. So I mean, you could put her on the roam, so you won't have her ultimate by the time the first turtle comes around, but you still will have that amazing amount of damage from her.
Yeah.
So I mean, it could go either way here. We're going to be moving into the second banning phase. Terizla, Avalon, basically, yeah, they're forcing them to change out their entire composition from the last game, except for apparently Martis.
Except for the Martis, which was a major problem. But is it going to be as much of a problem now that they have this very squishy mid, right? And this is kind of a worry when I'm looking at Area 77. The Roam Valier plus the Gord, two not very mobile. I almost feel like if we're going to go for this, the Farza might have been better because at least you have the wings by wings. But you have these very squishy mid laners. You're roaming your mid. Prime targets for Victor, prime targets for a wild charge, prime targets for the meteor from Demon on this Novaria. So if Avalon picks something aggressive here in the jungle, maybe even swap the Paquito over, go for anything super aggressive, it could be a problem for Gals and Jules.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to have to see what their plan is here for, especially when it comes to these marksmen. Basically, to go ahead, pick up the Beatrix, a solid pick for him. He's very confident on it, has been dishing out a lot of damage. And Basic, I mean, like I said, I know he's going to get a lot of crap for that split push, but I mean, you're kind of at a stalemate. You're at 32 minutes. You need to be making something happen. It just, like I said, unfortunately, the decision ended up costing them. And, we're going to get, man. So here's the thing for me right now. We've got a lot of very short distance here from Area 77. And, a lot of long distance here from Avalon. Potential poke from them.
I don't know, man. I'm all right. I'm just gonna lay it out. I like Avalon's draft more. Let's cut to the chase. I like Avalon's draft more right now. You said it. You mentioned it. A lot of short distance, a lot of squish, and I was expecting something really bulky in their EXP. And don't get me wrong, the R-Lot, it's questionable right now, but they go for the R-Lot, and that's another. He's a dasher, man. He's not really like a great peeler. He's not really like a straight up front liner, I would say. I guess you can build him full tank or something like that, but still, it's a little bit different, than something like a Uranus, Esmeralda, Grok, Terizla, Paquito. So Area 77, you're putting a lot. I don't know, man. It's like I don't even see the huge reward from this composition, honestly. Let's see, but let's jump into the land of John. It's match point for Area 77.
Yeah, there's one thing about compositions, and that is it all kind of lays out to the execution that these teams go at. Area 77 still keeping their hopes alive against Avalon. They're looking for a seat in the playoffs, but does Avalon have something to say about it?
I mean, we will see DPR on the Martis once again. We know the possibilities of that. With that and the Valier, though, you can definitely force and do some invading. Valier, back in the day, known to be a good invader. Taking a look at some of the Avalons, everything pretty normal. I do want to point out R-Lot picking up the Tenacity, going to have a bit more bulkiness. Same thing with the Valier and the Tenacity, going to have a bit more bulkiness. So that might help a little bit, especially if Tarzan tries to get a little bit crazy on this Hayabusa early on. But like, I don't know, man. I like the Valier and I like the possibilities with the Martis going up against this Hayabusa, just because you can bully an assassin. But because they went for two squishies in the mid side, it's going to be a bit harder to do that.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to kind of create that front line with Merciless. He's got Tenacity and Concussive Blast, so he's going to be building a lot of health for that hero. So he's going to be trying to hopefully be that main front liner to kind of help create that distance. And as we talk about that, a little bit of a blowback there for Tarzan. Actually gets stunned out, and about half his health immediately taken out there. Good read there by Gals Cutie.
Yeah, Gals Cutie gets a stun, and that's the thing, like the Valier can definitely be scary. I mean, you're just non-stop spamming fireballs, and when it comes to close range, you are going to constantly get stuns, and there is the CC to make up for not picking up a traditional roam, right? They just have to kind of play it defensively here. Avalon, now that Tarzan is level 4, I think once Toinks is level 4, Avalon's one of their win conditions here is they need to target down Gals and Jules. They need to try to get some kills on them early on, because if they can do that, I mean, it's practically GG's. And there we go.
Ooh, what a nice flicker. Waiting till he gets toward his teammate to flicker out and hopefully spread some of the damage on that. Taken off screen. What? And DPR going to be able to clean up the first turtle of the game.
Okay, I'm sorry I said that about Arlot. I guess he is a good pick here. Maybe he just goes well against the Paquito. He does kind of stop the dashes, right? Like, what is the first skill, I think, when he gets the slam down? I forget the name of it. I think he can kind of delay dashes similar to like a Martis when you close the clamps. So I'm wondering how that matchup pairs up. Obviously, he's feeling like it does pretty well right now.
Yeah, and they're being very confident here. 1 kill in their boat here. Not a huge gold lead for them thus far, but that kind of sets the tone for the early game. I want to say the later that this goes out, you might have a little bit of a problem because Tarzan's going to be able to close that distance on your back line a little easier.
Yeah, now taking a look at some of the items, we do see Victor. Looks like he's going to be, he picks up the 1 magic defense item, but I'm guessing he's going to go right into the Hunter Strike here, possibly picking up the mallet there on the side of DPR on this Martis. He picks up the Juggernaut very early on. It's going to help so much against Tarzan and so much against that physical damage there and against that skill damage that Tarzan tries to dish out.
DPR does find Toinks in the bush. On the other side, Tarzan locks on the Gal's Cutie. A lot of damage coming on with that Shadow kill, and he's going to be able to clean it up despite the Mystic Gush coming out from Jules Cutie.
Victor goes down again, though, right? And yes, they take out Gals, but he is just the roam. And normally, like Valier, we kind of want to see damage, but I don't think this game we're super worried about that, right? Jules will become a problem. I think that needs to be the real target for Tarzan here. But if Victor keeps losing out here, he was so important in the last game. If he's not going to be huge in this game, it could be a problem.
Yeah, and exactly that, because a lot of these fights were kind of done in the capacity that Victor was splitting up their priorities. They had to answer the side lanes, sometimes 2 side lanes that he was pushing at once because of how quickly he was moving across the map. Right now, having big problems when it comes to Merciless's Arlot right now. And we are still kind of settled up on the map. No big pushes just yet, no big ganks into these side lanes as DPR is starting on this next turtle. You can see Merciless doing his best to kind of keep Victor at bay. Toinks throwing a wall down. Tarzan getting in position. Quad shadows are out. He's trying to put some damage on them. And Tarzan steals it away. Beautiful. Quad shadows in. Gets the retreat out of there with a little assist from Demon.
Yeah, Tarzan, man, has just been on fire with these neutral objectives. It has been one of the things that even when Area 77 is, flat out winning fights, Tarzan is keeping them in the game with those retries. And last time early on, Area 77 got all 3 turtles and they started losing out in the Lords. This time, Avalon bringing their A game early on.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking a little bit earlier about Fallen the Thief, but Tarzan is starting to he wants to get some claims laid on that name. Avalon with 3 members here trying to fend off, but it looks like this is going to be the first tower for Mark Cutie here. Area 77 doing a decent job with the macro.
Yeah, Mark Cutie getting the advantage early on here. Going to be able to take that tower soon and then rotate around. So things, like you said, still staying at a very standstill. It's 2-1, gold at almost an exact even. Up in the gold lane, though, a little bit of action.
Oh, yeah, Mark Cutie looked like he was going to try to get onto that tower, putting some damage on the Basic. Cal's Cutie on the other side misses the stun. Basic going to have to use that Flitzer. Mystic Gush is out onto Toinks, and a big burst takes down Basic.
Mark Cutie, the Magician, strikes again, makes people disappear. Able to pick that one up 1-0 plus the tower. Area 77 now taking 1,000 gold lead plus some more map control. This is a great start for them at match point.
Yeah, Merciless actually taking a heap of damage there, half health. Maybe Victor has been able to turn it around now as it looks like that a little bit more of an even fight for him now, starting to get the advantage. But still, 3-1 now for Area 77, about a little less than 2K gold lead for them.
Yeah, I mean, with that, coming into the mid game now, 6.5 minutes, 7 minutes coming up. Victor, he's going to be a little bit more delayed. Yes, he still has like the level 4 spike. He still has the ultimate combo, the knockout punch and all that. But he's not going to have the items that he normally would that are as important. But Avalon senses this. They're bringing all 5 members into this turtle pit. Merciless a little bit late to the show.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Avalon is in full force at the turtle pit. Demon comes out, but has a Gal's Cutie on the upside. Jules Cutie takes a full shadow kill, has the Mystic Gush out, and he is not going to be able to make it. Mark Cutie gets the turtle, so a successful objective. Oh, look at the jukes from Jules Cutie trying to avoid Demon, but in comes Tarzan with that quad shadow, not going to be able to get the kill.
How did Jules survive that? He's definitely got something going on. He's got a rabbit foot in his pocket right now. The man, I mean, Victor was under tower, still unable to get the kill. I thought for sure Jules was just done. And we were like, all right, let's look at the turtle now. But in the end, he's able to get to the other side. He pops the magic gush. Victor pops all his skills and starts taking tower shots to the face, so he's got to get out of there. He sidesteps Demon. I mean, Area 77 are just playing a different game right now. I don't think we've ever seen this side of them.
Yeah, and it's incredible the amount of, like, I want to say strength that we've seen kind of like upgraded from them from last week to this week. It's almost a completely different team. Their synergy and the damage that they're able to put out their DPR onto the back line, trying to lock onto Toinks. He's going to be able to get the decimation out and takes down Toinks. And a beautiful snipe actually gets on him. Basic might regret it, though. He's going to be flickered out, and Mark Cutie finds the kill. That's going to be another tower for Area 77.
Mark Cutie makes magic, man. We talked about it at the very beginning, man. Mark Cutie is, you know, the backbone of this team, or I would say the hands of this team, throwing the punches back and forth. Victor able to pick up a kill there in the mid side on Jules finally, which is good. He is going to be helpful, but still Area 77 taking a huge step in the right direction. And Aerithal 202 at 8.5 minutes is crazy.
Oh, Mark Cutie actually in a little bit of trouble here. Just finds the safety of his tower. I know Tarzan kicking himself in the head right now. He just needed a sneeze, a backhand to be able to put the finishing touches on, but is not going to be able to find the kill.
Yeah, Demon, though, that damage from that meteor is definitely starting to hurt. Even the bulkier members, it's starting to do, you know, a 4th damage, 33% damage, and you said in the very beginning, it could be huge. Basic also does have the snipe. We have a lot of range on the side of Avalon. I think they need to take the advantage on that. They need to preemptively do damage like that before these neutral objectives. That's going to give them an advantage when it comes to these fights.
Oh, Jules Cutie actually gets halved down. A beautiful little quad shadow there from the side of Tarzan. And now Area 77 starting up on this Lord. You can see Victor doing his thing again up at the top lane. Going to try to create that presence across the map. Split the priority for Area 77. It is a 2v3 down here for this Lord fight. Actually, Jules Cutie kind of lurking in the bushes below, trying to maintain some of that distance. Mark Cutie at the bottom as well. A little snipe misses. 2 snipes actually missed. Demon missed his orb as well. Gals Cutie trying to fend off the enemy mage. Down to about 10%. Is DPR going to be able to get this? Mark Cutie able to secure the Lord for Area 77, and DPR finds a kill onto Toinks. This is completely different than we saw from the first game. Area 77, like I said, the whole team participating in these objective fights and finding the secure on the Lord.
They're here, man. They're here. We're looking at a 4,000 gold lead right now. Area 77, we're only 10 minutes in. Last game was at least, it felt very close, but this time Area 77 is just ahead, man. And they're ahead in all the right places. Mainly speaking of Mark Cutie, their main damage dealer here, 2-0-3. Aerithil's supposed to be a bit more of a late game hero, but Mark Cutie's already there. Taking Lords, finishing off Basic just with the second skill, like just with popping the ult, just from getting that little bit of energy that comes out, or whatever you want to call it, that right there where it just does like the small explosion, even that's doing damage right now, which is insane, right? So that is going to be a problem, and I'm trying to figure out how Avalon can even answer back to it.
Yeah, and this is completely different than what we saw from the composition. We thought that Avalon would have the distance, have the spacing. DPR finds a kill onto Victor. Now we're pushing onto this mid tower. Mark Cutie finds the finishing touches on there. Toinks in a little bit of trouble trying to find an escape. You can see Gals Cutie. They're doing such a great job with these pushes, and there's not much that Avalon can do to stop it as far as they're so far behind here.
All right. Area 77 choking them out now, taking away some of their buffs. Not pushing too hard.
Final Slash finds Tarzan while Mark Cutie finds Demon. That is 2 down now. They are trying to continue this push. A well-placed wall from Toinks trying to fend off the rest of these minions, but it's not going to stop Area 77 as they find their first high ground tower. Now moving their focus to the top. Victor alone trying to clear out these minions. Looks like he's going to be able to do the job, but man, what a push, and especially the difference between the towers of both teams.
Who needs frontliners when you got all this damage Area 77 just crushing through.
Ooh, what a big flicker into a wild charge, but that does not help Toink survive as he gets taken out quickly. Merciless in a little bit of trouble. Shadow Kill locks onto him, and Basic's gonna find the final touch there onto Merciless. Now we have one down for Area 77, and very wisely, they decide to back off.
Definitely worth it, though. Good value out of that push from Area 77. Avalon, Tarzan is becoming not that huge here, man. And with the Hayabusa, you know, you can get the damage onto the back line, but he just can't find an angle onto the back line. And right now, Area 77, they're almost always grouped up. They're not really splitting up. So the Hayabusa just isn't having that much of an impact. And also Victor taking those 2 deaths early on, now sitting at 3 deaths. He's not able to have the huge impact. It's a problem. Normally he's able to split push. Normally he's able to at least stalemate in the 1v1 against Merciless. Right now, he just took a death to Mark Cutie in the bot side, and that just goes to show how far behind he is right now.
Yeah, and then that they're having Mark Cutie go to answer that, and because he's able to shut down Victor quickly and efficiently, especially before these Lord fights come out. Toink's in a little bit of trouble. Is going to be able to sidestep that stun. Is he going to be able to make it out of here? Mystic gushes out. Mark Cutie puts the damage on Basic. Almost costs him his life. Oh, but that, just kidding. Merciless comes in with the final slash while Jules Cutie puts on the finishing touches.
Is this GG's? Is this playoffs for Area 77? I mean, this is the last. Listen, man, when we were all making predictions, we were talking about Bloodhounds and KOF, man. We put Area 77 out of the books, man. They were in the far left field. We thought, yeah, it's a possibility, but is it going to happen? And here they are right now. Not only are they possibly going to do this, they're going to do it in a sweep.
Yeah, big final slash goes on to Victor. The Mystic Gush is out. Toink's putting a brunt of the damage onto his face. DPR finds the decimation. That is 1 down for Avalon. Still have a Luminous Lord coming in. You can see Tarzan. Good positioning on the land. Oh, but Mark Cutie is very smart. He's not going to go somewhere where he doesn't have clearance, where the bush hasn't been checked. So they've got a good, I want to say, good reactions when it comes to the vision here. Victor comes in, is going to try to dash away, gets locked on with that final putting the he is down. Tarzan, that is it. Area 77 have secured themselves a spot in the playoffs.
Wow, they did it. They defied the odds tonight. Area 77 says, we don't care what you got to say. KOF, I'm sorry, but you should have been here facing us, and you weren't. And now Area 77 is going to LA. That right there seals the deal. Are they going to be able to beat VTK next? We'll talk about that later.
What an incredible match. That was only our opening series here tonight, man. I thought it was going to be an easy. We only got 3 series to go. But man, what an intense battle there. Area 77 down but not out show that they still keeping that hope alive for the playoffs and secure it. Unfortunately, knocking out Knights of Fate.
You know, I saw what the pick on the Hayabusa. I get it, right? Because of all the squishies. But here's the thing. It's almost always going to lose out against the Martis, I feel like, when it comes to just close combat. Because once Martis got that Juggernaut armor in, he's taking no damage. And even though the Martis gets to build full defense, because you're going up against this squishy assassin, you're still packing a huge punch. And Tarzan, if he just takes 1 shot from Mark Cutie or a little bit of the magic gush from Jules, it's GG's. He didn't build any defensive items, which I get it. You're not really supposed to do that, but it was still high risk. And once their other frontliner did go down, Victor, I think that was when it was really just a wrap. Once we started Merciless get those 2 solo kills, I think it was just GG's from there.
Well, yeah, and then plus they had answers for it. Victor was getting killed in the side lane because Mark Cutie instead was going to answer it. Not this time, not Merciless. Merciless was providing that support during these team fights as well. And like you said, I mean, nobody really expected this when you saw the Hayabusa pick there. But by the time Area 77 had such a lead, especially at the beginning, that there just was no coming back for Avalon. And once you get to that mid and late game where Hayabusa is supposed to dive in and pick somebody off, the team is too grouped together for that Shadow Kill to do much damage.
All right, so once again, Mark Cutie as the rich guy plus the carry this time. This man makes magic happen for Area 77, 35% damage, just completely being the backbone in that game. Did he end up going deathless?
I don't remember him dying. We'll have to see from the stats. But, I mean, man, it would, even if he took a death, I mean, it still does not take away from the incredible game he had. And take a look at that, especially when it comes to, like, the damage to the turret. That second game was, like, there was almost no contest there from Avalon.
Yeah, Area 77 just completely sweeps through, even with the composition that a lot of us kind of underestimate. Let's take a look at some of these replays, though. This is game number 1, 30 minutes in. This is actually the final Lord, and if you look at the minimap, you see that Area 77 went to go take out Victor. They get him. Lord closing down right now. We're at 15%, and Area 77 makes in the nick of time the big Divine Judgment onto Basic, and that's where the tide shifts. Area 77 takes control of the pit, and even with Demon trying to use the Magic Gush, finally we see DPR put his big boy pants on and click the retry button correctly, and he's able to secure it, and that's when things shift, and they're able to take that game. Area 77 in game 2, which we're looking at now, they are just dominating. Gal's Cutie picks up this Valir Roam and plays it so well. Even there, Toinks can't do anything from the beginning of that game to now. He's just constantly getting stunned. Every time Toinks comes in, he can't get past the wall of fire. And then Mark Cutie, sitting at 4-0-4 at this point, is literally able to walk into Beer's Passion, walk into Grok, and just take people out anyways. And on top of that, Merciless on the R-Lot, another hero I questioned, did so well, not only against Victor, but against the rest of the team. And after that,
go ahead.
I think we're going to be tossing back to Liz now.
Well, thank you guys. Private Space captured my reaction pretty well now. Mark Cutie is going to be the Cutie marksman who secures that MVP. He gapped Basic pretty hard, I gotta say. I did capture the first game. 30-minute game, Basic had a 12% damage. So I don't know what's happening today, but Area 77 really showed that the Cinderella miracle has happened. And I don't even know how to react to that. It's like they're playing on a different game this week. And who would have thought last week that it will be Area 77 as the last contender going to LA?
The one person I think you know, the one person who did know, Yui.
Yui knew all along. This is all part of this diabolical plan.
But man, I mean, we were talking about this before. Mark Cutie is possibly one of the top marksmen in North America. And when Area 77, I feel like they made compositions that were based around, and when the compositions were out in the field, they made sure that Mark Cutie was able to shine there. So it's no surprise that he was able to go ahead, snatch that MVP up.
Yeah, man, he did an amazing job. He's always done an amazing job. He's been a player that I think has kind of gotten slept on because he doesn't in the past he didn't always compete. When he did, he did almost always do well. But it's so glad to see him now like regularly on Area 77, not just like a bench player, because a lot of people that have been around the scene for a long time know him, know that he can wreak some havoc in the gold lane. I just don't think he's really had the opportunity to shine on the big stage just yet, but this is going to be that opportunity.
Well, they've secured their spot for LA, but will their momentum continue and continue to soar against one of the top teams, BTK? We'll find out after a short break.
Will it be Bloodhounds? All of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara, wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Sorry. Hi, everyone. I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, MLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's TheOhioBrothers, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history. In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Philippine Bloodhounds, all of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
And we're back to the second series of the night. What an incredible upset we just saw there, and that has changed up our current standings. So let's take a look at what we're looking at right now. And Private, would you be able to take us through it?
Yeah, if you guys do not adjust your screens, you can see there Knights of Fate in red. While they still, Area 77 hasn't accumulated their points yet, right now they are tied 200 points with Knights of Fate. However, the way tiebreaker rules work, it's when Knights of Fate have faced Area 77, who has won more series. They faced once, and unfortunate for Knights of Fate, Area 77 took the W during their exchange, which means Area 77 has taken the 4th place from Knights of Fate.
The aliens have landed in LA, ladies and gentlemen. Area 77 trying to rise back and reclaim old glory. A once top 2, top 3 team that's kind of fallen off over the past year is here to play once again.
That's right, guys, because Area 77, although it sounds like a Cinderella story, this season they were the undefeated champions a couple seasons back, so it just looks like they've gained back that momentum, and they continue to practice, and UA is rooting for them in this game. What do you guys think?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of joining the Area 77 hype train here, man. I'm feeling this right now. I'm feeling the energy. I'm feeling a little Interstellar right now, and I got a feeling Area 77 could possibly take this too. I'm just saying. I know the vote's on BTK, but the possibilities are there.
Yeah, I mean, I know we were talking about it before. It's like, man, I feel a little bad about my pick now. Just because of how well Area 77 did defying the odds, where does it end? Does it end with BTK? Because BTK has been a monster. They've been that hill that cannot be climbed for a lot of teams. And we're going to find out if Area 77, with the momentum at their back, can overcome it.
Yeah, I mean, and once again, we're looking at a very similar story to last time, right? Area 77, you know, I think they got a lot to prove here, man. They have a lot to prove, but BTK always has a lot to prove as well. Every game is important to them. They got pride in the line, so we can't really count them out on that note either.
I mean, it's a reputation battle for both of these teams. BTK have more to prove because Area 77 already shown the world that they can make it so far in the playoffs when only UA believed in it from the start. But BTK has a lot to prove for sure. They've been trying to prove themselves all this week, so we can't count them out either. So I think the teams are ready. So let's find out how these two teams are gonna do in this series.
All right, let's jump into draft number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 5. You know, I got a quick little story real fast. The very first tournament I ever casted, NACT, way back in the day, Assassin Day, this is before it was Challengers Tournament, this was Community Tournament. You know what the grand finals was, Private? Area 77 versus BTK. So this is memory lane for me right now. Back then, BTK did, I think, sweep them 3-0, but this was a time when Area 77 was still the number 2 team. This is like way back, right? Back when like Aether Explicit was still popular, you know, when things were just, it was a different time, right? And BTK just stood that much ahead of everyone else. This was right before M3, right before the M3 qualifiers, NACT, one of the first ones that Dave ever hosted. And yeah, Area 77 versus BTK. So this is definitely like, you know, this is a derby. This is one of those classic Cal games of NA right here. Yes, BTK probably does have the advantage, but still, it's always fun to watch these series.
Yeah, this is the matchup people wanted to see a year ago when Area 77 was at the top of the mountain. Now, things have changed a little bit, but what hasn't changed is both of these teams' drive right now. And we saw a little hint of that just this last series. We're going to see if that carries over against a BTK, especially now they have a couple of changes there. I want to say Chicken, maybe not as confident in the roam role as he is with XP. It might be something that can be exploited by Area 77. The time is now if you're going to be looking for any type of crack in the armor of BTK.
Most definitely. Some more good TID points to knock out. It's Yato T, X Area 77 up against some X brothers. So this is even spicier than what it used to be, right? We got some brothers in arms fighting up against each other. So yeah, a lot of possibilities. And Fried Chicken, you mentioned him on Rome, and I heard you talking about it the other night when you were on Analyst Panel. You know, he's been really favoring some of those cross roamer EXP lane roamers, right? He's been like bringing out heroes that are very common to be used in the EXP lane sometimes, and it's why I think he has done well. Heroes like Kaja, you know, heroes like some of these other picks. So there's always those possibilities. When we saw him on the Kufra, it wasn't too great the first day he played it, but I'm sure he's been running. Like, knowing Chicken Man, the kid practices, and the guy's got a mind. So even if his mechanics aren't amazing on a certain roam hero, his positioning is always good. His, you know, giving vision, where he needs to be at the right time and still making plays happens, that stuff is always running in his brain. So I think it's just a matter of time as he kind of gets into gear of getting some of those actual tight mechanics down.
One thing that is a big question for me is the biggest, I don't want to say weakness, but the biggest frustration for BTK when they face a team like the TheOhioBrothers is that early game aggression. Get on to Zane, let him know you're there, keep poking around him to kind of drive him crazy when he's to try to interrupt that farming. And I'm wondering if Area 77 has something in their toolkit to kind of drive that point home. I haven't seen it too much. And also when we're taking a look at the Lord Pit fights, the first game Area 77 just had with Avalon, they were kind of lackluster when it came to some of those retry battles. And I know on the other side, we've had that kind of same experience with MOBA Zane, but both of these teams kind of climbing up. We're going to see which team kind of puts it together when it comes to those pit fights.
Yeah, I think when it comes to pit fights, I still, you know, especially the way DPR was playing last game. I think Mobazane may have the advantage, and I feel like BTK does a pretty good job. When they're in their zone, they do a good job at, zoning out the pit and creating space at the right time. To whereas Area 77 plays at a bit more distance, Jules Cutie doesn't get as personal. They're a bit more like reactionary. Like they wait for you to expend your skills, and then we attack back and try to attack harder, which worked very well against Avalon. But how is it going to play against BTK now? Mark Cutie, the magician, once again trying to make magic happen, picks up the Bruno here. The damage is insane. It's definitely a viable pick, and I think it's good for them up front.
Not just that, and he's going to be laning up against ISO as well, who's no slouch in the marksman position himself. And this is going to be a very interesting matchup for me to see how these two laners with each other. I do more. He's kind of come up here when it comes to the meta. He's been that huge amount of damage he's going to be able to dish out, and especially when you move into the late game. Fly Chicken, you were mentioning it, likes to favor those EXP / roam type of picks, and the Edith has been a big central point for that when it comes to the CC he's able to put on.
Yeah, I feel like Area 77 could have got a little more targety with their bans. I feel like they just kind of banned what they don't want to go against, and not really what we see BTK play all the time, because we don't see a whole lot of Valir on the side of BTK. We don't see a whole lot of Xborg, honestly. And it's not because those heroes are always banned. It's just because it's not really something they favor. Yato, he's normally on something a bit more ranged. He likes to have a nice positional mage, a nice backline mage, unless he's playing something like the Lilia. So he picks up the Novaria, and it's probably going to do great with him. Same thing with Fly Chicken. I think he's going to come in, he's going to pick up the Edith. We've seen how he engages on it. We've seen even the damage packs a punch. They do go for the Basho, which is a good target of Mobazane, but Mobazane's still going to get his Fredrin, which we know how devastational that can be.
Yeah, it's no surprise he picks up the Fredrin, especially since how great Mobazane is on it. There's a lot of critiques go around about the Fredrin, but I mean, you don't really have to be as flexible with your hero pool when you're as good as Mobazane is on it, and has yet to be proved wrong with everyone except for the TheOhioBrothers. So we're gonna see if Area 77 has something, especially able to burst that down. I do like the Gord pick for this too. You do have that true damage in there. It's just gonna be, can you protect Gord while he's that sitting duck through that ultimate? Now we're moving into the second banning phase, and we're taking out the Kufra and Franco for the Bloodthirsty Kings, and a Yuzong for Area 77.
Yeah, no suppression for the side of BTK, and I like the Yuzong pick. T, it's like one of his signatures, man. The man does amazing on it. And with that, what else is open for him? The Paquito's still there. Area 77, I'm wondering if they're going to keep on banning into T here. Maybe take out the Paquito, maybe take out the Lapu. Uranus is still open as well. That could be a possible good ban. Anything to kind of slow T down here and give Merciless a slightly better matchup could be helpful. But since BTK has first pick, if they do want to pick their EXP laner first, banning too heavily into it could be bad for Merciless.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem when it comes to these banning phase. Oh, we're gonna take out Harith for Area 77. It's funny that you talk about the Yuzong, because that is a good pick that T does like to sit on. And we were just talking about some of these early bans from Area 77, more generic, I want to say general, that they just didn't want to see, rather than a very specific ban based on BTK and their history. But we're all out of bans here, still waiting for a looks like a roam and a marksman for BTK.
Yeah, definitely. Well, an EXP laner, I think their roam is going to be that Edith, right? I know, it's so weird seeing Fly Chicken play roam. Yeah, it's like, yeah, they pick up the Beatrix, which ISO does well on. Area 77 now having to pick two back. They need an EXP laner and a roam. Kufra's gone. So many things are gone here. Maybe they pick up something like the Atlas, something a little crazy here.
For Area 77, Atlas, he's fallen off the meta because he's predictable.
Maybe
now.
Lolita?
Everybody understands. Oh, I mean, I don't hate the pick here right now. We're gonna see how well that plays into it. But like, I want to say that Atlas, he's fallen off because he's predictable now. Kind of the same reason that Jawhead used to be a great roam, but people learned what to expect. They know when they see him coming, and they know what they have to do to shut him down. Same thing with Atlas, and his early game can be a little rough. And we go with kind of the old faithful here. We're gonna go with Grok with the great setting potential with that wild charge.
Definitely Old Faithful. It's a great name for Grok. Old Faithful. A good old Grok. You never go... I mean, it's true. You can't really go wrong with it. Like, I would never see someone pick a Grok and be like, that's a bad pick. Like, I just feel like he always kind of fits. Doesn't really matter what the enemy... Like, there's times that he's really good, but then there's times that he's just good. You know, he's just a solid pick. And I think in this situation, he's just a pretty solid pick. He's going to be able to put some walls up, but he's also going to... If he can time those wild charges right during neutral objectives, it can definitely be the thing that gives DPR the advantage. And you mentioned Area 77 not being as good as like working as a team to get the objective. It was something that Avalon was doing very well last time, and DPR was kind of slacking. I think that's something that they're going to need in these pit fights if they want to go up against BTK.
I dare say this is the David and Goliath matchup here. Ooh. Area 77 taking on BTK with momentum at their heels. Can Area 77 overcome the hill that is the Bloodthirsty Kings?
It's definitely a hill, but Area 77, if there's a time to shine, it is definitely right now. Taking a look at these compositions, I will say that DPR may have a slight advantage with the Martis. I mean, in all actuality and technicality, I feel like the Martis does do a little, it does supposed to do well against the Fredrin. I do feel like there's some higher risk, high reward, but if played correctly, the Martis does end up winning out on some of these objectives against a Fredrin. In the sense of certain team fights, in the sense of mid and late game, if the Martis doesn't scale, the Fredrin is definitely the better pick. So Area 77 definitely has some things to do here. Another nice matchup I'm wondering about is how Mersos is going to do with this Arlot against T this time. He did end up getting the wins against Victor on the Paquito, but how is he going to pair against the Charizla?
Yeah, we already see a little bit of a stun here for Jules Cutie. I don't think Fried Chicken's actually looking for a big fight here. But, I mean, we're already seeing BTK. They're already showing a presence in the jungle, trying to create that frustration to interrupt the farming ability.
Ooh. I think in the laning phase, ISO might have the advantage here against Marcutie. Towards the end, that burst damage is definitely going to be insane for Marcutie. We saw how well... Ooh.
Yeah, Jules Cutie got caught, let out an ability, and was too close to Fly Chicken, who makes him regret it. That's going to be a first blood for BTK.
Yeah, that's a rough positioning for Jules Cutie there. He needs to stay in the back line, but because, as we've been saying all night, because it's not a super long range mage there. Yes, you do have some range with Magic Push, but still, you can't be, you're not too far away. He's going to have to watch out for Chicken, because Chicken's going to be targeting down, and same thing with Yato. Those snipe shots are coming for Jules.
Yeah, and you can see already zoning out Jules Cutie is Fried Chicken. This is going to be a first turtle for BTK without any contention from Area 77.
A turtle, a kill, a 400 gold lead up in the top lane, another kill. ISO takes out Marcutie off camera. That's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about some of the compositions and some of the teamwork, but also when it comes to BTK, there's just that insane amount of mechanical ability that they have on all of their heroes that cannot be ignored.
Yeah, definitely not be ignored at all. And every one of them, you could trust any of them to make a play happen. You know, yes, people always, ooh, a little bit of action on the boss side.
Yeah, DPR gonna have to use that Mortal Call to try to get away. We have the Primal Wrath from Fried Chicken, gonna be able to find the kill onto DPR and find himself a hasty escape.
And Fried Chicken still gets away, man. That is a problem. And what I was about to say is BTK, yes, people always, like this whole season, last whole season, it's like, oh, they're climbing, they're trying to do better. But that's because we're only comparing them to TOB, right? And right now, TOB sits at the top of the food chain, essentially, in this season, right? But against a team like Area 77, against in the lower bracket, BTK is still a very top caliber, man. And you mentioned it, every one of them can be trusted. Every one of them knows how to make a play happen. Yes, TOB, they have some trouble, but against others like here,
Yeah, DPR gets locked up by Fly Chicken. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Primal Wrath is out. Another kill for Fly Chicken onto DPR. Galscuity is trapped, trying to get away from this wall in a bad way. Gonna have to use that wild charge to get himself to safety. And now the overwhelming presence of BTK in the enemy jungle is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and it's White Chicken on this Edith, man. He's just able to get so up close and personal. He looks like the way Shark plays sometimes, man. He is just in their face. And with Yato standing behind him, the way they're moving around, this is all, like, the way White Chicken and Yato are moving together, it's different than how Baj and Yato used to move together, because sometimes they would split up a bit more. But Chicken and Yato are running a nice chemistry right now, to where Yato's firing these shots, Chicken's looking for Inge gauges, and they're working as a unit, which is something we weren't really seeing at first when these changes happened. But now it seems like, you know, there's some oil in the joints. The gears are starting to turn for BTK.
Yeah, and you can see great job by BTK to zone out the rest of Area 77. Nice little snipe there from Yato, bringing Merciless low. DPR gonna try to put some damage onto T. Turtle looks like it's gonna be going to Zane. He's alone up there. I mean, you don't have to really have retry battles if you're alone at the Turtle. DPR in trouble, and an Appraiser's Wrath doesn't finish. Oh. No, Yato able to clean up.
That is dirty, man. Just when he thought he got away, they pull him back in. And 0-3-0 on a Martis at 5 minutes is a very bad start for Area 77. And that's the risk, right? That's the reward. But right now, they only take the risk because Martis falling off in the early game is essentially a death sentence. He's going to, I mean, at this point, he could be useless for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and then an added problem because of how early and how hard he can fall off. You see Mobazane already charging for the purple buff of Area 77. He's not afraid. Jules Cutie can't even get close because he's afraid of getting caught in one of the CCs here. Mystic Gush is out, taking a brunt of the damage there. Actually gets taken out, and an Appraiser's Wrath finds DPR as well. It is a 1-6 game. Gals Cutie, Merciless trying to close ranks around Mobazane, who's going to be able to jump over that ledge to safety.
Bro, right now, I mean, that's such a good trade. Even though they lose T, still they get DPR again. Now he's at 4 deaths. Up on the top side, Mark Cutie also having trouble.
Fly Chicken just sitting under the tower, locks on to Mark Cutie. That's going to be a wrap. They find 2 kills for BloodThirstyKings with a tower.
8-1, 6.5 minutes in. It's very different than what we saw last series. Area 77 burnt out, taking some major damage, and BTK just playing such a good game right now, showing this is what happens when you come up to the top 3 section.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before, this skill level that is involved with a lot of these players. You can't make any mistake. I know Jules Cutie's kicking himself in the head for some of those distance negotiations he had with Fly Chicken, which immediately results in the CC, lockdown, and kill. Speaking of which, now we have 3 members of Area 77 trying to get onto this Turtle. Mobazane coming here from the flank. Navaria's ult is out, giving vision. Big wild charge lands on the 3 members. Mystic Gush is out. DPR finds the kill onto the Turtle, and now they are trying to disengage. I think there was a moment where they thought they could have a team fight, but they decided against it. Gals Cutie paying for that decision as the Appraiser's Wrath comes out. DPR on the wrong side is going to use that Mortal Coil to get away.
And there's the teamwork, right? That's exactly what we wanted to see from Area 77. We needed Gals to use those wild charges during the pit fights. He pops it off. He creates some space, times up with the Magic Gush perfectly, and that's what secures them that Turtle and essentially that fight. It's a small win, and it's still a huge uphill battle, and it could be a while. But let's take a look at some of these items. Mark Cutie has fallen behind a bit behind ISO, but he is starting to get a bit more in there.
A nice flicker there from Jules Cutie. He saw his life flash before his eyes as Chicken closed the distance to him. Now we have minions coming at mid, but DPR going to do his best to go ahead and clear them out. I want to say 4K isn't unbelievable. You know what I mean? Like, they still have a little bit of a chance here if they can kind of tighten up some of these rotations.
Yeah, something to point out, Merciless hasn't taken any deaths, so he's kind of a saving hope there. He did do really well last game on the R-Lot, and he seems to be doing okay in this game now. ISO has rotated down to the XP lane. He's going to start getting more gold down there, pushing, creating map control and macro.
Yeah, and right now they're looking to kind of, I want to say, get ahead of some of these rotations. We have a concealed play for members of BTK. Galscutie sitting there getting vision on it. T coming from the flank. Ooh, they kind of chase Galscutie. Interesting decision from BTK. They might actually pay for it. And the Primal Wrath gets bursted down by Jules Cutie with that Mystic Gush. And BTK are a player down. They are able to find the kill onto Galscutie, but that's a roam trade there for both teams. So it's 4-4 right now, as looks like we're going to reset on the map.
Yeah, roamer for roamer, not a bad trade for Area 77, but still it's not a win. And BTK does have a nice control over this pit right now, and Mobazane taking 0 deaths. He's a level ahead of DPR. DPR needs to try to catch up, or he's going to have a lower retry count. So they got to try to do something. They got to try to kick up some gears. Even if they don't go for this Lord, they need to make plays elsewhere. At least Marcuti takes a tower there, but Lord still getting melted down. I don't know if DPR is going to be able to pull this off.
Yeah, they're coming in here about a third health, 10% left onto this Lord. PR snatches it away from Mobazane, and Area 77 are getting out of dodge. They got what they wanted. They're trying to leave the city in a hurry.
Oh my god, I love it. They hit the conceal. They're like, we got it, run! Everybody get out! They pulled it off, and now Merciless.
Oh, Merciless, maybe a little too hungry for his eyes. Jumps into 4 members of BTK and gets bursted down. We do have a non-luminous Lord making his way at the bottom lane there, while the rest of Area 77 going to go ahead and reset.
Hey, there's that problem that we see sometimes, you know, with the mid tier. There's the difference between the rest in the top. It's when you get a win, when you get a Lord, you get a small W in your book, you get that check mark. You make some weird mistake after, and Merciless dives into 4 members. Like, I don't care. It wasn't that important. You didn't have to get Yato there, but he tries it and he fails. And that dub that you just got now turns into more of an even boundary.
Yeah, and Mobazane actually gets caught with the final slash, bursted down by Marcuti, and with a little help from Jules Cutie. Fried Chicken comes in, CC laid out. ISO with the ultimate off the side, trying to secure the kill. Merciless finds Fried Chicken. That is 2 kills unanswered for BloodThirstyKings, and now they're going to go ahead, try to make a push here at mid. ISO trying to defend Galscutie, and look at how much damage he's doing to Galscutie. That's a roam, and he's bursting him down like a minion.
Yeah, and Marcuti also starting to output some burst damage, even with a couple deaths. They got to watch out for ISO, though. He's 4-0-2, and his damage is just going to start going off the charts in another minute or two. And if Area 77 doesn't have an answer to that, it's going to become a huge issue. Here's one thing to point out, though, with Area 77 is just kind of like game 1 against Avalon, they find this rubber band, they find this bounce back, they know when their power spikes hit, and yes, it's a little late this game, it's around 11.5 minutes, but they know when they can push the fight, and that's just some of that game sense, some of that experience of being around for a long time. It's like, okay, now's our time to really push it in. Even though we're a little behind in gold, we still can put up a fight at this point. We've gotten some important items. We know where our heroes work and where they don't.
Yeah, we did see Galscutie got caught in that bush a little there. Ooh, Marcuti actually able to get that orange, but Fried Chicken tried though. And this is just kind of showing how well their presence is in the enemy side of the map. Fried Chicken doing a great job getting vision for his team, letting them know where they are. Still, though, 30 seconds left for this next Lord.
Most definitely. DPR, maybe in a bad spot, should be able to get away from this. But BTK still definitely controlling the map overall. They've lost a lot in that top lane, and towers are actually in favor of Area 77 right now, but I think this mid tower is really going to be the game changer for one of the teams, and that snipe damage hurts from ISO. Oh man,
God.
Poor Jules, he just can't get home.
Just trying to go home. Mercy, please. Just with the sniping ability, that's just the value you get from a Novaria. I definitely don't want to be trying to go home from the middle of the lane as she's lobbing spheres down there. DPR just realizing Fried Chicken's in there, going to get popped up for his efforts, using the Mortal Coil to get himself back to safety. Still 4 members here for Area 77 trying to contest this next Lord. Does look like this is going to be a Luminous Lord. They're trying to slow play it. Mobazane dancing around it. Novaria with the ultimate, giving vision on all the members of Area 77. A flank from Merciless. And the final slash comes out. ISO finds Galscutie. Jules finds ISO, and now we're still trying to battle. Flying Chicken goes.
Oh!
He is next. DPR is on a roll right now. They're trying to take down Mobile.
It's happening.
Can they bring down the mountain? And down he goes. This is going to be possibly a free lord for Area 77. What a switch up for that fight.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening, guys. Look at Mar! I thought he had it.
He wanted it so bad from Yato, but flickers out, and thankfully Marcutie did not, go all in for that. That's going to be the Lord for DPR and Area 77.
Holy cow. We went from a 4K deficit to a 3K lead for Area 77. Not only that, but towers are crumbling. The mountain is being climbed right now, and the aliens are here invading the Kings. BTK now on the back foot. We can't count them out, though. All it takes is one big play from T, one big play from White Chicken, or a really good snipe from ISO or Yato. As we mentioned in the very beginning, any one of their players with the heroes they have and with the composition they packed, anyone can make the game-changing moment for BTK.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, like, Merciless's positioning on that last Lord fight, finding himself north of the Lord, flanked into BTK with them just not realizing what was going on, and then came in with the big final slash on the whole team. Just an amazing performance by him, and especially to help the team and turn this around.
Yeah, and bro, not just like a great flank, but that final slash, it brought all of BTK into like one little death ball, and Area 77 knew it. And then DPR just combos up, able to bring them all together even more. And that was kind of it. And Marcutie, though we took those deaths early on, this is the Bruno for you, man. This is like one of those heroes that even if he takes a death or two, the damage still scales exponentially. Now, for anyone just watching, I know there's a pause, but with that always comes a great giveaway code. So make sure you take that down, type it in for a chance to win a tournament chest. So right now, back to the game though. Private, does Area 77 have this in the bag right now?
Nobody ever has a game in the bag against BTK.
That's BTK?
Yeah, there's no way. But they do have a sizable lead if they can continue to focus without making some of those mistakes that we saw in the early game, especially when it comes to Jules Cutie. Like we said, he's on the gourd. He doesn't really have a lot of movement, and he has been getting caught. Oh, as we're talking about that, in comes Merciless onto Mobazane, trying to assist with this Lord, getting to the lane. All lanes crashing in for Area 77 now, but BTK makes short work of that Luminous Lord. Oh, look at this tower. It's actually, Mystic Gush is out for Jules Cutie, zoning out the rest of the team. Marcutie trying to take down the tower and successfully brings down one high ground from BTK.
See, and I don't know, man, if you watch Marcutie in that tower push right there, he was dancing on the line of death, and oh!
Yeah, a little bit of a trouble here. JL's Cutie and Jules in trouble here. Mobazane with the taunt onto Merciless.
Oh!
Flash comes out. DPR finds the decimation onto Mobazane, and now putting his... Oh, no. Decimation missed on the Fly Chicken. Didn't do enough damage, but there is Merciless to clean up the pieces. Out comes those sniper shots from the Novaria, and almost tried to put one onto Marcutie as well from ISO.
Man, Marcutie right now, he saved that Purify for the perfect time. He gets knocked up, still dashes back, gets his range, gets back.
Oh man!
What was that?
Multi-zone for T punishes Jules for, I want to call it, a greedy ultimate onto that gourd.
Holy cow, that was Yato plus T damage right there. And, giving their ex-teammates a nice welcoming hug to their inhibitors right there. Don't overstep your welcome. And that's what just happened. Area 77, this is going to give BTK a chance to come back. Let's take a look at some of these items. Marcutie, Haasklausen, he's already maxed out right now, as an ISO is trying to catch up. They both got the Wind of Nature down. ISO does pick up the Hunter Strike there, getting a little bit of speed if he wants to go for the Mach and get a little bit of movement around. I'm wondering if that's the right choice. It's not something you always see on the Beatrix.
Yeah, you see DPR just swinging away at Zane, but he's so tanky. It's barely like a tickle on him. It's more or less just kind of to annoy him while Gal's Cutie kind of gets into position here. Now DPR dragging the Lord to his position now, trying to get it into prime for Area 77. You can see on the side lane, though, good positioning for BTK, looking to possibly steal this tower. Catches Mark Cutie, who is going to be able to dive out of the way. Gal's Cutie from the flank finds a wild charge on the fly chicken. Is going to get taken out by Mar Cutie, and that is one player down for BTK. Lord has been reset for Area 77, but you have to feel just a little bit more confidence when you're sitting at one player over.
I have to give some credit to Mobazane there. He let the Lord reset. Once Chicken died, he walks over, he's like, oh man, all right, we let it reset. That might not be the saving grace, but it does buy some time. They know that they now have a disadvantage over this pit, and Mobazane doesn't get too cocky with it, right?
No.
Oh my god, that's a lot of
They didn't
damage.
check that bush, and T lying in wait, trying to put the damage onto DPR. Out comes the ultimate, giving vision for the rest of BTK. DPR doing a great job bursting down this Lord. He's gonna go ahead and get a big wild charge, lands, and Mark Cutie finishes off Mobazane. Down goes Jules Cutie as well, and Merciless is giving chase for the rest of BTK. Diving in, T might be in trouble here. This still has that immortality, but thankfully, Area 77 think the wiser of charging in.
Wow. Area 77 is here, man. You know, Mark Cutie, that Bruno is definitely getting put on the ban list. And Mark Cutie's, I'm not like taking anything away from Mark Cutie. He's a great player with a lot of marksmen, but the Bruno, it just does so much damage, man. And with the Purify, BloodThirstyKings just can't get to him, man.
Yeah, now we're starting to continue on. Penalty zone lands. It might be problems for Area 77. Immortality has been activated. T in problems. Final slash locks onto him, and he still has that immortality. The base is down, and I think Area 77 have done the unthinkable, have gotten a game off of BTK.
Not just a game, but game number 1. You know, I think a lot of us came into this thinking, all right, Area 77, maybe they get a game here, right? Like maybe they get 2. But I don't think any of us expected we were going to come into game 1 and they take that. Yes, they do have some momentum going with them. DPR's had a lot of practice in the Lord pit for the past hour and a half, you know, facing against Avalon. So they were definitely prepared. But still, BTK had the lead. And you know, you normally only see like top dogs come back from a 4K gold lead and are able to like hang it out. And Area 77 just showing up right now.
Man, there's intense games, and there's what that was. As we take a look at some of the stats here, I mean, big things that stand out to me. I still took a lot of deaths, Mark Cutie did, but man, at the end kind of pulled through against BTK.
So in that final moment there, Mark Cutie sells Wind of Nature. Well fighting at that before he dies. He gets knocked up. I don't know when he pulled that sell off, but he got the double knock up right when I was talking about them not being able to catch him. They catch him, right? And he's able to grab that immortality in the nick of time. I don't know exactly when he picked it up, but he had Wind of Nature last time we saw his items, when we saw him completely max out. He picks up the immortality, and that was a game changer right there. Because even after he dies, he dashes to the side there. That forces Yato away, and it gives Area 77 even more time to really get that final finish in.
Yeah, I believe this is that last fight. You see Mobazane taking a heap of damage there, and then they charge in with a beautiful wild charge. Merciless comes in front line, trying to set the tone for his team. You can see T dive over as well. It's just such a great, and a lot of offense. Took them a little bit to kind of get going against BTK, maybe a little bit of a nerves, but man, did they show confidence in that last half of that game.
Yeah, DPR as a sandbag, just taking tons of damage. But even then, you mentioned it, he was going toe-to-toe with Mobazane there in the end game, just kind of being the harasser. And that's where the Martis can come in clutch, right? Let's take a look at some of the damage. Mark Cutie holding 35%, but Jules also doing an amazing job for his team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost speechless here. Nobody thought Area 77 was going to make it through the last match. Now they're here standing toe-to-toe with a BTK here, and I think we already know there's going to be some changes to this draft that we're going to see next here.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Like, we saw BTK targeting them in the last draft already, right? Like, we already saw them kind of like honing in on some picks that they didn't want to see. And Area 77 still comes through. Area 77 was the team that didn't target BTK. So definitely interesting. BTK this time on the blue side. Area 77 up a game. Just to remind everybody, this is a best of 5, so we still have a long road to go. And like you said, Private, you never count BTK out.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing about them. We were talking about how skilled they are, especially when it comes to mechanical ability. People like Fly Chicken, Mobazane, Yato. I mean, the entire team has just some great micro. We even saw a lot of mistakes early game from Area 77, especially Jules Cutie getting caught on that gourd. But to be able to kind of have that confidence, to have that patience, to be like, all right, guys, we just need to kind of take it slow. Remember what our power points here are. And then as we started moving into the later and later game, they were starting to push back BTK, get them away from the Lord, allowing DPR time. Like, there was points where DPR was not even contested. He was alone at the Lord while the rest of the team was pushing away BTK. And this is what I've been wanting to see from Area 77, is that synergy and that grouping, that understanding of what you need to do as a team to be able to get a lot of these objectives.
You know, and there was definitely some misreads there. I think it was like that last Lord. When Fly Chicken and ISO went into that side bush, they wanted to try to get a flank, right? And Fly Chicken kept trying to engage onto Mark Cutie. And I don't know if they thought the Purify was gone already, if he just kept forgetting about the Purify, or what it was. But every time he would go to engage, it was essentially a death sentence for himself. Because yes, you get the knockup, but then Mark Cutie just dashes away. You can't do anything to him because he has a Purify, and then you're in kill range and you can't do anything back to him. And that was kind of one of the scale tippers there. Once Mark Cutie was able to kind of get the rhythm there and start outputting damage, as long as he had his Purify and clutch, he was able to just respond to every one of those plays so well. Now, coming into these bans, the Bruno is going to be gone this time. Also the Kaja. Area 77 decides to get rid of the Martis. So this will be the first time in 4 games. The past 3 games he's played Martis every time. Now in game 4, he's going to have to pick something else.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of wondering what you're going to use against BTK here. You were talking a little bit about that side play from Chicken, and I have to believe, kind of like on the same vein that Basic was at. I mean, you put a lot into that, hoping that the team might not notice, hoping that you can get that flank, but there's always that possibility the team notices you, or like we were saying, they get the vision and they check all of these bushes while they're in the Lord fight, trying to make sure that they're not going to get surprised. I want to put that more as a plus for Area 77, having that knowledge, moving around the map and making sure that they're clearing things out while these Lord fights are going on. It just an incredible game from them that we saw last time. And I mean, it's going to be very interesting because now we're looking at both players going to be without their, I want to say, their main jungler characters, as Fredman was taken off the board as well by Area 77.
Yeah, we're digging deep into those pockets today. Mobazane gonna have to pull, maybe pulls out the Karina, maybe pulls out something even crazier. The Keto is still open. We've seen him rock into that a few times. So still options. We see this Kadita get picked up for BTK, and honestly, I feel like it could go any way. White Chicken played a really good Kadita the other day, didn't he? Maybe it was last week, I couldn't remember, but I feel like he ran a good Kadita roam the other day. But we also know Yato can play that as well if they want. So some flexibility starting from BTK, which is something I like to see from them because we don't see it all the time. Area 77 switching it up. We're going to pick up that Valier once again for the roaming position. And I mean, either one of them could run roam. You could run Novaria roam. You could run Valier roam. My guess is it's going to be the Valier. We saw how well Gals did it against Avalon. Is it going to work against BTK though?
And there goes that Paquito. And it's kind of interesting that you mentioned it too, is because it does kind of work in a nice little flexible position there. And that's what I like to see during these drafts, is like heroes that we don't actually know which role they're fitting into. Paquito, great in the XP lane. We've seen how T can handle it before, but also it's been kind of mentioned out before. It's not something Mobazane dips into, but he is still great when he does have that Paquito in the jungler. It's one of those things that for lack of using a lot of the assassins, Paquito is one of those that can do basically the same thing, traverse around the map quickly and put on an insane amount of damage in very little time.
I mean, one of BTK's biggest, I would say their biggest weakest points in the past season, even last season, was their drafts in a sense of they were never very flexible. It's very one-directional. And this is probably the most flexible I've ever seen them, which is really nice to see for once because it's true. It keeps the enemy guessing. And even me, as a caster, like, I don't really know if that Paquito is going to stay in EXP or if Mobizane's going to pick it up. I don't know if that Kadita is going to be in Fried Chicken or Yatos. It's not as like when the Fredrin gets picked up, even though that's flexible, you always know Mobizane is going to have it. Like, you just know. It's not a flex pick when BTK picks it up. You know, there's no like question. But this time, there are questions. After the Paquito was picked up, I said, oh, well, of course, Merciless picks up the Arlot. He did so well against Victor with it. So Area 77 does have an answer to that. So maybe BTK, unless T really feels good about it, maybe BTK wants to really put Mobizane on the pack.
Yeah, interesting. I feel like Area 77 has decided that the Paquito is not going to be the jungler because they're banning out more from Mobizane, taking out that Karina. On the other side, BTK taking out the Lance, trying to focus down more onto DPR. This is going to be an interesting match for me just because I find that DPR has not been as successful when Martis has been taken off the table for him. And I want to see how well Area 77 kind of molds around this new kind of when they don't really have that immediate early game pressure, especially because they didn't do great last game with the early game pressure. So maybe now if you're going to be talking about a jungler who that isn't their specialty, we're going to have to see how Area 77 deals.
Maybe a Bane from Area 77. Hasn't DPR picked that up? Didn't he pick it up yesterday?
Yeah, it hurts my heart because I love Bane, but seeing his win rate here in NACT is it's hurtful.
Can we talk about that Yin ban though from Area 77 here? We're digging. We're picking up We're like, listen, Mobizane, I don't know what you're up to, guy, but we're banning it all out. All right. Yin. All right.
Okay.
They do pick up the Harris for gold lane here. Mark Cutie going to get to flash a bit more. I'm wondering how he's going to play out on that. And now we get to see finally what BTK picks up.
Yeah, I mean, Harith, and that's almost, well, I guess it's not going to be flexible. That's definitely going to probably be going into the marksman position. Well, actually, yeah, I mean, it has to be going in there, but that puts you at a very heavy magic damage centric composition here that, I mean.
Yeah.
You start building up defense for that early from BTK.
Maybe they go for like a heavy damage dealer on DPR. Maybe they go for like an assassin here or something just to kind of like really lay down the law. I feel like that might be the only option to try to even out their damage output and not just have everything magic damage. But it's like we haven't really seen DPR. Like he used to be Pog, like when he used to be Poggy, he was very well known as like a great Lance player and things like that. But we haven't really seen him flex around well, at least like play well on an assassin jungle. So let's see what happens. It does look like Mobizane is going to be playing the Paquito because I don't think he's going to play glue in the in the jungle position. So it does look like the pack is going to be flexed over. Yato will be picking up the Valentina, and Fried Chicken will be playing. Oh, now this.
What?
Let's see. Let's see. This is what I was saying. They needed physical damage. There's your assassin in the jungle. Can DPR pull it off?
Yeah, and this brings in that early game pressure. Like Fanny is actually remarkable in the early game. However, I want to say Area 77 is going to need to protect her. Let her get those buffs, because if I'm BTK, I'm not going to allow her to get anything, especially in that early game. We all know how dangerous she can be.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage on the side of Area 77, and they picked it up last. Like, such a good spot. Like, you barely ever see that happen, and I just think BTK wasn't prepared for it. But to pull this out in Game 2, it's, like, perfect timing. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn real quick, though.
Yeah, it is BTK taking on Area 77. And if you believe it or not, Area 77 up 1 game on BTK.
Listen, man, Area 77, they're showing they're ready to play with the big dogs. It's been a while, but this is the derby right now. Area 77 up against BTK. And like I mentioned, pulling out this Fanny in Game 2 is so clutch because BTK was not prepared for it. they have nothing really to deal with it, honestly. They have no hard suppression. They don't have a Cooper. They don't have any of the typical counters. Maybe Mobazane, the Terrify, maybe Mobazane can really time those knockout strikes right and get the knock-up on it to stop the cables. But still, nothing huge for BTK to handle. I think their real answer is go for invade, but they have a squishy mid lane, so even that's hard.
Yeah, that's, I mean, the only thing that you really have is possibly Fly Chicken being able to land that Petrify and the whole team collapsing on him right away. But, I mean, it depends how DPR, I haven't actually seen him play Fanny just yet. So we're going to see how well he kind of, because the early game matters a lot. You need to take advantage of that from her to really kind of push your team forward.
Yeah, I'm still having trouble stomaching all of this right now, because if I look at like that Fanny is just such a game changer here.
Oh,
he still picks it up.
Gets away with the beautiful kill onto the BTK there. What intention already onto Fly Chicken.
I don't know whether to call that rust or like or just mad skill. Either way, it was scary. DPR does pull it off though there. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen him on the Fanny or even really on Assassins in general, but we're seeing some possibilities.
Yeah, and what a time to pull it out to against the BTK here. And like you said, they weren't really expecting, there's nothing really on the board to counter it. But I mean, we've talked about it before. You can't count out BTK because of that great mechanical ability that they have. We're gonna see if that kind of pays off here, especially when it comes to a few of these turtle fights where Fanny doesn't really shine dancing around the pit. T goes in, Fly Chicken tries to get the rough waves, misses, DPR locks on, taking a heap of damage from Yato for his troubles. DPR's gonna have to use those cables to get away. T locking on to Merciless, but that's gonna go ahead, leave this turtle open for Mobazane and the rest of BTK.
I don't know, not just yet. Fanny still could swing in here.
Oh, T's gonna be taken out by DPR. Still, Mobazane working on this turtle is gonna be able to take that down, but you're looking at a 2-kill lead for Area 77.
Yeah, not only a 2-kill lead, but 2 kills into the pocket of Fanny, which is a great start. Mobazane does still have the level advantage here, especially after taking that turtle, which is important, right? And BTK barely behind it. Oh!
This is what we were talking about when we talked about getting vision. Area 77, Gals Cutie and Jules Cutie didn't check that bush, allowed Chicken that great setting potential on that Kadita.
All right, so Fanny has the mallet. Let's take a look at the gold lanes, though, because we haven't talked about them a whole lot. Both just about even. Mark Cutie does go for the Calamity Reaper. It's a little bit of a cheaper item, so he's going to get his first item in up front. ISO still waiting on his right now. Neither of them go for boots, but that's just like so common now in the gold lane, which I don't know if it's just like the mobility or when that really happened where it just became like the thing where nobody, like they're not even picking up first boots. They're just going completely bootsless. Barefoot in the land of Dawn right now. I'm cool with it though.
Feet slapping against that gold
man.
lane.
Come on, guys. Dirty footing all across the land of Dawn.
Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense, especially for the early game. If you're not getting ganked a lot, you don't really need a lot of that movement speed. Gals Cutie gonna get caught again. Checking the bush there, gets caught by Fly Chicken, but Yato puts the finishing touches on him. Ooh, look at that nice little chunk there.
That's the problem with the Valier Roam, right? Especially up against Kadita. Fly Chicken. Oh!
Oh, DPR
coming back
on the Mobazane, who's gonna dash his way to safety. But man, I want to say DPR doing a great job, but for every single kill he gets, I want to say the rest of Area 77 kind of faltering when it comes to the vision and getting ganked out by BTK.
Mark Cutie, though, still doing okay, and he's always kind of the saving grace, right? As long as he can go deathless, there is a win condition in Area 77's book. But ISO also, the fact that both gold laners are just having such a neutral game right now, no one's really ganking, there's just action everywhere else on the map, it really just kind of shows that right now there's no way to tell who's ahead.
Yeah, DPR going to go ahead, clean up this turtle. Not much contention from BTK just yet. I think they're trying to wait for those kind of power spike. They don't want to deal with a Fanny early game, and they've been doing, I want to say, a decent job kind of avoiding it, sans those 2 deaths they took early game.
All right, so 5 minutes in, we're getting into the mid game here. Who's going to hit the better spike? I feel like the fact that MobaZane hasn't taken a death, Paquito's always dangerous, and the way that Area 77 has been moving around, Galscutie and Jules haven't had the greatest positioning. If MobaZane can take advantage of that, if Fried Chicken can keep taking advantage of it, it could be the win condition for BTK.
And yeah, and that's exactly it, is when they can. Oh, we do have ISO with that blazing duet, locking on the Marcutie. Doesn't have the damage just yet. DPR comes in, might not be a fight he wants. Able to take down ISO and zooms back out into the night.
Yeah, we're starting to see, I mean, even with DPR being, was kind of a little behind, MobaZane still is in terms of experience. The kill threat of Fanny, it's literally why she's always been banned. Like, in so many, depending on who you're going against, Fanny is just like perma-banned. And I think BTK just didn't expect this at all. And the surprise factor is always important. And DPR this time landing trap his zone.
Yeah, Yato in a little bit of trouble. Is going to use that dash to get away from DPR. He's locked on in between two members. Is he going to be able to find the kill? Great job by MobaZane creating the space for his laner. Marcutie in trouble here. Zaman forces a little late as ISO locks on with that blazing duet. A little bit of a stun comes out from Galscutie, but MobaZane on the flank looking for a kill. Is going to go ahead, clean up this jungle, and it's going to be more than enough clearance for BTK to take down this first tower. Speaking of which, MobaZane dives in on the Jules Cutie and is going to have to find herself an escape.
And they finally find Marcutie, which is huge for BTK here. And Fried Chicken's been hunting for it. That's like a second or third try going up there. But third try is the charm, and they're going to be able to get that kill, which is going to be very important for ISO as the game moves forward. I mean, he's going to be able to rotate now. Oh, Yato in trouble.
Oh, Yato in a little bit of trouble there. Is trying to get himself away. Merciless locked on. Is going to finish him off with that final slash. Meanwhile, T in a little bit of trouble here, trying to be a nuisance at the purple buff of Area 77. Going to use that split to run himself to safety. ISO from the flank with that blazing duet, locking on to all of Area 77. Merciless gonna have to use the flicker to get away. Zaman Force has been activated, and Fried Chicken finds a kill onto Jules Cutie. In comes MobaZane, taken out by Marcutie.
Bro, they're everywhere, man. This is a bloodbath right here. Fried Chicken though playing.
Oh, Marcutie in trouble, trying to go back home in the middle of base. Fried Chicken finds the pick onto him.
Fried Chicken's playing such a good game on this Kadita right now. 4-1-1. Always at the right spot at the right time. ISO in trouble.
Oh, yeah,
we'll be able to get away
is going to be able to get away as well. And still minions for BTK. Oh, actually, that he just got bursted away. So we have one tower thus far for BTK at the 8-minute mark. 2 towers now.
Yeah, 2 towers, which is good, right? And they're side towers, which means ISO and T can be a bit more involved in these fights, which I feel like right now BTK kind of needs that. They don't want to have anyone hanging loose too much because DPR is going to search for that. He wants to find that one person. He wants to come in a little bit delayed and try to reap the kills after people have been knocked down a bit. But if BTK can kind of play the game right, then I think they'll do okay. Fried Chicken is the only one I feel like that really should be like venturing off, and even I don't know where he is half the time. He's normally not even involved in the fight. He's waiting for Jules to branch off. He's waiting for someone to go back. He sits in a bush and he finds a kill, and he's found 4 of them already. He's got 4 out of 5 of the kills for his team, and as a roamer, that's huge, right? Especially because as a Kadita roamer, you do kind of want the extra gold.
Yeah, Marcutie decides against trying to fight Fried Chicken, gets the objective he wanted, and zooms out. DPR, Galscutie finding a good position on the side of Fried Chicken and ISO, but they think twice about it and can look for some positioning on this Lord. Big BTK group in that bush. Find DPR, burst him down. Yato with the kill. Now we're focusing on the Marcutie. MobaZane finds and secures the kill there. This is good looking for this first Lord.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy Lord for BTK. DPR also going to need to be careful. Now, here's one thing. Like, yes, they don't have any huge counters, but they also don't have, like, a bunch of easy kills. You have the Terrify from Yato that can stop the Fanny in its track. You have Fried Chicken, who can rough waves away and escape. You have MobaZane, who can dash through walls. And then you have ISO, who has the BMI, who can kind of, like, also sidestep and get out of those cables. So if DPR doesn't play it right, he's going to be a sitting duck here and there.
Yeah, and as we were talking about that, Oh, Fly Chicken finds another one. Gal's Cutie goes down to Mobazane. Rest of BTK fighting it out as Area 77 trying to create some distance. Mark Cutie on the back end, putting the damage onto T right now. Merciless still frontlining, doing a good job for his team. I also want to say, I don't think that there is a great front line for Area 77 right now.
Yeah. There is, I mean, honestly, there's the fact that they win for the assassin jungle, it's good, but you sacrifice that front line essentially. And Merciless, we already talked about, he does great in the R-Lot, but it's not like this super bulky, crazy front liner. We do have a pause coming in from the side of BTK. Lord Push is going to be coming soon as well. Area 77 needing to prepare for that.
Yeah, and as always, a giveaway code at the bottom for those of our viewers waiting there patiently. I do want to say, too, unfortunate for Area 77, a lot of this early game was a highlight reel for Fly Chicken. Great positioning and always able to find those great kills onto Kadita. And Jules and Gals definitely need to be just a little bit more careful. But like we said, there's not really a front line. So who is the one from Area 77 who's going to be checking these bushes? I think BTK know that, and they're taking advantage of it.
Yeah, this is kind of what we wanted to see Avalon do in Game 2 against Area 77. You know, take advantage of that squishy mid side. They had the Valir roam. So, I mean, that's the downside of picking, you know, a mid-mage plus a support mage roam, essentially, is you are just prime targets for the picking, and BTK is actually performing what they're supposed to performing. They're taking advantage of that, and they're swinging the game heavily into their favor. It's a 6K gold lead at this point, a little under 6K gold lead for BTK. Lord's going to be coming. Area 77 hasn't cracked that mid tower yet, so they're kind of getting pushed back through the mid, which is an important spot of the map. They don't have much control, and they're in a bad spot for sure. We're going to be jumping back into the game, though, Private.
Yeah, and the problem is, too, is once you start getting behind, once you start getting into that late game, Fanny is far less effective as she usually is. I do like that spear coming out, drops Yato and Fly Chicken, actually takes a big chunk out of them. Merciless getting caught by T, throwing out those splits, waiting for the damage to come out. And right now, Area 77 trying to play the defensive game.
Yeah, DPR also doing a little bit of split pushing, getting some of these, you know, relieving some pressure with the macro. He should be able to get home on this. I don't think Mobazane's going to be able to find him, but still, little plays like that, especially when you know you're able to clear the Lord, it helps a lot because it keeps BTK out of your face a bit. So they're going to be able to breathe now for a second, but as you mentioned, even if they have space to breathe, if Jules, Cutie, and Gals aren't careful about where they're stepping, it's going to spell doom for them. I want to see Jules checking bushes more with that Meteor, right? Using it as that because they don't have that. Same thing with Gals. He needs to be throwing those fireballs before he just jumps into a bush. Yes, you could argue it's a waste of utility, but at this point, it's the only way they're going to be able to move around.
Yeah, and especially with how on point Fly Chicken has been with those rough waves, with that Petrify as well. I mean, you cannot afford to take any more kills, even if you are losing those utilities. Like right here, T sitting in the bush here. I'm not sure if Merciless and Gals Cutie realize it yet. We are going to go ahead and activate that Magic Sentinel, which is going to give them a little bit more vision. But now we're focusing on the purple buff, and Fanny's nowhere near it. DPR trying to get away from T here as now BTK starting to encroach onto this pit. Mobazane comes in. Fly Chicken finds a kill onto Jules Cutie. And in comes ISO with the blazing duet, putting the damage onto Mar and Merciless.
Bro, the way they move, man. Once Fly Chicken gets that kill, BTK's like, go, 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 go. And they just pounce, man. Anytime they take that small win and try to turn it into something huge every time. And not a lot of teams are just so clean like the way they do that.
Yeah, and that's just speaking about the history and the professionalism that BTK have, the experience when it comes to a lot of these. Mark Cutie in trouble here, gets locked on by T. I don't think he's going to be able to survive. This might be a bad way, especially when we're talking about a Luminous Lord coming in. T able to take down Mark Cutie, but DPR trying to punish him for it. All the while, BTK focusing on that Lord. They lose their roam, but Mobazane picks up another Lord.
Yeah, and DPR is going to try to clear this bottom wave, but BT, man, being a harassment, exactly what you're supposed to do as the XP laner, especially when you're on something like the Glue or the Uranus or anything bulky. You make them just expend everything on you, and it essentially gives them a free Lord. Yes, Area 77 may not have tried to contest that, but still, BTK just playing things textbook right now.
Yeah, and then we were talking about it. We're at the point right now where Fanny is not going to have as big of an impact, and BPR doing what he's supposed to when you're at this point in the game. Split pushing, maneuvering around the map, but we have a Luminous Lord coming through mid, and we're going to have to be looking at a decent defense here, especially with the lead. We're looking at about an 8k gold lead for BTK. Lord pushes in, throws an ISO off cam, gets DPR taken down. That is 1 kill already, and we're not even talking about the push from the Lord. Mobazane clearing out the minions at mid. Ooh, nice little chunk there onto Fly Chicken from Jules, but that's not going to be enough as minions are pushing through at the top high ground tower. Mobazane not looking to create a fight just yet. They have a good kill. Secure. Mark Cutie, nice, is going to be able to suppress his way out of that rough waves. Gals Cutie very low. Going to have to use that flicker. Is going to get taken out by ISO.
Yeah, this could be it. BTK just completely dominating his team fights. Every time Area 77 tries to fight back, BTK comes back with a better move instead. ISO 2-1-2 right now, just timing those blazing duets so well into the backside and constantly finding Jules. Now he's in that 0-4-0, and at this point, Jules seems to be the only big damage dealer, but if he keeps taking deaths like this, it's just not going to matter.
Yeah, and that's the issue too. I mean, he still is able, you're seeing the damage come out when he lobs out a lot of those abilities to BTK, but man, it could be so much more if he didn't take a lot of those early game deaths. Still, not even early game deaths, because he just took another one to Fly Chicken, who seems to have his number when it comes to a lot of these areas. DPR lying in wait, Mobazane coming in here. Oh man, look at that damage that went on the DPR, and still not able to get the purple buff. Merciless actually might be in a little bit of a problem here, getting locked down by Mobazane, trying to put the damage on, and he's going to get taken out by ISO.
I don't see the answer, man. I don't see the answer for Area 77. I think it's time to just call GG's at this point, man. Like, BTK would have to just have a huge whiff, or Jules Cutie maybe gets one of those meteors offs that hits like 2 or 3 members, but they have to find a way to,
Yeah. And that's exactly what happens in late game if you're behind on that Fanny. ISO comes in with the blazing duet, starting to put a little damage onto the team. You can see ISO alone putting damage onto the core. Gals Cutie actually finds a kill onto it. We were talking about whiffs, but it's not going to be enough. BTK claim game 2 against Area 77.
And a good game 2 at that. BTK show that, yeah, you beat us in game 1, but we're coming back even stronger because they took that one in a dominating fashion, just sweeping through Area 77, you know, showing all the naysayers, yeah, we're still here. Don't count, what do we say? Don't count BTK out. It's 1-1, but still it's a 1-1. I'm glad we didn't have a sweep.
A sweep against BTK? That would have been...
No, I'm glad BTK didn't sweep, but...
But I mean, we were talking about it earlier. We were worried about not actually having any direct counters to Fanny. But on the other side of that sword, we had heroes that really weren't prone to Fanny ganks in the first place, and a lot of CC on their team, as we saw. Let's take a look at these stats.
Yeah, taking a look at everything. BTK just had a huge gold lead at the end there. Over 10K. Fly Chicken goes full on damage, and that's all he had to do, man. From the very beginning, he was just picking off Jules and Gals one by one. Look how behind they are. 7,000 gold on each of them. I mean, not even able to get any major items. Gals ended up going for Brute Force Breastplate and Athena's Shield there, becoming a lot more of a utility roam there. I mean, yes, you have the slow there, but still just unable to defend at all. ISO was completely decked out by the end of that game, has the Wind of Nature, has Corrosion Sights, has the whole Trinity build, plus the penetration just to kind of seal the deal there.
Yeah, and it just was from start to finish. Once you start taking those early deaths on those heroes that are supposed to be your huge damage dealers, once you start making them afraid to traverse the map, you're going to have issues with the rest of the game. And unfortunately, Area 77 never able to find that proper footing. You see right there, Fly Chicken dives under tower and find Jules Cutie again. And this is the problem when you let out a Kadita. Her ability to kind of dive under there, it's very hard to pick those safe spots during the game.
And taking a look at some of the stats, BTK, honestly, everyone's pretty even. ISO does take off with 30%, but the rest of the team all sitting around 20 except for T. And this just kind of goes to show to the point that we were making in the beginning, is that all of them can make plays happen. Yes, Fly Chicken, I feel like, was definitely the, the tide turner in that game, the one who kind of put everything into BTK's hands. But even Mobazane on the damage, on the Paquito, here we haven't seen him got to play a whole lot lately, did an amazing job. Same thing with Ayato and ISO.
Yeah, an intense game there. We're gonna have to see if maybe a few changes need to be made with the draft. Kadita, I mean, it was a hard pill to swallow. Chicken, I mean, there's a few things that Chicken might be weak on, but you talked about it earlier. We've seen Chicken on Kadita, and it's one of his strong suits when it comes to that position. While Rome might not be his best role, there are certain heroes. He's still far above some players in that role.
I'm starting to think the Chicken's just strong on everything, man. He is like, I don't know what that man's made of, but he is definitely a monster. Now let's jump into match number 3, 1-1, Area 77 up against BTK. Area 77 will be on the blue side this time. Now, in 2 games, we haven't seen a whole lot of target banning from Area 77. We've seen a bunch of it from BTK. Do we finally see that change here?
Well, I mean, we had the Boxia taken out. We had Fredrin taken out. We also had Karina taken out. I'm not sure where we kind of focus on here. We saw how deadly that Paquito can be, but I mean, it's very hard. You were just talking about a lot of skilled players on BTK. Do you want to put all of your eggs into one basket of banning one person while you're leaving it open for somebody else? It's pretty intense here. We do see, of course, the same Bruno ban being taken off the table by BTK here. Area 77 started off with that Boxia.
Focus Fly Chicken. I want to see Kaja, Edith, Kadita ban off the rip. See what happens. No, I think it could definitely be an answer. I think Fly Chicken is, I mean, the roamer that we all kind of wondered how he was going to be doing. He's been the game changer. Even in the last game, even when they lost, he still played a good game. Yes, a couple of missed calls with the Edith going against the Purify, but still, he has been a problem. And there goes the Kadita ban from Area 77. At this point, I wonder, do they just leave the Fredrin open for Mobazane? Martis is still open. BTK kind of reeling things back a bit. They go for the Yi ban this time, and that's going to leave some things open for Area 77 as well.
Yeah, I do like the Kadita ban. We still have Kaja out there. We took off the suppression from the Franco. I know last time we banned both of it. They're going to be very heavy-handed here. I'm wondering what we go with first. I'm assuming this might be a Martis ban from BTK, unless you're going to, or not. We're going to go ahead and give that to Area 77, or is that something that they possibly scoop up on BTK's side?
I don't know. Area 77 might first pick it, honestly. And I feel like they go for the Edith, which I gotta give Area 77 some props. I mean, I feel like they've been drafting, like when they do draft well, they have been drafting well. They're not scared to like take a pick from somebody, to ban and then also steal something. They're not always locking in the first things up front. And there goes BTK taking the Martis for themselves this time, and T locking in the export.
Oh man, and you know what? So we were talking about this before. Exborg was banned in the first 2 games by Area 77. So this is kind of the sacrifice they made by putting out that Kadita in exchange for the Exborg. So now they're going to have to deal with the Exborg on T. Oh, but yeah, you were just talking about it, taking away certain picks, and now we have the Paquito out there for Area 77.
Yeah, I mean, so we're kind of switching things up right here. And I was looking back on some notes, and T hasn't really played the Exborg that much. We've seen him play like one other time this phase. I don't know about past phases. So I'm wondering exactly how he's going to perform. And is this Edith on the side of on Area 77? Is it going to be Rome? Do we think, or do we think it's guarantee roam? Do we see it go into EXP? I mean, yes, it feels like it's always played in roam nowadays, but I wouldn't count Area 77 out to get a little weird.
Well, when it's in EXP, I think the big thing here is right now EXP laners, you want the fast clear, you want the cutting potential, you want them to be able to get to your team quickly. Edith doesn't exactly shine in some of those senses. She shines in that big durability and that CC ability that she has. So, I mean, when talking about it like statistically or strategically, I would be looking for it to go into the roam position, but I mean, this has been all surprises all weekend, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw her in the mid, honestly.
Jungle Edith, Area 77, getting crazy. I hope that they don't get crazy, because, you know, I feel like they've been doing so well at not getting crazy the past few games, you know, keeping things pretty simple. They have had the Valir roam pick, but even that's not like too out of this realm. BTK do lock in the Novaria once again for Yato, similar to game 1. Last game, Area 77 had the Novaria. They weren't able to play it as well. Area 77 still need a mage and possibly a jungler or a XP laner, depending on where the Paquito is going to go.
Very interesting that we take out the Angela from BTK's side. I honestly didn't even think of it until they banned it. I was like, yeah, that would actually be a great mix for some of these jungles, Edith or even Paquito. To have that heart guard for them. Now taking out the Beatrix from the side of Area 77. We're still looking for that marksman, still looking for that roam, I want to say, for BTK.
Yeah, a couple options. I'm wondering, you know, Mobazane on the Martis, I like it. We know how well, and it's been nice. It's been kind of refreshing saw him on the Paquito last game where he did some damage, possibly going to be able to do some damage on this Martis, so excited for that. Area 77, they still need an XP laner. What goes well against it? I feel like you want something, you want some movement. I wouldn't be against just putting this Paquito into the EXP lane. I feel like it would do well against the Xborg. You have the movement capabilities to dance around that first skill, and you also have the burst potential to burst down the Fragment armor with a combo, right? So I think you also have a bit more mobility when it comes to rotations and things like that. So really, I think that could be the call, but we'll see what Area 77 ends up picking out. Still have to put in their last ban. Maybe another marksman into ISO.
They're gonna take out that Grok. Paquito, I mean, the way I'm not even really looking at him for his matchup potential against an Xborg, looking more for his cutting potential and how fast he can kind of get to the lane, or even like I mean, Victor pretty much put on a class for people on how to use a lot of those XP laners and everything, all the boxes you're supposed to check to kind of have a successful time in that lane. So, and a lot of that really wasn't even matching up. You saw Victor last game against Area 77, a little struggle when it actually came up into the laning phase, when it actually came up into fighting against another XP laner, but that's not where a lot of XP laners shine here. Last bans are out. Faram is taken out by BloodThirstyKings. We're still waiting to see these last picks as Gord and Brody picked up.
Yeah, I mean, with the Gord picked up, we've seen Jules on it several times now. He does well on it as long as there's no one that's going to like just pick him down, and that's what Fried Chicken's kind of waiting. That's what we're waiting to see from Fried Chicken. And DPR going to pick up the Lancelot here, so it will look like the Paquito's going to go into EXP lane. DPR picking up an Assassin once again. Is this going to be a big change for Area 77, or is it going to play a lot like the Fanny played last time?
Yeah, it's very interesting too, because who is your target at the beginning? ISO definitely has that stun that can lock up Lance. While he won't be able to take out Lance, he'll be able to create that distance from either the Thorned Rose or the Phantom Execution. Novaria probably the big target there, but with that second ability, she's able to kind of float over ledges to try to create that distance herself. It's not as clean cut for DPR. He's going to be some big efforts if he wants to be successful on the Lance.
Yeah, and I'm guessing DPR was never one to really play like tanks a lot, you know, and now you don't really see that at all anymore. We haven't even really seen like any shining Lancelots, honestly. It's been mostly like Haya, Ling, Fanny, you know, towards the other side of things. But let's jump into the Land of Dawn real quick.
Yeah, game 3, both Area 77 and BTK at 1 game apiece. So both wondering if this is going to go the full 5-game distance as we go ahead to start things off.
Hey man, what'd we say? I'm not surprised by anything tonight, man. Anything can happen at this point. We saw a record-breaking 32-minute game. Now we're going into game number 3, Area 77 versus BTK. Let's take a quick look at some of the emblems. Ling, I'm looking out for Lance right now. Does go Assassin. Is going to pick up the killing spree, I'm pretty sure. So is going to probably really focus heavy on the damage here. Wondering how that's going to play out. You mentioned targets. I'm guessing Yato and ISO, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be. But, I mean, also on that, especially when we're talking about the early game, we have to have a plan to deal with Mobazane on this Martis. With how fast Mobazane farms on a regular, putting him in the hands of a Martis is kind of means like your first 5 minutes, those first 2 turtles, it's going to be an uphill battle to try to contest those.
Yeah, and we saw how aggressive they were last game, right? When he was on the Paquito and how they like to invade. This time on a Martis, if they scale like they did last time, it is like definitely GG's. I think one thing here is I'm wondering how Fried Chicken's going to perform on this Kufra. It's definitely not his best roam so far from what we've seen him. If he's been practicing, hopefully it's a little bit better. But last time we saw him, he had a couple short jumps with the Tyrant's Revenge and everything. So I'm just wondering exactly how he's going to play it out and if he's going to be able to play it well.
Mobazane with I want to say a petty shot out to Gal's Cutie right before this next turtle comes out. 2 seconds left on there as Gal's and Area 77 going to go ahead and clear it out to try to get some good positioning for this turtle.
Up in the top side, T taking a little bit of damage. Area 77 trying to make moves, and DPR being ever so vigilant. Now the turtle is up, and it looks like Merciless does have a nice position.
Oh my God! The Mobazane just got erased. I didn't even know he was out there. Popped up and then disappeared into nothingness. That's going to be a great shot and a great first turtle for Area 77.
The level 4 spike is real, man. That was a lot of damage. And you pair that up with that knock-up, it's definitely insane. It's something that BTK is going to have to watch out for from here on. Down in the gold lane, Mark and ISO, once again, just kind of keeping it simple. But it does look like this time Area 77 might want to focus down here, because that was something BTK did last game. They gave Mark a very rough time. So hopefully Area 77 this time, are ready for that. And maybe they want to focus on the ISO this time.
One thing I didn't even mention, though, is DPR loves a Martis and he plays it all the time. Now you're talking about somebody, Mobazane, not exactly a slouch, but now you're going against somebody who definitely knows Martis's weaknesses, knows what you have to do against him, and that might come into play for Area 77 when it comes to some of these picks here.
Yeah, we also got to point out, Mark Cutie gets a little bit of extra XP, a little bit extra gold there. He didn't lose his lane at all, but he was still able to rotate to mid. It's nothing huge, but if he can continue to do that, it could start to make the difference. He's now sitting about 200 gold. He's going to possibly catch another small wave here. And look at the way Area 77 are moving around, man. It's just all 3 of them hovering around Mark Cutie. We can tell what the plan is here, right? We're just going to move up to mid. We're going to move up to bottom. Gals, Cutie, and Jules, don't do anything crazy this time. We know exactly what our win condition is from the beginning.
Oh, I do like that Jules Cutie being more careful. I can already see his extended rotations from bottom to mid, making sure that he isn't crossing that little hazard zone across the river.
Yeah, and it's smart because hopefully he learned his lesson last time. Yes, Fried Chicken isn't on something as deadly as the Kadita, but still he's got to be careful, and he's definitely playing it smart. Now, on to Yato with this Novaria. We know how much of a punch it can be, and Yato plays a positional mage so well, I feel like. So as long as he can play it safe, it could still be a good grace for BTK. Merciless going to move on to Mobazane, and the turtle is finally back up.
Yeah, turtle back up there. We did kind of expend a little bit of a flicker down at the marksman lane. There was an attempted gank by Area 77, but now they're going to come in here. Merciless looking on the flank, trying to put some little frustrations on the Mobazane, let him know that he is there on a little bit far back, but he's creating that distance so that DPR can hopefully burst down this turtle. T on the other side. This is a great opportunity. DPR takes the turtle. Merciless going to be able to find himself escape. Last Insanity out. Doesn't look like it's going to be able to find its target, but you can see Yato with that beautiful snipe, able to chunk down Merciless, and now the rest of the team trying to gather around to enhance that escape.
Man, who is this team, man? Area 77 just zoning so well, doing so many little things in their micro right now that just shows, you know, some of those things that maybe they had in them but haven't been able to really get it down in a while. The rust seems to finally be wearing off a little bit. Fly Chicken, though, with the set.
Yeah, set onto DPR, nobody else around to really capitalize on it.
And now Mobazane does take that orange buff, so maybe that's the plan. Like, we slow down DPR, Mobazane gets an orange buff there, able to try to get a bit more of a lead onto DPR. He is a level behind right now. DPR at level 9, Mobazane at level 8. Because Mobazane took that death early on, it could be kind of the game changer as we move into the mid side of this game.
Yeah, I do like kind of the cohesiveness I'm seeing from BTK. You know, you'll see that Fly Chicken comes in with a Tyrant's Revenge while Navaria aims at Lance trying to chunk him down. There's just a lot of moving pieces that happen. It looks like the entire team's kind of on the same ball with who they're focusing down. As I say that, Fly Chicken gets popped up. Mark Cutie coming in with that blazing duet with the Mystic Gush from Jules Cutie, putting the finishing touches on him. And Gale's Cutie lingered a little too long under the tower, and ISO able to pick up the kill. Mobazane in between two members of Area 77 might be taking this one to town. They're not going to be able to make him pay for it, while T comes around for the flank, putting the damage onto Merciless. He actually might be in a bad way here. You can see that shield getting chunked down, that true damage of that X-Borg doing its work.
Yeah, I'm wondering, did DPR, did that purple buff go? Yeah, Mobazane was able to take that purple buff. I didn't know if it was his own or if he took DPR's. So, good play. Mobazane playing very aggressive right now. And this is what you're supposed to do when you're on that, you know, fighter, tanky jungler up against an assassin, especially someone like DPR is building full damage. You want to just be in his face because you do have the advantage when it comes to the 1v1. ISO takes out Merciless on the top side, though.
Oh, big pop-up on the Fly Chicken backside. Mobazane able to claim the turtle, and DPR trying to get out of dodge. While on the other side, Mark Cutie able to find himself a tower. You can see trying to work his way on the top. ISO as well, working on that tower, trying to clear up the lane.
All right, so Mark Cutie takes tower. ISO might be able to take this one, but he is in a bad spot. Gal should be able to clear lane fast enough. Now, BTK 2-2, gold literally at a dead even. Very different than game 2. Slightly different than game 1. Still hard to say which way this is going to go. It's going to be 90 seconds until the Lord comes up. BTK, though, does feel like they're still controlling the map a bit more. Map a lot more red. And once again, Mobazane being so aggressive on these buffs. They want to deny DPR everything.
Yeah, and it looks like Mobazane actually might be able to get it. He is going to be able to steal that away from DPR, and that has been the story of this game. A little bit of an uneven start for BTK, but Mobazane, a great and excellent job of refusing the jungle to DPR.
Yeah, and if they can keep doing that, that could be, I mean, that could be the winning solution, right? Because a Lance without a blue buff isn't quite the same Lance, you know? It's definitely a problem. He's not going to be able to spam the skills as much. He's not going to be able to do everything he needs to do. He needs that mana. So that's going to be a huge win in BTK's book every time they steal something from him. Also, with Mobazane taking that early on death, him getting a little extra gold like that, here, there, has now put him at a level advantage instead of being a level behind.
Yeah, you can see a big fight here. Mobazane onto the flank, but a flicker is going to be used. DPR comes into the fight just a little bit late. Florid Rose is out. Merciless doing his bet with those knockout punches. Mystic Gush is out, but not able to find a kill.
You know, Jules Cutie has had a bit better positioning, though, this game. So I think it's one of the things that's kind of keeping Area 77 in there. Area 77 isn't biting off too much. They try to get a win here and there, but if they can't get it, they do back off. BTK, being as aggressive as they are, it could be easy for Area 77 to slip up, but they haven't made any huge mistakes yet. But if they do, and BTK just gets, I feel like if BTK just gets like a 2, 3, 4K gold lead, it's GG's. There's no coming back.
Ooh, Gal's Cutie actually in a little bit of trouble. And meanwhile, Mark Cutie comes into the back line with a blazing duet, takes out Yato. T might be in a little bit of trouble here, getting bursted down. Mark Cutie isn't done yet, is going to have to use that BMI to get out of the way. But now we have two members of BTK. Chicken comes in with a perfect set onto Jules Cutie, finds the kill from the decimation. Mark Cutie running for his life. Decimation cleans his clock.
That's reminiscent of like, do you remember Roger when he's on the chase, man? That's what that felt like. You're just running for your life. You got this decimation buffed Mobazane on Martis coming after you. He tried to BMI through the wall, but there's just no escape right now. Mobazane now putting another kill into his pocket, 2-1. We're starting to see the snowball happen on that Martis. Even though he took the death early on, it's still there. Lord up. BTK may be able to have this free of charge.
Yeah, starting to surmount a 2K gold lead. Fly Chicken a little better on this Kufra. We just saw that beautiful set there, tuning up the bands right now. Does miss, and now whole BTK team turning on to Gals Cutie, trying to put the damage on. Is going to activate that Primal Wrath so that the last Insanity doesn't do enough damage. Mark Cutie onto the back line with that Blazing Duet, trying to put the finishing touches onto Iso. Finds himself a kill. Now down onto Yato. 2 kills for the marksman of Area 77, but he's in a bad way, trying to find himself an escape, standing in between.
The magician! The magician!
Burst down. T is not, but he gets away. The slickness of Mark Cutie.
Now you guys understand. Do you understand why I call him the magician? That I didn't even know he still had the BMI over there, man. I didn't even know. I thought he was donezo. He waits till the very last second, pops back. Not only that, but he gets a double kill and all of that. And is this going to be a Lord for the side of Area 77, all because of that play from Mark Cutie?
Yeah, they're still kind of fighting it out. I want to say things have kind of evened out a little for Area 77 and BTK, so they don't exactly have an advantage, but they have evened out the stakes a little. Meanwhile, we're talking about that. BTK is starting to focus on this Lord. Fly Chicken hiding in the bush, looking for a good positioning on the flank. Merciless coming in towards the mid. Still trying to slow play this Lord. DPR walks into a bush, gets caught, is going to have to use that Phantom Execution to find himself an escape. Meanwhile, we're still focusing on this Lord. Still slow playing it, 75% health left on it right now.
And with that, BTK have kind of claimed over the pit, and I feel like Area 77 might just give it up. DPR might look for a cheeky steal, but seeing the positioning of Merciless and Mark Cutie, I don't think they're going to force it.
Ooh, comes in with the Phantom Execution. DPR not able to secure the kill and gets taken down by Mobazane. Unfortunately, Mark Cutie and Merciless not part of that fight and not able to make anything happen with these side lanes.
I almost want to say that he just shouldn't have even tried. Like, the fact that Mark Cutie and Merciless were so down bot, DPR probably should have just gave that Lord up, and they should have claimed something somewhere else. But instead, he goes in, he takes a death, and now you don't just lose Lord, but you also lose even more of your gold deficit.
Yeah, and that's kind of frustrating when it comes here when you're trying to make something happen. I do like that he's on the opposite side of the map, but that means you're not going to have that damage. Fly Chicken comes in with the set, finds it onto Gals Cutie. Mystic Gush is out, and grab last Insanity, finds its mark, and this might be a wrap for this mid tower. Meanwhile, you have Lord up at the top. Throw in those tridents at the high ground tower while the Bloodthirsty Kings claim the jungle of Area 77.
Man, you know, they were using Mark Cutie to split push, and I feel like he needs to be involved in these fights, man. Like, he's the only one really outputting major damage here. Yes, Jules is as well, but they need both, man. Mark Cutie, I feel like maybe Merciless should be the one split pushing. I don't know what the exact call is, but it just feels a little off.
Well, and that's kind of the problem is I feel like Mark Cutie's very fast with it. He can handle himself and he's going to be able to get away. It's just that BTK's reaction time is too fast when they see him split pushing these lanes to go ahead and focus on the Lord because they know when they have the advantage and they're going to press that to where Area 77 isn't even going to be able to contest some of these objectives.
Well, he might have claimed that tower, though. Nope, it does look like X4 is able to pull the minions away. So, I mean, I get it. Like, Mark Cutie's, like, he's in farm mode right now, right? Like, I think they know, all right, if we bide enough time, if we can get into, you know, another 3 to 5 minutes, next Lord, maybe that can be the huge difference because DPR is not really doing it right now, right? Like, I think he needs a little more space. The last play where Mark Cutie was able to get 2 kills, it could have been enough, but still they were just too far behind. BTK, as long as they hold together and keep playing the way they are and don't make any major mistakes, I think they can still pull this off. They still have this heavily in their lead with 4,000 gold. Mobazane doing a wonderful job at this Martis, 4-1-1, and T also 1-0-1 on this X-board, finding those dives, the last Insanity at the crucial moments every time. There goes another purple buff.
Yeah, another purple buff goes into the pocket of Mobazane. Even used Phantom Execution, did DPR, but still not able to claim it.
We're gonna try to cut him off here.
Yeah, Marcuti might be in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't have that BMI. He does have that blazing duet.
Oh!
It gets taken out by a decimation from Mobazane. Rest of Area 77 here, trying to make a pin. In comes Chicken to punish them in the back line. Beautiful set by him. Merciless able to find the kill onto Mobazane. We're not done yet. Big pop-up onto Chicken. While the rest of the team trying to put on the damage. Another set from Chicken. Stuns them against the wall. He's gonna be able, he's trying to get away. Juking and jiving. And that is going to be a clean escape for Fly Chicken, while 4 members down for Area 77.
Just when it felt like Area 77 had a great counterplay, they get annihilated. T comes in with that last standing. We went off cam there for a second, but he flickered in with the last standing, able to catch Merciless, and DPR goes a little too deep, gets stopped up by the Brody's second skill, and then the Torn Apart Memories just finishes him off. I mean, it was a valiant effort from Area 77, but BTK just playing the better micro game right now.
Yeah, and when you were trying to put your hopes into Mark Cutie, he gets caught, taken down, and then the rest of the team trying to help out. And that's what happens when you start reacting instead of kind of making your own plays. Mark Cutie gets caught, the rest of the team kind of falls around him as well.
So do they have the melt capacity? Like, do they have the shred to be able to take down this Lord that's going to be coming up here in a second? Is this going to be GG's? I think that as long as, like, nobody dives too deep, nobody does anything crazy, or, like, Chicken doesn't get some huge play or something, they can survive this Lord. But there's definitely a lot on the line with a 7K gold lead into the hands of BTK. It's definitely endable.
Yeah, definitely endable. 7K is a lot to ask for your friends. Even with a great set and trying to dive into the back line, I think you're going to be having some issues with the tankiness and the damage that you're going to be dealing with that type of a deficit. Minions now starting to crash at bottom and mid. Mobazane in there does take a Phantom Execution, but look, it still has a third of his health. Mark Cutie trying to burst him down, is chasing Mobazane. He's going to use that BMI to get back to base. Now the team's focus has to be on to this Lord. Minions crashing at mid. T comes in with the concealed play, putting on the damage. Merciless going to go ahead and pop him up. That's another high ground tower taken down on Area 77 side. Mobazane at the bottom. No more towers left, just the core. Chicken comes in with, doesn't get the set onto Area 77 just yet, but BTK look like they're here and planting roots. They want to end this now. They're pushing into DPR. Merciless trying to placate some damage out there. Mystic Gush is out, and BTK still not able to make anything happen yet. Dancing back and forth. A good defense here for Area 77. They've lost all their high ground, though. Here come all the minions from the side. DPR with that Thorned Rose is going to be able to move his way back out again, and BTK starting to decide maybe not going to be able to wrap this up just yet. T in trouble. Immortality still in his pocket as Merciless trying to put some damage onto him.
Yeah, I don't even, like, what can they even do about T right now? Like, even there, it's like he's still got the immortality. You don't even want to chase him because you're going to go too deep. They're going to cut you off again, and you think you get him, but then the rest of the team just kills you. And even if you waste the immortality or you break it down off him, he still has so much escapability. Let's take a look at the items real quick, at the gold. Mobazane with an outstanding 13K gold, maxed out on items. All he picked up was a Hunter Strike, but he does have that blade armor, which could become important to dealing with this Claude with Mark Cutie, right? Mark Cutie, on the other hand, finally getting maxed out on items. Same thing with ISO. ISO goes for a slightly more defensive build, picking up the Wind of Nature plus the immortality. We haven't really seen ISO like do any insane damage, but still, as long as he can chunk, and be safe while doing it, not die, it's going to be important, because right now these games are going into the long haul, like what we just saw. That fight was a solid minute and a half, so any bit of survivability is going to end up winning out here.
Yeah, we can see. I mean, I'm wondering what you do here. Do you try to fight this at Lord? You're at a pretty big deficit, and big stuns coming on to Gal's Cutie. In a coma against the wall, and Mobazane going to go ahead, put the finishing touches on him. BTK does reset the Lord. Mark Cutie actually in a decent position here on the back line. Shows himself up there. Now they see him. Yato over there. Big amazing duet on the back side of that. Mobazane notices him, trying to put the damage. Is he going to be bursted down? You can see all Mark Cutie fighting for his life there. Is going to be able to find at least a reset for the immortality of Mobazane. Is going to use that BMI to get away, but Mobazane still finds the kill. This might be a wrap. Only one person left for Area 77. It's Merciless. He's going to try to find himself a quick ride back home. He needs to find a way to be able to defend against BTK. Fried Chicken comes in. Big set on the Merciless, and the last insanity might be all she wrote. Merciless trying to clear out the minions. Immortality has been activated. Now in comes Gal's Cutie. Primal Wrath has been activated. Is he going to be able to clear out these minions? BTK swinging for the hills, trying to put the damage on him. This is going to be a close for Area 77. Game 2 goes to BTK.
It's 2-1 now. Area 77 did fight well, but in the end, you know, those immortalities mattered, man. Those immortalities were clutch. Even though Mark Cutie could dance, he could blink around, it wasn't enough. After getting the kill onto Mobazane, Mobazane comes back and takes him out with a decimation. I think that was the final straw. And even then, we were just talking about it on ISO, the Magic Gush, Jules makes a great play, able to get the kill on ISO. ISO comes back with the immortality and takes out Jules. And in those long haul battles, even if you're not out putting some more damage, if you can just get a few more seconds to buy time past some of those ultimates, that's the winning play. And it's definitely what secured the ending victory in that final team fight for BTK.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Area 77, right from the get-go, having issues. I want to say a kind of a great plan, and that kind of shows the experience of BTK. Not the greatest early game, but as soon as Mobazane transitioned to, all right, let me just go ahead, try to slow down this guy's farming, take his buffs, that was the beginning of the end for Area 77.
Yeah, so we talked a lot about items here. Fried Chicken with a 1-1-10 KDA, though, something I kind of want to point out, right? Like, yes, he didn't have any of, like, he had some decent sets, but it wasn't like some crazy Kufra that we see play sometime. But looking at his KDA, it goes back to what I was saying in the beginning is, his positioning is always crucial. The way he moves around the map is still good. So even though he's essentially new to the roam position, he's still doing his job correctly. He's getting plenty of assists. He's being important to his team. He's getting visions, and he's making the plays when he needs to make them. Most importantly, he's not just like throwing himself out there and dying consistently. So his positioning has been key for BTK recently.
Yeah, and this is the unfortunate time, Mark Cutie getting caught. He uses that BMI to try to get away, but the rest of BTK starting to follow in around. They try to punish Mobazane, and the Mystic Gush, not enough. Fried Chicken comes in. There were questions about how his Kufra would perform, as it seemed like it was probably one of his weaker roams, but man, he really kind of proved it. And this is the Fried Chicken able to get away, I want to say, with like a sliver of health here, which in that allowed BTK this a great team fight and the ability to go ahead and kind of knock down Area 77.
Yeah, so now looking at this 2-1, let's take a look at some of these scores. ISO as the rich guy, Mark Cutie still securing the most damage dealt, and that just goes to show even when they lose, he's outputting. Fried Chicken though with 10 total assists. I mean, I gotta give it up to Fried Chicken. This is the third role we've seen him on now. I mean, we talk about Mr. Worldwides. This is the real Mr. Worldwide right here. I'm just like, I'm imagining like the possibilities of like, let's say BTK goes to M5 or something and Fried Chicken plays Rome there. That would be his third different spot at M Series on a team. I mean, it's just insane, the prowess of this player right here.
Yeah, we've talked about flexible players too, which is it's honestly insane how good he is at a lot of these roles that he picks up on. And we thought maybe possibly he was going to be one of the weaker links that could be exploited by Area 77. But these last two games, I want to say Chicken has been on fire. First with the Kadena and now with the Kufra.
Yeah, so now we're going to be jumping into the possibly last draft here. BTK is going to be at match point. Area 77 has put up a valiant effort, but is this the wall that stops them, right? Like, is this the plateau right here? Nobody thought they would even make it here, but can they surpass their limits tonight? And, you know, even if they just take another game, man, even if they bring us all the way to 5 at BTK would be one hell of a statement. But something's got to change, and right now BTK is just all over them.
Well, that's the mark of a very good team in the top of North America, is being able to kind of pick yourself back up when you're down. And that's going to be the ultimate question for Area 77. You're 2 games down. You took one in the you took one in the first game. Now we're going on to what, game 4 now. Are you going to be able to kind of muster up, find a formula here that works for you?
I mean, we'll see. Area 77's got to do something. I just hope they don't like get into that like mode that some teams, it's like, all right, it's match point. Let's just get crazy. let's just try something crazy, because that is a possibility as well, right? I hate to say it, DPR, he had some great days in his past as, an assassin player, but I think it might be best for him to stick with something else. Like, he did great on the Martis, man. Just secure that up front, something of that nature. This time, BTK will be on the blue side. First ban, first pick. They take out the Faramis up front.
Yeah, really interesting, because we didn't really see a Faramis picked up from Area 77 in one of their, I want to say, more successful games, but BTK sees something there, going to go ahead and ban that out. And Area 77 reacting to that last game, putting Exborg as a priority for their first ban. I'm imagining Kadita is possibly going to follow this up as well.
Most definitely. Now, I mean, yeah, Kadita's definitely, I'm still wondering, like, yes, I guess no. Yeah, T was a monster on the Exborg. I think it's a solid ban. Because I was like, is it worth it? And I'm like, yeah, he didn't die like a single time last game. He did, like, Exborg doesn't always like feel super impactful, especially in the XP like that, but it was definitely huge. He was able to zone even in that final when they were breaking down inhibitors. He used the conceal play that he got from their roamer and was able to just like go in and zone everybody back. So I think it's solid. Kaja still going to be banned from BTK. They're not going to let that through again with Gals, which Gals plays it wonderfully. So I think it's a smart play. I think could the Franco get left through here? If it does, it could be a solid answer for Area 77 to try to pick up.
Man, I'm trying to think of what Area 77 needs to do here from the last 2 games, because I want to say it wasn't exactly weaknesses on their parts. It was just the overwhelming ability of BTK, how easily they're able to transition from plans in the early game to kind of switch things up, whether it's all right, we're behind, let's start invading the jungle, start taking that away from DPR. And they've kind of cleaned up. We saw last time Jules Cutie doing a good job of kind of making sure he's not making these really, I want to say, greedy rotations where he's getting caught. Unfortunately, I mean, BTK just maybe kind of needed to shake off a little weekend rust to kind of get back to that point of just pretty harsh domination. Area 77 going ahead and banning out the Martis.
Okay, I like it. Oh, this time ISO gets his hands on the Bruno though. And, we said it before, like, it's not even just about the player at that point. The Bruno is just such a monster right now. Franco is open, though. They go for the Basha and the Novaria. Basha also has been something that's been banned out constantly. Area 77 wasting no time to pick it up. Mobazang going to lock in the Fredrin. Fried Chicken. Does he lock in? Are they going to go for Rome up front here?
You still have a Kadita out on the field. We didn't ban that out. Yeah, so
we'll see.
All right. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of being a little careful about it. I'm wondering why you would wait on the Kadita either. I mean, what are the negatives of it? Novaria out there for Merciless, and I do like the Boxia as there it is. I do like the Boxia pickup for Area 77 as because you already know that Zane was going to pick up the Fredrin, so this might be a decent counter, a decent amount of magic defense for DPR as well, but. All right, this is where the big proving point comes for Jules and Gals, man. We're gonna have to have some real talk. I'm like, bro, you know that's a Kadita up on the other side. I'm gonna need some careful rotations from you. I'm gonna need you to check these bushes beforehand. It's gonna see if Area 77 has learned.
I don't know, man. I really think the Franco could be the answer here, but now it's second bans, and I don't think BTK is gonna let that through. I think they need something to lock down ISO, something to lock down Zane, something. You know, they did well when they had the Grok and were getting those knockups in previous games, like something to help out in this Lord pit, in these neutral objectives pit, so that they can have that possible bounce back that we see them get at around, you know, at the mid game. I don't think they're going to be able to keep up in laning phase. I think BTK kind of has them in laning phase. I think Area 77 need to look for that mid game spike, need to look for when the Lords start popping up, you know, like third turtle, things like that, and try to win out in these micro fights. That's what they do well, and that's their condition. If they can't do that, I don't think they're going to be able to beat BTK.
Yeah, it's definitely an uphill battle here. Eve being taken off for Area 77, and then there goes Arlott for BTK. I mean, I'm even wondering what else is kind of left. We're looking for that XP lane for Area 77. If we're talking about a mid-game spike, I mean, Paquito, if I don't know if Area 77 has a Paquito player on there. I haven't seen him pick Paquito in a bit.
I think he played Paquito earlier. Did he? Can't remember.
I'm not sure.
It's been a long night. We're 5 games deep with Area 77.
Amount of damage that you can get. That's a decent spike during the mid game that you might be looking for. But you're gonna have a big tanky up front. Man, I'm just worried. The Fredrin and Kadita combo in itself is already just a lot. Just because you've got that incredible amount of CC, and you've got in the pop up from Fredrin, in the taunt from him. More than enough time for Fly Chicken to kind of be able to find himself a good rough waves and a petrify during some of these team fights.
Yeah, and we already know, like, Mark Cutie is going to be an easy target for Fwide. We know last time that Fwide Chicken had the Kadita, they were focusing heavy on Mark Cutie when he was on the Harith, trying to give ISO an advantage. So I think Area 77 needs to watch out for that. That needs to be like a major thing. I think someone needs to just be hovering with Mar, man. They need to be keeping track of him. But if they do that, they give up pressure elsewhere. I don't know. I think it could maybe be a possible good time to go for just the gold lane cut and give up first turtle, something of that nature. But now bans are in last picking phase. Area 77 on the gun here. Franco's still open. Grok is still open. Edith's not bad. I think it's definitely usable.
It's usable. I do agree with your plan too, especially when it comes to a lot of these pit fights. I don't see anything that's going to be stopping Mobazane, and that's kind of where a lot of the frustration can usually come from on BTK, is when you have some of those heroes that can either zone out Mobazane or can like stun him before he's able to get that retry and that Appraiser's Wrath down. There's not really going to be much, and we've already seen DPR kind of struggle when you're talking about just retry versus retry. He can kind of I don't want to call him slow hands to it, but I mean, when you're talking about this at this top of the NA mountain, I mean, it has to be better than okay for your retry game. Paquito being picked up for BTK.
Oh, and they get it instead. So hold on, is this so it's gonna be Kadita on Yato and Fwide Chicken on the Franco, most likely, I'm guessing. So this time they get it, and you know, I think it would have been better on the side of Area 77, man. I think that was their, and I think Area 77 was in the book of like, maybe we take the Edith just in case they want to swap. Whoa. EXP Edith, Rome Kufra to help deal with the dashes of the Paquito. Possible sets. You do have some possibilities to deal with Mobazane in the pit. Like, I see what they're going for, but still, it's definitely a unconventional draft in a sense from the side of Area 77. Definitely, I mean, it's still solid, but still a little more unconventional than your typical.
It's just for me right now, early game damage for Area 77. I'm struggling to kind of figure out who that's going to be right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, DPR does have, I mean, they have the bulkiness this time, and it's something they've been lacking. They have the bush checkers, right? You have Gals, and you have DPR to do that. You do have range with Jules, so you're not going to be in any bad spots. Before we go too far, let's jump into the possible match point for BTK versus Area 77.
Yeah, it's all on the line for Area 77. BloodThirstyKings have a sizable lead right now, 1 game over them. Right now, Area 77, all hope in this game to continue their path of domination possibly over BTK.
Yeah, now taking a look at it, early game, late game. You mentioned early game for BTK, and I definitely agree with you. I feel like having Yato on this Kadita, having hooks from Fried Chicken, so many possibilities there. Nothing too crazy on the side of emblems for me. Mark Cutie does pick up the tenacity to have a little bit of extra defense, so that's something to point out. It's going to help him out a little bit if Area 77 tries to go for some ganks. But Fried Chicken almost getting taken out in the early. Oh, I thought that snipe was going to land.
Yeah, I do like Fried Chicken playing the zigzag game with Area 77. Big pop-up lands on the ISO. Not going to be enough to chunk him down just yet.
It's like running from an alligator. You know, you got to run in zigzags. That's the rule, right?
DPR dives into the tower. Big snipe comes on the ISO. 4 members, and that's going to be a clean kill for Jules Cutie.
Hey man, I mentioned a good point. Go into the gold lane. Mark Cutie's always your winner, and if they can pull that off, it could definitely be huge. And now with that start, it's already a nice win for Area 77.
Yeah, big taunt on the Merciless. Doesn't realize that he is on the side lane. Is going to be able to dash himself away to safety. At the top, there's a little bit of a fight. Locked on the Fried Chicken. Big, a bouncy ball. ISO trying to provide some type of support. No flicker for Franco. DPR finds the kill. ISO in a little bit of trouble here. 3 members there. A big amount of pressure there for onto BTK from Area 77. Now we're talking about it. We're going to have to use a nice little flicker and a Tyrant's Wrath from Gals Cutie.
You know, I think we all forget sometimes how much damage Basha does, because he can just spam that skill, man. Every time he lands it, the cooldown gets knocked down. So it's like he can just spam it. And that's why the Basha, I think, is just so good right now in the meta, because he's bulky, plus in the laning phase, like he's chunking down some of those squishies. He's chunking down Fried Chicken a bit, especially with someone else on his back.
Yeah, Merciless going to go ahead, land the pop-up onto T, but T already did his job, able to zone out DPR in the jungle while Mobazade able to get that last turtle. You can see Fried Chicken looking for the hook, trying to be the nuisance, not able to get it this time.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do, but Gals Cutie, he's like, fine, you guys can have turtles. We're going to hang out in this gold lane. We know the plan this time once again. They tried it last time. Can they pull it off, though, this time? You know, last time Mark Cutie was on the Claude, and Gals and Jules were just hovering on him. But in the end, BTK still won out. Let's take a look at the items real quick. ISO still actually having a slight gold advantage, but he has cleared out more of that wave currently. Looks like he is going to pick up those boots up front. Whereas Mark Cutie on the other hand, Bruno on the other hand, going straight into damage here.
Yeah, Merciless is trying to put a little damage on the T, but it does allow Mobazin go ahead, pick up that gold lane, and you can see them already in Area 77's jungle. 2 kills for Area 77, but a little bit of a stall here at the 3-minute mark, probably looking to see if we can make something happen for this next turtle. Big taunt onto DPR is in between Yato and Mobazin, but gets to the safety of his tower. Is going to have to activate that Tortoise Puissance.
Yeah, but even just seeing that, like when he's running away, the Tortoise Puissance does work on the Fredrin, man, and it's going to help a lot in these team fights because Fredrin's like just walking behind him and just losing a decent... Oh,
Gals Cutie gets caught. We were talking about those rotations. Gets caught up between 3 members of BTK and bursted down. That's going to be the first kill for BTK, but 11 seconds left on this next turtle.
T versus Merciless, the ongoing fight in the bot lane as well. But wait, Fried Chicken, a little bit of trouble, maybe.
Those zigzags and their dividends against them. Big suppression lands. That's going to be the opportunity for Yato to get in and find the kill onto Mark Cutie.
So now both gold laners have taken a death. That evens out the playing field. ISO also got a nice chunk of change off that gold plating. Can DPR fight for this turtle?
Ooh. Nice. Jules Cutie able to find the turtle. Big set there for Gals Cutie to be able to interrupt Mobazane as he was about to use a retry on the turtle.
All right, this feels like a lot more of a game than last time. Area 77 not giving up too easy. They've been playing for a while now. This is game number 6 for them. About, what, 3 hours, 3.5 hours of just straight Mobile Legends for them, and they're keeping up their stamina. Honestly, after last game, I thought it was just it for them. I thought they were just, tapped out at that point, but they're coming in to game number 4, not looking bad. They are 1,000 gold behind BTK, definitely controlling the pace currently, but we can't count them out just yet.
Yeah, big set. Yato actually might be in a little trouble. Is going to have to use that rough waves to get away. On the backside, Mark Cutie gets found out by T and bursts down with that knockout punch. Area 77 is going to have to disengage from this fight.
Man, T's just locked in. The target is on Mark Cutie's forehead, and it has been, and it continues to be. And now ISO on this Bruno, going to be able to rotate around. He gets all the gold plane, he gets that tower, and the Bruno is going to start to become a real problem. It's a 2,000 gold lead for BTK.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about how heavy of an issue Mark Cutie has been for the team, and it looks like BTK tired of dealing with it right from the early game. I mean, we saw a little bit of a pressure from Area 77 onto that gold lane, but BTK turned it around very quickly, starting to set their sights locked into it. Big pop-up on the T. On the other side, Gals Cutie gets suppressed down. Mark Cutie looking for a good position, but Yato comes in immediately to get that pop-up and the rough waves. ISO finds a tower at mid, while Mobazane takes down Gals Cutie, and now Area 77 in trouble. Appraiser's Wrath comes out. ISO finds a kill onto Merciless, and Yato finds his own kill as well. Only one left standing for Area 77.
Let's just make one major point there is during that fight, ISO wasn't even involved and BTK was still winning. Yato makes such a huge play finding Mark Cutie in the middle of that skirmish, but ISO was just taking the tower in mid, and BTK still had that fight by the reins. And then once ISO took that tower, got involved, they just started cleaning house. But either way, even without him, BTK had the dub in that fight.
Yeah, and then that was just so crazy how quickly Yato was able to find Mark Cutie. He was like literally just waiting for him to show himself. And as soon as he did, came in with the pop-up and the rough waves. Mobazane getting caught up. Merciless with a little bit of a pop-up. DPR has the Tortoise Poosins out. Are they going to be able to find this Tortoise? No, they are not. Mobazane able to find it. T finds a kill onto Merciless. DPR in a rough way getting CC'd down as he's trying to run away, leaving a trail behind him. He is going to be able to find an escape.
We're getting into a very dangerous zone for Area 77. BTK now scaling up to about 5K gold lead. And when you have a Paquito, when you have a Bruno, I mean, when you have some of these picks along with the Kadita as well, the damage is just there. And this is prime time for BTK.
Yeah, big pop-up on the DPR, but that's a tanky boy. Already kind of situating himself. Juice Cutie. I don't know if he was caught. He is going to use that flicker to get away. Big pop-up lands, followed by a hook onto Merciless. Appraiser's Wrath knocks him down. Here comes the Primal Wrath, trying to burst out Mobazane, but a couple of feathers and tickles coming out of there while ISO goes ahead and takes another tower. Yeah, Gals Cutie comes in, has a set now. Jules Cutie finds a Yato. That might be a little bit of a turning point if they can manage it. No, it does look like Area 77 is looking to disengage from this. DPR almost gets caught by T. Is going to have to use that flicker to get away. On the other side, Jules Cutie gets caught by ISO, who has joined the fight now and putting on the damage. Big pop-up lands on the ISO. Mark Cutie finds the kill there, and ISO finds a kill onto Gals Cutie, and it's now a 10-5 game.
Hey, man. Oh!
Yeah. Time to get a breath here, and T says no, sir, as he finds another kill onto Mark Cutie.
Listen, man, you just keep going, Private. I'm having a nice rest right now. I'm relaxing. Feet are kicked up. It's 11-5. Now, BTK now, they're being so proactive, man. Yes, they're losing a member here and there, but like T way early on, I know it was a while ago because that team fight lasted like 3 minutes, but T earlier on, he gets a kill. Even while the team fight's going on, he goes in the bot lane, takes that mid-tier 2. ISO's taking towers. Mobazane's rotating back up to the top. I mean, T's rotating back up to the top. They're all over the place right now. And even while fights are happening, they're making plays on the towers. They're mixing in and out of these team fights. And Area 77 is just having trouble keeping up.
Oh man, an off-screen T finds a kill onto Mark Cutie, who just left the base. It might be all she wrote for T there, but it is going to leave it open for BTK to get this Lord.
Yeah, so much value in that. They get the gold laner, plus they get a Lord. Mark Cutie's at 1-5-1 right now. And Beatrix isn't like that marksman anymore, so having that many deaths, it's a problem. It's going to be a lot of trouble. And I mean, we're only 10 minutes in. Area 77, this could be the nail in the coffin for them. It's a 5K gold lead still for BTK. Lord marching down the top lane. I mean, BTK just feels like they have control. T's playing a great game, finding the back line every time. Same thing with Yato, always locking onto Mark Cutie. I mean, essentially they don't even have an ADC right now.
Well, yeah, and they don't have that explosive ability that they need. A pretty tanky front line for BTK. And if you've taken down Mark Cutie, Jules Cutie can still lob out some magic, but it's not sustained damage that they need to be able to burst down BTK. And this is the problem I had with the draft during the early parts of this game, is there's nothing in the early game to really match what I'm seeing from BTK here at the front. Another tower goes down. We're left to only high grounds for Area 77. You can see the clash happening here. A little bit of damage comes on to Yato, but man, BTK doing a good job moving and sweeping. Merciless dives in, trying to make something happen here as they lock on. Mobazane, that's not the target that you want. This is just such a great front line by BTK, and still, I mean, a great defense for Area 77, but it's kind of a little bit of a hint of things to come as they're not able to burst anybody down.
Yeah, I mean, Area 77, possible win conditions, they really just have to, they'd have to drag this game out. Probably another, 8, maybe even try to take it to the 20-minute mark, because they're just so far.
Talking about dragging it out 8 minutes, it's not going to happen if you keep getting caught with hooks like that. Fly Chicken on fire right now, and DPR pays for it.
Yeah, the pick pressure from BTK. You have the hooks, you have the rough waves from Yato, you have T, one punching into the backside. There's just so much pressure everywhere from BTK. It's so hard to deal with Area 77. It just doesn't seem like there's an answer, especially when you're at this much of a deficit. Because, yes, you have a bulky line from BTK, but really, Bakito's not the bulkiest. It's just they're so far ahead right now, it's they can't kill him. He's got Hunter Strike, he's got Bloodlust Axe, he does have Radiant Armor, plus the brute force breastplate. So I mean, at this point, it's he can take hits. He can also jump in and do a lot of damage. And then MOBA is just practically unkillable right now. Fried Chicken only needs 2 items, because all he needs to do is land hooks. It doesn't really matter if he dies. It's a tough road for Area 77 if they want to even try to make this last a bit longer.
Yeah, actually a nice bit of damage coming down. Appraiser's Wrath chunks down.
That's
Jules
ridiculous.
Cutie. Mobazane is going to be able to dash his way to safety. A big suppression lands. Mark Cutie got a little greedy, and the team was waiting for it. Down goes Merciless as well. That's 2 down for Area 77. 5 members. Conceal play coming out. Big hook lands onto DPR. It's not going to be enough to finish him off just yet, but man, what an engagement by BTK.
Yeah, they might try to end this here. Another wave coming down the mid.
Yeah, Gals Cutie does get a hook for his efforts. Mid tower, high ground is no longer an option. There's only one high ground tower left. BTK looking, big set lands. Yato is loose from there. Big immortality has been activated. Down goes Gals Cutie. The rest of Area 77 is now up, trying to make them pay for it. ISO gets flipped up, is going to be able to get a little, another hook lands, and down goes Merciless.
Yeah, this is becoming a bit of a problem. The gold deficit has now creeped to 4,000. I don't know, man. This Lord's going to get chipped down very quickly, and BTK are going to try to end this game.
Yeah, you have a Luminous Lord coming in there. That's actually a 9K, actually 10, getting to about a 10K for BTK. Almost there, but I mean, and this is the part of the game when you're at a 10K deficit, you've got one high ground left. I mean, man, you need to start praying to whatever God you believe in, because there's not much you can really do unless there is a huge mistake by BTK that you can take an advantage of. And like we've talked about, this is the top of NA. There's very few mistakes you're going to see from them when it comes to kind of pushing in here. They've got their sights on the core or trying to take out that last inhibitor.
You got to pray for a Wi-Fi outage at this point. Something. For a redraft at this point. Sorry, I had to say that, but so now BTK, Lord coming down. Do they even? Oh, Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah, DPR gets caught up. Merciless is there to kind of help secure his escape, but now you have a Lord at mid. Minions coming in from both sides. Out comes the ultimate from Amar Cutie. They are able to shut down the Lord. Big pickup onto BloodThirstyKings, but it's not enough. Gals Cutie gets caught with the hooks. Press down T finds a kill as well as Yato. That's 3 down for Area 77. Now focusing on the core, and BTK prevail in Game 4.
And that is it. The madness has been ended. Area 77 put in their place. BTK show they're still a top competitor. It was a good run. It was a nice gauntlet. It was a fun gauntlet to watch Area 77 try it. But every team has their limits. Today, BTK was that limit. They're going to move on to the finals of Phase 3 to go against TOB.
Have to say, while this does put Area 77 out for the night, man, what a magnificent few matches with their involvement. Hats off to them for making this an exciting night and not the boring normal series that everybody thought it was going to be.
Yeah, taking a look at the items, ended up with BTK at a huge gold lead over Area 77, clearing out the game in 14 minutes and 55 seconds. Now, ISO 9, 2, and 3, with the real player once again, Mr. World Fwide. Fwide Chicken himself, 0, 1, and 12, man. Last time he had 11, this time he has 12, the assists, and like I said, he landed some hooks. He never had, he wasn't like the Franco where we're like, oh, like the whole game, you know? But still, the positioning, not taking any deaths except for one. This guy, I mean, he's not the greatest roamer in the world, but he's playing it so well for never playing roam before.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing about him. You're going to see a few of these kind of hooks landing out here. Fly Chicken is, while it's to the point I cannot kind of call it out as a weakness anymore as Fly Chicken there. I mean, this is just the domination that we were seeing from the team. Already 6K ahead while we were still able to find some kills for Marcutie. Man, I want to say BTK were surrounding him and they were honed in. And this another one here. And then the hook from Fly Chicken. There was just no room for Marcutie throughout this entire game.
I know he tried to. They were literally all over him, man. And it is going to look like the rich guy will be ISO, the carry ISO, and then the sandbag and the forgotten one, MOBA Zane. But another big thing I want to point out is, yes, ISO had 41% damage, but MOBA Zane, Yato, and T also having an impact. And this goes back to TK, everyone just kind of handling their own. I think everyone on the team that game had some great plays, from Yato to T to Wide Chicken. Everyone around the map was able to make something happen in at least one fight that put it back into their hands.
Yeah, and especially with MOBA Zane being that front line for his team. Like it's not as flashy as some of these assassin players, but it accomplishes its task as we take a look at some of these replays.
Yeah, I mean, game number one, like it or not, nobody expected Area 77 to take that dub, and they come in swinging. But game number two, BTK had to show their dominance, assert who the real big dogs here in this derby, and they come back and just sweep through game two. And in three, the same things happen. The target is out, the agent is down, and Marcutie is the one on the chopping block that continue to focus down on him. And even though he was slippery in this game, they finally found their angle and were able to catch him left and right. They tried to get some sets, they tried to do what they could, but in the end the gold lead was just too much, and BTK were able to outlast them. This was a great game right here. I mean, it came down to a few immortalities, a few item picks, but BTK ends up winning. And finally, in the last game of tonight, match point BTK, we can just see Area 77 doing everything they can. I mean, we're at 8 minutes here, and BTK already at a 6,000 gold lead. And even when Area 77 gets some of those sets, I mean, there's just not a whole lot that Area 77 can do. BTK just playing it too well. Marcutie gets caught out here, man. That sandwich, like, he flickers and all, and MOBA Zane's like, boo, I gotcha. Waiting in the bush right there, nowhere to go.
Yeah, but I do believe we are going to go ahead, take it back to Liz, who has a very special interview for us.
Thank you, Private. A lot to break down here in the previous match, but first, let's have a quick chat with Splitpush Steve. Now, Steve, I assume you're really good at split pushing, so give us a little bit of an introduction of who you are and what you're doing in the community. I think you're muted a little bit. All right, it looks like a little bit of technical difficulty there with Steve, but what an exciting match we saw there. I really thought Area 77 got something up their sleeves. Judging by the first game, I was like, they're in challenger mode. I practically wrote a speech for if they were to win, passing by BTK, passing by Night of Fate, and then they moved to Avalon, and then BTK. But it seems like BTK is the real big dogs here, and it was a thrilling series to watch.
Yeah, I do want to say, I think, you know, after they took that last win against Avalon, and even earlier with KOF losing out, I think a lot of us were wondering, like, should they really be in the number 4 slot? How are they gonna do? You know, like a lot of those questions are on our mind, because I think those are questions that are on our minds every time like somebody slips into the number 4 slot. It kind of happened for me last season when Empire slipped in, but I think seeing that past game with them against BTK, seeing how they competed, yes, they did end up losing. It was a reverse sweep, but still, just watching game 1, I have a little hope that they should be able to put on a decent performance in playoffs. Do I think they're going to take everything? No, I don't think they're going to like be the champions of NACT, but it has been cemented in me now that I feel like they deserve their spot. It wasn't just a fluke. They definitely got that dog in them when it comes down to it.
And now I think our Steve is back with us for an interview. Just a little bit of a fixer-upper, but how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. This kind of stuff always happens to me, so I'm used to it. Just gotta go with the flow, you know?
All right, so I think you already mentioned a little bit, but we weren't able to capture that on the stream. So give us a little bit of introduction of who you are, because I know you're a streamer in the community, right? But tell us about like what you've been streaming.
Oh yeah, so I've been streaming a ton of Mobile Legends lately. A lot of people on Twitch wanted to get me into this game, so I actually started playing around March, April of this year. So I'm a pretty new player, but I was able to get Mythic just recently, so I'm probably the newest, worst Mythic, but I'm at least Mythic, so that's good. And I actually recently just did a 24-hour stream, but I didn't make it the whole time. I made it to 21 hours, but then I started getting a little too delirious, and then I had to log off. But everyone was supportive in my community, and just everyone in the YouTube community is so fun to be around.
Wow, 24-hour stream, that's intense. And so you've been streaming for a while then, like you've been streaming other games, and then you just jump into ML. Is that what it is? And we know that you've been restreaming a lot of NACT. So what made you come into ML? What made ML esports special for you?
Yeah, so I been watching competitive esports games for probably about 10 years for now, so I'm always looking for different kinds of competitive games to get into. So Mobile Legends, again, was one that was recommended to me. When I started playing, I didn't even know there was an esports until I started streaming on YouTube, and everyone was telling me about NACT, and M4 was going on around that time when I first started playing. So I looked into that, and it just seemed really cool, and everyone's really competitive, and just happy to be part of it and able to host watch parties.
Well, and you've just started in March, but you've grown over the past month. So what are you looking for some possible opportunities to join deeper in the community, possibly become a caster or like a host or even a player in the upcoming series?
Oh, I would love to be able to host or cast NACT. I think it would be a super fun experience. I think I'd have a pretty good skill set for it, but also I think I'd love to be a pro player as well. I have a few friends who I'm trying to get into the game as well, so I'd love to join NACT. And even if I just get to play some qualifier games, I got to watch some of those, and they were really fun. Even if I get qualifiers, I don't even have to make it to the main stage. I'd have a great time with that.
Oh, the confidence is there. I feel the competition coming. Now, before we let you, for sure, I feel like my seat is not secure right now with Steve in the picture. So before we go end this series, is there something you want to say to your fans, or is there something you want to promote your channel? Talk about like what you want to continue doing in your channel.
Oh yeah, so everyone come subscribe to the Splitpush Steve YouTube channel. I just play all my ranked games on there. I don't think I've played a single ranked game off stream. So if you want to see my experience growing as a player, you can come watch me there. And to everybody who has been watching me, thank you all for coming out and watching me and supporting me through all this. You all actually helped me contact everyone in NACT to be able to get on this interview now. So without all of you, I wouldn't be anywhere. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. I mean, maybe next season we're gonna see you on the caster sets or even right by my side. So thank you so much for joining us, and we're gonna go back into that game just now.
Thank.
So MVP will go to Mr. Worldwide Fried Chicken. Now, Trex laid out a pretty exciting hypothesis is something that might happen if potentially BTK can make it to M5. He will be the one player to have played 3 roles in the grand finals, like the World Series. That will be something huge, not just for him, but also shows how great NA is.
Listen, it's not Mr. Worldwide, it's Mr. Worldwide at this point. Definitely. I mean, the guy, I can't even explain it, man. Fried Chicken is, I mean, in my book, he's becoming essentially like the best player in NA, man. He's all over the place, and no matter what he plays on, he performs. Like, it's just insane, honestly, the way he plays sometimes, and the depth of his hero pool overall, and the amount of roles and how well he does in all of those roles. It's honestly insane.
For me, it's kind of comes down to just his game genius. The way he understands Mobile Legends on such a deeper level kind of opens it up for no matter what role he takes. He immediately knows what he needs to do to be successful in all of those roles. While he might not have the hero know-how for all of those roles, he knows how to turn his experience into it. From what we've seen with those Edith picks into the roam, but now he's starting to traverse into where he's starting to own roam with the Kadita, with the Kufra. I mean, man, is there anything he can't do?
Well, I guess we'll find out. That's what makes him one of the most talented players in NA for various seasons now. Coming up next after the break is the match that we have been waiting for. We've been seeing this on pretty much every weekend. Will this weekend be any different for BTK? Will they be facing their face in defeat once again against the TheOhioBrothers, their nemesis by now? Or will they continue that victory we've seen in the past series and make something happen this week? We'll find out after a break.
Bloodhounds, all of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara, wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%. Good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Right. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, MLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's TheOhioBrothers, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North American...
Welcome back to the halftime show, everyone. Today we shift our focus to the four horsemen, the standout players dominating the arena right now. And just with what we saw in the previous games, I hope that the Mr. Worldwide is on that roster. So our casters will highlight the most stars of the seasons, the rising talents, top incomers, and players you need to watch out for. Take it away.
All right, here we go. NACT Calamity. What do we have in store for you right now? We're going to be talking about the players with the most MVPs this season. These are the four horsemen. Now, right now, best player leading the pack with 5 MVPs. Zia with 4, ISO and Fallen behind both of them with 3. But still, these have been the players that have been shining through Private.
Yeah, and one of the things you notice right away is that TOB has 2 of those positions, and that just kind of goes to show how well TOB has been operating underneath the current meta. They know exactly what needs to be done and where kills need to be going, and that kind of leads to those highlight reels for best player and Zia as well. But I mean, let's not count out ISO and Fallen, who have been right up there when it comes to being those standards, those flag bearers for their teams.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that we haven't been able to see Fallen as much recently, and I honestly don't know. From what I know is I don't know if we're gonna be seeing him at least in the playing position for the rest of NACT. It was so nice seeing Fallen the Thief come back after taking a break last NACT from seeing him in The Simpsons before that, joining up with Avalon, and still having it in him, man. He played some great games, and as you can see, he's secured MVP several times for his team. So it was nice to see him when we had the chance, but it does seem like Tarzan is most likely going to be the main player on the roster now. ISO, on the other hand, he's not like the flashiest player like Zia, for example. Like, if I had to mark down probably just an MVP of the entire season, in my book, Zia would probably be it. He's had some plays that have just made me drop my jaw. But ISO still has definitely been someone that has just been such a member of the team, you know? He outputs the damage, he does what he needs to, he's able to get the win in the gold lane against many teams, so definitely has just been a star of BTK this season.
Yeah, and you can see up there, the stats they're not really that big of a differentiator between Xia and ISO. But just watching them, I can say the biggest difference for me is that Xia has been one of those marksmen that can work independently of the success of his team. Whereas he can get ganked, he can get pressure in his lane, and still be able to out-farm the enemy marksman. In some cases, it's actually been ISO that he's been out-farming despite getting ganked in his lane. And if Ohio Brothers have a slow start, maybe taking some kills in the early game, Xia has always been that rock for them to be that playmaker. While that doesn't, not to discount ISO a bit though, but like BTK, when they having those great games, ISO is right there behind them as well. Just two great players and two great marksmen here in North America.
I mean, what's funny is both these players used to both play different roles. We all know Xia from being a mid laner mage, right? From back in M3. He changed the route. He wanted to play gold lane. He wanted to play it so bad that he left BTK just so he could play gold lane. Formed teams like Ackerman, which always secured an upper 3, and finally ended up with Hoon, Shark, and some of the rest of the boys. And now I feel like he has really just unleashed. ISO, on the other hand, aka Easy Peasy, used to be the jungler for Deuce and Knights and things like that, and has also found gold lane and has thrived in it. But Xia definitely has been that guy. And you mentioned him able to survive on his own, able to work independently. He also makes plays independently, man. This guy, he can branch off from the team and he is comfortable with it. He's almost, you know, he reminds me of like he's got that style of Marcuti, but he's also got the brains of ISO and the brains of several other players. And he's just like, he's got the full package, I feel like. And he's definitely just been such a rising star this NACT.
Well, not to discount, but a little focus, definitely to be paid to the highest MVP earner here, best player, who many think is in line for like one of the top spots as a jungler here in North America. He's been showing, when I say his assassin prowess here has been basically unmatched. If we're talking about the 4 horsemen, best player for me would definitely be Death, because you never know what direction he's coming from when he's playing the Lance, when he's playing the Ling. There's basically nowhere is safe for you, and he has been that highlight maker, that person who paves the way, that allows Xia to get comfortable in his lane, knowing that he's got somebody else that's got the guns up ready to kind of put on that damage, and then that allows Xia to kind of breathe easy, get his lane squared away there. So it's, I mean, it's been a great amount of games for both of those guys. But best player, I mean, right now 5 MVPs, and that has to say something about his skill level thus far in the NACT.
All right, well, those are the skills, those are the numbers, those are the stats, and those are the 4 horsemen of the NACT right now. Let's throw it back to our beautiful host, Liz.
Thank you, Tretz. And with the 4 horsemen, they're going to be coming up in the next 2 weeks, as the NACT offline finals is right around the corner. The offline finals will be hosted in Long Beach, California, in Thunder Studio. So it's going to be the biggest, greatest offline event yet. And as we count down for the live event, it's time for you to join in the hype on social media. We're giving away free tickets as well as diamonds for the live event. So make sure you use that link in the description on YouTube to sign up for the event now, and also post a photo for LA in the MLBB NA Facebook group. But guys, how exciting is that event? Are you ready for LA?
I am definitely ready. And when you guys post that photo, make sure it's #ShowcaseYourCity. And just a reminder, guys, you got to go out and touch grass to do this one. It can't be just a picture of the room. You got to showcase your city. I know it's hard for us Mobile Legends fans, but it's something we got to do. And I've heard it's a beautiful city. Never been to LA myself. Super excited to get there. And what better place to have our NACT playoffs?
Yeah, NACT is turning Hollywood, so we're turning in that sand from the desert for the sand for those beautiful beaches out there, and every single event has been bigger than the last. And speaking for myself, from the last Las Vegas event, I can't wait to see how we top it in Los Angeles.
I can't wait as well. And before we go on with the next series of games, let's have another giveaway for all our lovely fans. 30 giveaway codes listed on the screen, so for your chance to redeem one of these permanent skins for Blitz Attack for Beatrice. We saw how Marcuti as well as other marksmen have been playing it on that Beatrice, so make sure you are one of the 30 users to redeem that skin. Well guys, I'm hoping for some more challenger skins coming our way with the live events. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely love to see some more skins. We got a lot of things coming up too with M5. Got a lot of exciting skins and plans from the side of Moonton. But what about these exciting predictions from us, Private Dancer?
Man, I don't even know what to say anymore. Tonight's has been, actually this entire weekend has been, I think it's put me down. I was only 2 losses, but now I'm at 3. So I don't even know what to think anymore. One thing that has been a standard so far has been TOB's domination. But as we commented before, I want to say last weekend, BTK came the closest they've ever been to being able to topple that mountain. Yeah,
they came, I don't know, like they come close, but also there's still some things to work on. TOB, what I did like about last game, seeing them against Area 77, is it seems like they have a bit more dynamic to draft, which could be very helpful against TOB, because that's where TOB beats them a lot, is the draft dynamic always seems to be in the side of the Ohio brothers. Hopefully BTK finally have some answers to that.
You know, I'm gonna put on a hostess curse for you guys. I know it's been a lot of series you've casted today, but I'm hoping for a 5-series game, no matter who the winner is, no matter whose tide is gonna turn to the favor of. And I mean, on my books, I'm still winning against Private Dancer on these predictions, even though I was this close to voting for Area 77. But I guess
what's that production? Get rid of Liz. No,
and now, without further ado, I think the last team is ready, or are they? But we're looking forward to the last series of the regular season. This is going to be the last match of the whole regular season stages. And with all the things that happened this weekend, will something be different when it comes to TOB versus BTK? Let's find out.
All right. I guess they're not ready yet. Come on, Liz. This is what you get.
We had a beautiful smile
toss
going on. That was a little bit.
I was ready to sit there. I'm not gonna lie. I was ready to just. Jeez.
I mean, we made a great picture right there. And now, I guess the teams are ready, and it's up to you guys to just take it away.
Thank you so much, Liz. Always wonderful with the tosses. And now we jump into the final series of the night. BTK versus TOB.
Yeah, and while both of these 2 teams have already secured their spot in the playoffs, you can bet that both of them are looking to make a statement here tonight, whether to maybe get that momentum as we move to the playoffs in Los Angeles. I mean, the past fights have been nothing and literally just TOB domination. Does Bloodthirsty King possibly have the formula needed to topple TOB?
Well, if there's going to be a night, tonight could be that night, because if you guys haven't noticed, TOB does have a sub in. They've got Wrath playing on their own position instead of Shark, and we know the synergy with Hoon and Shark. And with that, with Wrath having not played a singular game with TOB throughout all 3 phases, this could be the chance for BTK to secure a dub.
Yeah, that's gonna be the interesting thing here as well. I mean, especially with the impact that Shark has had on a lot of the Ohio Brothers games. And I want to say, I don't really know too many people who would disagree with me, Shark pretty much the #1 roam in North America right now. So some big shoes for Wrath to fill here.
Most definitely. Now, all right, taking a look at draft. Well, one thing I want to point out is BTK, they were totally cool with the Fanny against Area 77. They're like, but we're not dealing with best players Fanny. Like, that's one thing, like, because we've seen them try to have answers for it before, and best players just too smooth with it. So they take out the Fanny. The Bruno also off the map, which I thought maybe they might leave open for themselves, but they decide to ban it out here. So that takes that away. I think it would have been nice. ISO played a great job on it, but instead they want to prio the Kadita.
Yeah, and we already saw Fly Chicken, especially with the last series, how lethal he was on it, especially if you maybe are a little hesitant or a little late when it comes to your rotations or checking some of those bushes. He will punish you severely for it. We're going to have to see what the Ohio Brothers are going to answer back with that. Both suppressions off the board for them, and Eve taken off for them.
Yeah, most definitely. And now the Hubbers, I mean, they like to take that Fredrin away from Mobazane. Even if they flex it over to Milo, it's always a solid pick. So that could be something we end up seeing here. Definitely a possibility up front. Shark's not here, and so the Franco's already been banned off. I would say normally something like that. But they go for the X-Borg for Milo, most likely.
Yeah, X-Borg for Milo, most likely. No. And then that Fredrin to go ahead and take that jungle away from Zane.
I was gonna say, I guess, yeah, you get the Fredrin jungle. Definitely a possibility there. On the side of BTK, now we want to respond with something. I think pick up the Martis from Mobazane again.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Martis. He's also got that Boxia that he can call on, which would actually prove to be a decent counter for the Fredrin, because you got that stock anti-heal on the Boxia, which can kind of burst him down a little. But then you're not talking about something that can possibly, I mean, get you an advantage during those Lord fights, where we know while Zane does not have trouble with retros. There's the Boxia anyway. So, I mean, I was just going to go into, I mean, the biggest thing for me when it comes to Bloodthirsty Kings taking on the Ohio Brothers is BTK being able to formulate a plan around some of these pit fights to give Mobazane time to get those retribution where he's not dealing with the entirety of Ohio Brothers knocking into him, creating all these different focuses for him.
Not only that, but these are normally picks that the Ohio Brothers does not let BTK get. Like the Basha normally does not slip through. The Kadita either gets taken by Hoon or they ban it out and don't give it over the side of BTK. So a lot of things have kind of slipped through the cracks here that TOB normally wouldn't let. T played a great game on the Paquito last game against Area 77. We know the type of cuts he can make. We know the type of flanks he can make on this hero. And if he can get the advantage over the EXP lane, over Milo, then it's going to be huge.
And we've seen time and time again, if you can rotate fast on that Paquito, you're going to have a problem on that Valir, who's going to be basically a sitting duck for them. We've seen Victor do it. We've seen T do it. We've seen Merciless, I want to say, well, not on the actual Paquito, but that's one of the biggest counters when it comes to Valir, is being able to worry about that XP lane coming to jump you from behind. But we're moving into the second banning phase. Claude taking out for the Ohio Brothers, still looking for what BTK wants to settle things in with these second bans.
I mean, both teams still need a gold laner, right? And no Bruno, now no Claude. You know, do both teams really hammer in here? And we get left with, you know, scraps? Beatrix is still open. Brody's still left open. I'm wondering if that's going to be the end strategy here. Valentina will get banned out. That's going to limit down Hoon, which I think is a solid ban. Hoon's a monster on the Valentina, even though she hasn't been, like, the most picked mage anymore, which is crazy to think about. Still a solid ban to take away from Hoon.
Well, yeah, and especially because you still have that rough waves out there as well. So then something that you have that is that additive to your team becomes something that you're going to have to watch out for as well. Navario taken off the board as well. That's a great amount of zoning and sniping ability for them. Like we've said before, if you're down to half health before the fight even starts, it's going to be a problem for you and your composition. We do still have some marksmen left out there. Beatrix is still out there. We did take the Brody off of that last ban. Ohio Brothers really trying to hone in on ISO's pool here.
Ooh. Spite. That's why they were banning the gold laners, because they were like, we know where we're going. They pick up the Ixia. I don't even have anything to really say about this. It got picked up like once in MPL PH the other day. It got picked up in ID, I think, once, but it still hasn't really like earned a spot. I think a lot of people are saying it could be good. A lot of people are saying it's horrible. So we'll see tonight.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see tonight. I mean, she does have her pluses. She does have her minuses. That ultimate kind of puts her into the same position that a Farja or a Gore does, where she's kind of a sitting duck, has to be very stationary to really dish out a lot of damage. Does have a decent amount of CC, but does also lack any type of like mobility or escape for her.
Yeah, I feel like her ultimate is essentially just like the Nabir's Passion, except you don't have any of the other pluses that come with the Beatrix. But we'll see. I do like the fact that she has some CC, so that could be a game changer. But the Ling is going to be locked in for best player. Yato locks in the Farza, prime target for the Ling, but does have the Wings by Wings. But still, I like seeing Yato on a hero like this. Like I said, I always like seeing him on a nice high ground mage. His aim is always on point. His positioning is good, so it could be crucial. But best player just loves picking on Yato when he picks up something like this.
Yeah, but that's going to be the interesting thing here too, because I mean, I want to say that that's kind of probably one of the bigger counters for somebody like Ixia. We were just talking about Zia, probably one of the best marksmen in North America. I definitely want to see how well you're going to be able to perform with that Ixia against something like a Farja, which is definitely going to be able to punish you once you land, once you launch that full barrage ultimate.
All right, let's jump into game number 1. This is a best of 5. BTK up against TOB. Now, taking a look at this composition with the Basha. This is something Mobazane hasn't really gotten to play recently, but we know he's a monster with it. And I feel like up against the Ling, BTK, a major win condition is we need to get into Ling's face, man. Get into his face early on, maybe even before level 4, and just pressure. Luckily, the TheOhioBrothers do have this Valier, which can kind of help deal with that if BTK wants to be overly aggressive. But still, I think it's a major winning point for BTK.
Yeah, interesting enough having Hoon. Oh, Fly Chicken actually finds a kill onto Mielo, and that's going to go ahead and set the tone for this early game. Before the first minute, 1 kill for BloodThirstyKings.
Can never sleep on Fried Chicken at this point. At this point, I don't doubt him anymore. I was a bit of a non-believer at first. I was like, Fried Chicken Rome? Come on. What is this? Where am I? But at this point, especially on this Kadita, man, he is just lethal, man. This guy is lethal on it. And I think after this game, TLB will probably end up banning it, or they're going to first pick it for themselves.
Yeah, Mobazane does clear out that minion, is starting to get himself in position for the turtle. Best player lands on top of Team Yellow there with the backup as well, trying to put on the damage, but T going to be able to get over these towers. Actually going to go ahead face to face with Best Player, trying to put on the damage with those knockout punches. Best Player damage of his own. Hoon with the backup. Is Best Player going to be able to find the kill? Tempest of the Blades is down. Mobazane coming in, looking for the set. Is not going to be able to find Best Player, but that does zone out the TheOhioBrothers with 5 seconds left on this first turtle.
He gets away with a sliver of health, and he doesn't even go back to base, man. That guy's back up in the XP lane right now at 10% health. He fears no man right now. He's comfortable with it. Mobazane sitting in the turtle pit. Wait, is Hoon on the Fredrin again? How did we miss this? What?
Hoon is on the Fredrin in the mid lane, trying to add a little bit of that CC. I've seen him talk about it before. It's not even, it sometimes isn't even to take it away from Mobazane. It's just when his composition usually lacks enough of that CC that they need.
I mean, I remember last time they picked it because it worked. Like, they wanted the counter of the Esmeralda against the Lapu, and he just kind of bit the bullet for it. But this time, I'm wondering if we're pushing it. Yes, they do have a Wrath on this Valier, so they kind of like make up. You still have some magic damage, you still have some physical, you still have like this roam and mid, you still have like this tanky and mage mechanic in the mid, and it's just kind of swapped around. But still, it's a little iffy.
Yeah, Wrath is setting up to try to push away Mobazane. Fly Chicken lying in wait, waiting for the perfect opportunity, but it does not come. Best Player and the rest of the TheOhioBrothers in great position. Oh, actually does get knocked out of his rough waves. Chicken in trouble here. Gets bursted down by Best Player.
He actually got knocked out of it too. Like, he still has the green dot. He still has the ultimate. He got knocked out of it. And then they had him so locked up, he couldn't pop it. He couldn't repop it. They were able to kill him before he had the opportunity to even escape that. So a good pick. Maybe this will make Fried Chicken a little more careful, possibly. Maybe that could be a little, have a little mental game. Like, oh, I got to be a bit more careful. I can't just go in crazily. I'm not going against, a different team here. This is TOB. I have to remind myself that. And now at this point, it's 2-1. TOB tying up the gold. Turtle up in about 70 seconds, but still hard to tell who this game could go to.
Yeah, I mean, right now, 1-2, it's still very even. We do have a little bit of a gank setup, trying to bait out Zia. But, I mean, the man, he has to smell that in the bush and sense it.
Taking a look at some of these items, though, ISO has just locked in the Haas Claws. Going to get a little bit of crit, a little bit of lifesteal off that one. On the side of Ixia, we're going for Trinity here. We picked up the Corrosion Scythe. Whoa!
Yeah, big 3-man gank onto the OhioBrothers gold lane. That's going to be the end of Zia early. Do find a little bit of a pop-up on the Fly Chicken, but it's not going to be enough to pay them for it. TOB on the backside going against T-Zane coming in there. You can see best player very low, so he's going to get juked out of his jungle here. Tempest of Blades is down, trying to dive around. T dives to the base and finds a kill onto best player. Pays for it as Mielo comes in with that last insanity.
That's good value, though. That is very good value. Taking out best player right now at this stage in the game is very important because we know how that lane can scale up. We know how much of a problem it can be. Not only that, but if Mobazane can get a level ahead, maybe 2 levels ahead, even just 1 level ahead, it's going to give advantage with the red tree over those neutral objectives.
Yeah, and you see 3 members of BTK here at the bottom, trying to put that pressure where it belongs, right on to Zia. We do have a stun with the feathered airstrike, but on the backside, Hoon comes in. Zia in trouble, gets taken out by Fly Chicken. Yet BTK, Yato, still focusing down on Hoon. Fly Chicken looking for an escape, and unfortunately, Wrath not able to put the damage onto them.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Ixia not being super mobile, and we can definitely see the presence in that right now, right? Like, Ixia doesn't really have a real dash or anything, so it's definitely kind of a problem. You have the CC, but once you get ganked and once you're out of the flicker, it's just kind of GG's, and BTK are definitely taking advantage of that.
Oh, man, a big stun onto Hoon with the rough waves. Is he going to be able to get away? He is. That's a tanky boy, Fredrin from him, and the rest of BTK focusing down on this purple buff. They are going to be able to walk away with it.
Yeah, and taking that is huge. We saw it in the last series. They were able to take away DPR's purple buff consistently, and this is what BTK needs to start doing. We normally don't see them get this aggressive against TOB, but this is the way we kind of always want to see them play. Get in best player's face, man, especially when he picks up something like the Ling. It's literally like do or die at that point. Zia is going to get picked off again on that boss side, and BTK starting to capitalize a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah, and that's kind of the issue. I want to say, I mean, Wrath is not giving the usual support that Zia has once they're getting kind of entangled on that gold lane. Mobazane finds a kill up at top onto Mielo as well.
Yeah, now with that, another tower down. BTK is taking 1, 2 towers, working on the... Oh, best player just gets shattered down by the rough waves. BTK definitely in full control of the game right now.
Yeah, 7-3, not a familiar spot for BTK against the OhioBrothers, but you were talking about the aggression and the offense from them right now. T putting the damage up onto this top turret, and Hoon and Zia forced to try to create that distance.
Yeah, so BTK going to try to work on this mid side now. Does TOB even really have, like, a big answer? Like, essentially, best player was... Oh! Was supposed to be the answer for Yato, but now that he's low, they have no one that could get to him, and he just puts so much pressure on Wrath and on Zia.
Yeah, and then especially those ganks onto the gold lane without being able to kind of get away. Mielo does activate that last insanity, not going to be able to find damage or a kill just yet, but best player doing best player things, especially on Ling. We've seen him in this position before, not doing great on the Ling, but is going to be trying to create some pressure around the map with some of those split pushes.
Yeah, and I mean, he does it well, but here goes Mobazane in the mid side.
Yeah, it does kind of create a little bit of a distraction there. And we see that ultimate, that full barrage coming out with the assistance from Wrath, able to take down Zane. Best player comes in with attempts to blades, trying to back off T. Fly Chicken lying in wait, looking for the perfect opportunity for a pop-up and the rough waves. Last insanity is out. T gets taken out by Zia, while on the other side, Yato able to find himself a tower.
Oh.
Does get taken out by Hoon.
3 members of BTK crumbled down in a matter of about 30 seconds all across the map as well. BTK maybe going a little bit too deep. They had a nice lead there. Oh my god. Fried chicken, bro. He's just always there. He's always watching, Mike Lebowski. Like, the guy just doesn't stop, man. It's like you're never safe. And right now the target is best player, and he is locking him down every single time.
Yeah, and he's just always in a great position. As soon as he saw the split pushing from best player, he wanted to go ahead, make sure that he positioned himself on the other side of the map in case best player came there. And then it paid itself through dividends there as he was able to find the rough waves as well. And OhioBrothers not in a great position here for this game. Only about a 2K gold lead for BTK though.
You know, something I want to point out is we didn't see much Paquito at all in like the first 2 phases, and it's a hero I've been waiting to see a lot more. And recently, especially today, we've seen it all over the place. I think in like more than half of the games we've seen him get picked up, and he's definitely been very detrimental. And T's been doing such a great job on him. Well, hold on.
Yeah, feathered airstrike raining down damage onto the OhioBrothers. Mielo on the front line trying to fend off. Mobazane does activate that last insanity from the flank. ISO comes in with the damage, taking down Wrath and bursting down the other members of OhioBrothers to the point that they now need to retreat.
Man, the Airthel's just so fast, just comes in out of nowhere, pops the ultimate, starts shredding down members, and just when TOB, it kind of felt like they had some space, BTK deny that, and they've taken over the jungle once again. Best player's been barely able to get any buffs. They're giving this orange buff over to ISO. I don't think TOB is going to be able to deny it, and they're also not going to be able to deny this Lord. Mobazane should be able to take it.
Yeah, there's not going to be much contention from the OhioBrothers, not in the position to really even look for team fights yet. Oh man, another one. Chicken finds another kill onto best player.
How does he just knows? How does he always know where best player is going to go next, man? Like, just the game sense. I don't know, man. It's insane. Like, he's just waiting in these offlanes. I think after the one time we saw the best player split push, Fried Chicken's like, all right, I got him. He wants to split push. I'm going to start waiting in these side and just chill. And in comes best player time after time.
Yeah, and it does seem to be the answer. Best player, I mean, there's not much you can do if you're trying to split, especially now you're starting to take away the only other tool that Ling has left, especially when you're so far behind. The OhioBrothers trying to mount up a little bit of a defense here. Minions crashing in all lanes with the Lord up at the top. You see BTK surrounding that tower, able to take it down very quickly. And TOB have to be very concerned about how deep they go into with these defenses, because all it takes is for BTK to jump in, maybe get a stun. Feathered airstrike is down. Gets taken down by Flied. Chicken finds another mark. Meanwhile, Mielo trying to get out of the way. Immortality has been activated in the back line. Zia finds a kill onto T, and that will be 1 kill apiece, but still a great push for BTK. But oh man, best player
once again
with the split pushing ability here right now, he is swinging away.
I have one job, and midair, taken out. Yato able to take him, but he does take the tower. And honestly, like, I don't think it's a bad. Like, he'd be useless in the defense. He'd be useless in the team fight, right? Like, I don't think there's much he can actually do in a fight right now at 1-5-3. Taking a look at his gold, he's 7,500. He's sitting even at the bottom side of BTK and all of their lowest gold members. Fried Chicken's almost passed him up at this point. So I think it is the right play, as long as the OhioBrothers can defend some of these pushes. For him to kind of gain space here and there, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, 7K gold lead for BTK right now as they're trying to continue this chokehold around the OhioBrothers side of the map. Only inhibitors left for them, and you can already see all the jungle starting to get refused from the OhioBrothers. Yato does receive a taunt on the other side. Mobazane comes in. Hoon's going to go ahead, dash his way to safety. Mielo from the right comes in. Last insanity is out. Hoon goes down, and Mielo might not be able to find an escape. Yato with the finishing touches, but best player swoops in. Tempest of Blades is out. Fried Chicken finds the kill. Zia with a full barrage, putting on the damage. Find kills of his own.
That is clean. I mean, Zia is starting to pick up. He just locked in the VOD as well. And I will say that this Ixia, from what I've seen, even in other games, it does pack a bit of a punch once it gets online. And it's weird because it's not exactly like Shred, but it's not exactly Burst. That full barrage, though, you can definitely get some cleanup if the time is right, and it does have some defensive siege potential in it at that. So TOB definitely not out just yet. Yes, BTK has a huge gold lead, but TOB should maybe even be able to defend this Lord if they play it right.
Yeah, they should be able to, but I mean, what we're talking about, what we need for a plan to kind of come back from it right now. And I mean, every angle that the Ohio Brothers are coming at it from right now, whether it's trying to mount the defense, trying to have best player on the lane, get those split pushes, there seems to be an answer, and BTK is responding quickly for it. Tempest of Blades is out onto 3 members, best player juking and diving around those swords to put on the damage. Minions are starting to crash up at the top with that Luminous Lord, while Zia is up there to try to take care of it. Still waiting for these lanes to kind of synchronize up mid. Minions coming in first, while half of the Ohio Brothers getting juked out by Feathered. Airstrike finds best player. Fly Chicken finds a tower as well. There are no more high grounds. The base is exposed, cold, naked, and alone as the Ohio Brothers trying to defend it. Yellow comes in with the last insanity. T finds a kill onto Zia. Yellow has to go back to the base. Wrath gets taken out by Fly to Chicken. Now you can see the rest of the damage going onto the core. This is going to be game 1 going to BTK.
All right, BTK coming in game number 1. I think this is their first game 1 win against TOB so far this season. So well done. Can they continue it? It was definitely in a very dominating fashion, and I think in the past games against TOB, even when Fly Chicken subbed to Rome, it just feels like he's gotten so much more comfortable. The team has gotten a bit more comfortable with it. They work better with it now. The synergy is starting to get there, and it's definitely something TOB has to watch out for, especially coming into these next games.
Yeah, and there's just certain picks that you just can't give Chicken right now. He's too skilled regardless if he is Romaine or not. And I think right now we've already pretty much thrown out that argument, as Chicken pretty much has showed he can play anything he needs to be successful. 9, 2, and 3. I mean, you think he's not a Romaine? Are you kidding me? Fly Chicken able to find some great pickups, not just during team fights though, where there's a lot going on, but his positioning around the map, able to find and surprise even best player.
Yeah, surprised him several times, about 4 times in a row at that. Another player we want to keep our eyes on, Yato, had a great game as well. 4, 1, and 6 with some nice positioning, even able to put himself around ISO 2. Let's take a look at this replay. BTK with about a 7,000 gold lead here, and ISO just running rampant, able to catch people off. Milo tries to make some play into the backside. Yato with the reposition, taken out before he has a chance. Yes, best player does come in the nick of time, but still every time he comes in, it's over. And by the time Zia does finally start reaping up some kills there, it's a little too late. The gold's gotten too far away. Taking a look at some of these stats though, Private.
Yeah, Rich Guy gonna go over to ISO while the carry going over to Yato. He doesn't usually get the highlight plays anymore because of his positioning in here, but Sandbag and Forgotten One going to Mobazane, doing his job, being that front liner, and especially when it comes to kind of bursting down some of those, I want to say, tankier heroes out there.
Yeah, and so coming into game number 2, do we think the ban's completely changed? Do you think we just, do we get rid of the Kadita? I feel like you definitely get rid of the Kadita, right? Do we get rid of the Basha? Back to some of the bans that we normally would see from TOB, like the Basha is normally something they always take away. Like, it's always been something I've watched for, and they take away the Basha, they pick up the Fredrin, and you put Zane in this kind of weird position to where he doesn't have 2 of his comfort picks, right? So I think that's something they kind of need to get back to if they want to play throughout game 2 much better than the past one.
Well, I guess it kind of, for me, it depends on why those were left out in the first place. We might be covering down for maybe Wrath doesn't have the same type of hero pool that Shark does when it comes to some of those tankier heroes, which forced Hoon to pick up that Fredrin into the mid lane to try to compensate for it. The one thing I do know is that it's probably not the best time to start experimenting in that marksman role with a very underwhelming marksmen when it comes to movement speed and mobility, especially if you don't have the usual support that you do in that marksman lane. And we saw, I mean, early game, Zia was just getting bombarded with BTK members.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, Zia, you know, it's funny because we were just talking about how well Zia does at escaping and like at playing alone. But I feel like when you're on a hero like that doesn't have the mobility, because normally he does so well, he thrives on, like, you know, the Beatrix, any kind of slippery marksman, even the Aerithel he's done all right on, the, you know, a lot of these heroes. And on something like that, there's no real space. And I think that's been one of the reasons why we haven't seen the Ixie a whole lot. Yes, it does seem like it has potential, but it has to be in the right composition, and your team has to be completely ready for it. Now, BTK going to ban out the Fanny again. I don't know, man. The Kaja's gone. I really think TOB, they have to ban out the Kadita, man. Or, I mean, Hoon will pick it up, though. That's the thing, though. Hoon will play Kadita if he has to. Even if Shark doesn't play it, it's not uncommon to see Hoon pick it up and do amazing on it. So I think BTK actually might need to, like, double check themselves as, like, maybe we want to ban the Kadita, because Hoon will most likely steal that from them. It seems like they're going to ban it, though.
Yeah, well, OhioBrothers, go ahead, ban it out, and that's going to leave open some picks for BTK here, though, as well. Possibly going to be getting that Fredrin as well, because I don't really think the OhioBrothers, are you going to go ahead and prioritize that Fredrin over, I want to say, what we've usually seen in the historically from the OhioBrothers, which is usually that mage or that XP laner, those game changers for them.
Most definitely. And now the Yee's going to get banned out from BTK. TOB on their last ban, and then it's going to swing back to BTK, and then we'll finally get to see what some of these picks are going to be, because that's really what I'm wondering, like, how much does TOB switch it up? I think they definitely, you know, they went a little experimental in game number 1, I would say, you know. The Ixia pick, they pick up Hoon on the Fredrin once again. I definitely think they need to kind of get back to the basics here if they don't want to lose out on another game, because if BTK wins this next game, I don't know. Trust, the OhioBrothers are great, but I don't know if today they have what's in them to try to pull a reverse sweep off or anything. They need to try to even the playing field here and now.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we'd be looking at here. I mean, especially when it comes to like a reverse sweep for here. I want to say the OhioBrothers. I mean, the elephant in the room right now, or rather the lack of a Shark, is a big issue for the OhioBrothers. We've talked about, like, when it comes to ranked matches, like usually the roam is like one of those flexible, you can put a new person on there. When you start grading up here to like the top 8 of North America, that roam is a very intricate role that you need. It gets the vision, it sets the tone, it sets the enemy team for when it comes to a lot of these plays. The changing it up, we've seen Fly Chicken starting to get his hands on that role, really starting to get confident and comfortable in that role, while it seems like OhioBrothers might have some difficulties and frustrations at dealing with it. Looking for those first picks, we're going to see what the OhioBrothers are prioritizing here.
I mean, not only that, but like, it's not even just Shark. It's the synergy between Shark and Hoon, man. Like, that duo right there is just so deadly. Like, I don't know how much they actually talk in comms or what the deal is, but it just feels like they read each other's minds sometime, man. Like, they're always on the same page when trying to make plays happen. Does look like Zia this time is going to lock in the Bruno up front, which I think is going to be a very solid pick for him, and a scary pick. Like, everything else aside, that pick is going to be scary. And BTK, okay, T, you know, I'm excited about this. I play some Khalid. I'm happy. Let's go. It's going to be a great pick.
I Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about pluses for Khalid, there's a lot of early game damage that he can dish out and a decent amount of sustain, especially when it comes to kind of diving or even trying to offset, especially in the early game where not a lot of heroes can burst him down while he's in that rejuvenating state. I'm not even sure what it's called because we don't really see Khalid out here too often. Pardon?
It's called Eat Sand, nerd. No, but no. The only problem is that it gets CC'd, and like with the taunt and with the bikini. That's why Khalid fell off. Like, because that second skill, once you get CC'd, you're done, and then you're just a sitting duck. So like, it's a good pick, but also it's a dangerous pick.
Yeah, but apparently that means that BTK right now feeling very comfortable with these next games here. They have the Novaria picked up and a Cho, which we haven't seen in a while from BTK. I know Yato. Yato was actually a really big Cho user way back in the day. Once we were used to have those Area 77 versus BTK matches.
Yeah, so I think what it is like, you know, fine, you guys got Wrath, we'll take Khalid. Let's just do this. Anyways, we're coming on to this next set of bans here. Valentina for BTK, Brody from the Ohio Brothers. We still need a marksman for BTK. Now the Airthill's still open, the Beatrix is still open. Plenty of options still on the field here, but I don't even know like what really can take on the Bruno right now. I feel like you want some range, right? You just want to be able to like range him in the laning phase because you don't want to get up close and personal with him.
I mean, definitely the range is the big thing for me. I'm not going to say Hanabi, but like Melissa is out there with that doll. You can clear him out because that's the biggest thing about Bruno is even for a marksman, he's got pretty short range there. Oh, and Clint out there, especially with that passive, it actually has a huge range on it that you can kind of put on the damage from.
I think the Clint is definitely straight. I think like the Clint is good. I think the Melissa is kind of getting slept on right now. I think it would have also been a great pick, really. Like you said, you have huge range, plus you have nice shred to deal with the Fredrin and the Bakito and thing, and you had the go away to deal with the Bakito trying to dive on you. So I think it would have been a good answer. They decided to go for the Clint instead. We've seen the Clint pop up a few times. It's done well here and there. It's done bad here and there. So we'll see exactly how ISO coins it. Taking a look at BTK's comp so far, we do have some heavy dive with the Cho and with the Khalid. You have some possibilities for big plays. And now TOB firing back with the Harris. We got a show match tonight, man. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We have a show match tonight. I'm just going to have fun. All right.
Yeah, fun it is. Big thing, I do like kind of I guess Harith is going to be the jungler for them. Florin, I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more Florins. I feel like
Harley's
she's kind of
be mid. Fredrin jungle. Maybe, we'll see.
Yeah, well, well, Florin has, I mean, her ultimate, the Bloom now, it's been a global alt, but now with the new emblems, with everything now, it's a huge top up from anywhere on the map. So it's so useful. And I've actually kind of wondered why we don't see that more often. I do like that the TheOhioBrothers have checked a lot of boxes, whether it comes to CC, tankiness, a little bit of zoning out, and the assassin out there as well.
All right, let's jump into game number 2. This is going to be BTK up against TOB for the 100th time. Let's see exactly how this pans out.
Yeah, trying to keep things fresh are the TheOhioBrothers and BTK. Some outside the box picks ups here. We'll see how it manages for both of these teams.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, Mobazane has played this Karina a few times now, right? We've seen him pull it up out of the clutch here and there, especially when some of his hot picks are taken away from him. And he's actually done well with it. There was one game against TOB where I thought like they had it in the bag. They ended up blowing it. But either way, definitely interesting. T, on the other hand, you mentioned this Khalid. And yes, I mean, Khalid probably has some of the highest damage from level like 1 to 3. After 4, you could start to argue other heroes and stuff, but early game, his mobility and damage is definitely insane. He has the dive potential as well, so definitely someone to watch out for. Could be the thing that makes or breaks BTK here.
Yeah, and not just that, but he also has that his passive ability. Once he gets going, and lets him traverse the map from the side lane to the mid lane so quickly. It's gonna be very interesting to see if there's a way for them to go ahead and deal with it. You see Mobazane, might be locked on the Hoon. Is gonna very quickly use that escape.
Yeah, you know, I was just thinking with the Harley on mid. I think we've seen Hoon play this like one other time. It's not something like he picks all the time. It's not like a super like serious pick from him. But still, if we want to, Mobazane finds Zia there.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely burst him down. There was the combination between the shots from ISO, Fly Chicken with the snipe, and then Mobazane just came in as the cleanup crew.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the plan right now. Mobazane continue to come in as the cleanup crew. He's going to be able to, like, consistently do that. I'm still trying to see exactly where like Harley's going to fit in all of this. You do have some movement. You have some way to get onto ISO here. You have some possibilities to make it on to Novaria as well. I think that's actually a good answer to Novaria, really, because you can actually like flicker into that backside and try to definitely secure something. But Hoon almost took a death earlier, so he's going to have to be careful. Harley is like very squishy. Yes, mobile, but just a glass cannon, essentially.
Oh, you just see Yellow kind of coming in onto T, who is going to go ahead, put that damage on, and they're still trying to get a little bit of organization. Best player able to pick up this turtle. In comes T. Shadow Assault from Mobazane is not going to be able to find a target, and down goes Mobazane.
You know, and Fly Chicken finds Z up in the top side, so at least it's a 1-for-1, but that's 2 kills onto the gold lane of the TheOhioBrothers. And again, gold lane or Mobazane, I think it's a very fair trade overall. They're going to be able to get some gold plating here as well for ISO. Wrath trying to make his way up, but really hasn't been making any huge plays or statements on his side.
Yeah, TOB already on the side of Mobazane. Oh, he is. I don't even know if he was. No, he wasn't able to get that purple buff. It is stolen away from the TheOhioBrothers. Better start for TheOhioBrothers this game as they're already inside of Mobazane's jungle.
Yeah, we'll say this, the Paquito could end up being a problem for Mobazane here, right? You have the skill damage, which is always going to hit onto the Karina, right? You have the CC to kind of like slow him down when he's trying to dive in. So the Paquito, Milo, if Milo plays right, he, man, just having some trouble here.
Yeah, you can see that Mielo ran out of juice there right at the end. T gets away with just narrowly, though.
Man, Khalid needs a buff, man. He's looking a little weak down there. The man needs a buff. Moonton, I need you to handle that. Hopefully, we'll see something like that in the future. But up in the top side, ISO up against Wrath and Zia. And Yato and Fly Chicken have just been hanging out down here as well. I mean,
yeah, a big wave of the dragon lands onto Wrath, really taking advantage of his, I want to say, his positioning there. Yato in trouble, best player comes in. Hoon with the deadly magic is not going to be able to capitalize.
Does Yato have the roamer boots, or does Fly Chicken have the roamer boots right now? I'm wondering. Next time we see the items, remind me. A lot of damage on ISO though.
Yeah, he gets taken down. That's going to be a tower for the Ohio. Well, actually, it's going to be some gold plating for the TheOhioBrothers. Getting a little bit of gold in their pocket. Best player comes in, locks on the Yato. Not sure he's going to be able to make much happen just yet. Mielo comes in onto Mobazane. That's a lot of damage onto the assassin Karina. And Mielo comes in with the final touches with that knockout punch.
Milo's so slippery, man. Milo is another player that I think when he first joined TOB officially as the XP, we wondered how well he was going to do. And the man has just been a beast this whole season. So much better than I ever expected.
Wow, Zia, I can't believe he came so close. I thought that was for sure going to be a wipe for Zia, but that's the kill.
That's dirty. That's dirty. So dirty. That's one of the pluses of Harley, right? You get it. If you know where they are, you can get them for sure. And Hoon, having experience on the assassin roles, he can definitely pull that off. Now, taking a look, I want to find my answer. It does look like Fly Chickens did pick up the roam boots. So Yato doesn't have them. Mobazane still having some trouble here. He's 3 levels behind Mobazane right now. And here comes Milo once again, completely shattering him down.
Yeah, Appraiser's Wrath is more than enough. Yato comes in from the outside looking for a little bit of a Way of the Dragon onto Mielo, decides against it as Wrath is there as well. Whole team of the Ohio brothers except for the Marksman. Marksman actually down at the bottom, bursts down, T off screen.
Yeah, things have definitely gotten a little bit interesting here. The Echo comes out.
Yeah, Appraiser's Wrath comes down just to take care of the minions. Actually, best player down to about 25% health. The rest of TOB look to be disengaging from this. Great tower pushing so far for the Ohio brothers, and it does look like Zia looking for a little something at the bottom as he picks up that Berserker's Fury.
Yeah, I mean, with that, he's going to be able to do even more damage. Milo, on the other hand, 1, 0, and 2. He's able to move around this whole map, and I don't know, like, what can Mobazane even do here? Like, when it comes down to these big neutral objectives, I feel like he's gonna have no way in. He's gonna get taunted up by best player, or he's gonna get knocked up by Milo. It's just not the greatest matchup for him right now. Not to mention that, but you have even more sustainability with Wrath, causing the bloom and everything. So it definitely seems like there's a lot of things that BTK need to try to answer here.
Speaking of which, Mobazane does get knocked up and put down by best player, looking for some more CC. Taunt goes on to Yato, who's going to use that flicker to get himself to safety. Best player staying in the front line. Yellow trying to put on the damage. Look at Hoon from the side, finds the pick onto Mobazane.
3-0 and 1 on this Harley. Whether they're taking this game seriously, whether both teams are taking this game seriously or not, the Harley, I mean, watching Hoon on this Harley makes me think that this could maybe become a clutch pick in the future. Like, this could actually be something that they pull out of pocket here and there.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a reason why Zero tends to favor that in the mid lane as well, to the point where enemy teams have to ban it out from him because he's so lethal on it. Big tower for TOB as they're going to go ahead and disengage.
Yeah, I mean, and it's, yes, you give up, like, your siege and high ground and things like that, but like, especially when you pick up something like the Fredrin in your jungle, something bulky in your jungle, it makes sense to have something, you know, like an assassin-y mage like that. And we always kind of theorize with the Gushin or something like that, but I feel like the Harley works a bit better, just a little more mobility, it's a little less dangerous. I feel like you're not stuck in there, you always have a way to escape, but you still get that lethality there.
Oh man, they're bursting that lore down so quickly. Mielo's gonna go ahead, put some punches, some little taps onto Yato. Ooh, Mobazane almost got his purple buff a little bit engaged there. Is able to pull the retry off though.
Oh, Milo's gonna be walking into T and Yato. But Milo's so ahead right now.
He's actually super fed there. You can see all the damage that comes on him, Mielo, and doesn't even really phase him. Off screen, best player able to pick up the tower. 3 members onto Mielo. Now, as I was saying that, makes me a liar as Mielo goes down.
Yeah, but look at the bottom tower. Zia's going to be bursting this thing down. And Lord's still coming at this point. Ohio Brothers do sacrifice some of their waves down on the boss side. Lord's going to be a little not as synced up as maybe they'd like it to be, but they're not leaving down there.
Oh, jeez. I think that's the end for Mobazane. Hoon, I didn't think he was going to be able to do it, but packs that flame shot from the pocket, able to put the finishing touches onto him. Now we're starting to focus on this score. Fly Chicken going to use that flicker to get away from Zia. Out comes the snipe. Are we waiting for it? Trying to maybe look for Wrath. Is not going to be able to do it. T comes in with a little bit of a stun. Not going to be able to capitalize on it. This is about an 8K gold lead for the Ohio Brothers, and that's going to be game 2 going to TOB.
What an exciting game, and TOB takes the dub. It's 1-1 at this point. So, on all seriousness, TOB, there's I mean, yes, the picks were, you know, a little unconventional, but there was a few things that definitely stuck with me there, right? Like the Harley, I think definitely could be viable in the future after seeing it. And when you're in a place like this, right, where, like, I'm sure, let's just be real, both teams are a little comfortable. They know they're going to playoffs. They know they're okay. This is a great time to, you know, limit test, to test some things. And Hoon playing that Harley could be maybe something we see in the playoffs. I think seeing that, I do feel like it could be viable. And you mentioned we've seen Zero play it. We've seen it be something. What I want to see from BTK is like, let's see MobaZane limit test a little bit. Let's like bring out the YSS. Let's try something different. It's something we've been wanting for so long. And like, these are the days that you do those things. And that's the only thing I think that frustrates me sometimes with BTK is like, you have the perfect ample opportunity to, you know, try some strategies tonight. This is the time to do that, and you shouldn't be wasting that on a Khalid. You know, you should be using it on something that could really be viable in the future. And like Khalid, like I don't care if Powerless used to use him in the past. Like he's just, with how heavy CC so many junglers and EXP laners are right now, he's not really super viable. Let's take a look at some of the stats right now. The Ohio Brothers win 13-4, 9 minutes and 53 seconds and a 10K gold lead. Zia on this Bruno, packing one big punch. On the side of Milo, though, I think he was definitely the star of tonight, just completely dominating MobaZane. Picks up the Bloodlust Axe, also gets some of that, also gets the Dominance Ice, and this is when the Ohio Brothers just kind of lock onto this bottom tower. MobaZane caught up in the mid. They try to spend a lot of time to take out Mielo, and they put all their resources there, and here comes Hoon getting the clutch play once again in the mobile. Oh, and uses the flame shot just to be like, yeah, I got you now.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, is that it looked like he might have been able to get away, but had that flame shot right from his pocket. We can see here from the stats, Rich Guy going to Zia, Carry going to Zia, Forgotten One, Wrath getting himself on the board there. Unfortunately, Sandbag going to Yato there, but you can see here from the stats, damage to Turtle, damage to turrets, and Turtle Lord turrets, all basically in favor of the Ohio Brothers. A little bit of a mismatch when it comes to Karina against a Fredrin, as it did seem that Ohio Brothers had the number for that.
Yeah, the Karina, like, it's good against some of those non-skill heroes, right? Like people that are going to output the damage, it can work against marksman and stuff. But the Fredrin, you lock them up. Once Karina comes in, you get taunted. And on top of that, you had Milo, who also heavy skill damage, like very heavy skill damage, plus the CC. So every time Zane tried to come in, there was just literally nothing he could do. He was getting burst down. Then if he did escape, here comes Hoon from the side, able to get those final touches on him, right? So definitely need to rethink some of those things and need to be a bit more thoughtful when the drafts come up. And now, speaking of drafts, this is game number 3. BTK on the blue side this time.
Yeah, gonna have first pick for them. I'm assuming we might be looking at, I don't know if we're gonna be looking at a Fredrin for them, if they're gonna want to secure that. I do like, the Ohio Brothers really been wanting to take away that Fredrin from BTK, whether it's through bans or just picking it up. Even if Hoon has to play it in mid, they're just gonna take it away. Maybe more of a nuisance to MobaZane, as they all know that it's one of his favorite heroes. A typical bans, though, starting out for both of these teams. For Ramis on the side of BTK, along with the Kaja and Kadita for TOB.
Yeah, I mean, it is a literal fact when it's like 99% of games of TOB versus BTK, TOB takes the Fredrin. Like, it is just, and it's pure in spite of Zane. Like, no one else is doing, like, no one else has such a high pick ban rate of Fredrin other than TOB. I mean, they're like, no matter what, MobaZane does not get that hero. Unless like something here, but even in these spots, normally BTK is like, they go for the Kadita first, right? Or they go for something else that's a little more viable, right? They pick something else up front. So like what we saw last game, they picked the Kadita, the Ohio Brothers still take the Fredrin. But I mean, BTK just has to be able to deal with that, right? We have to get past that. Like, we could, like, that can't be the only hero that MobaZane's going to win on. And we know he has the ability to play some other things. He played a great Paquito last game against Area 77. We know the possibilities are there. I think the real strat, like when we come down into playoffs, when we come down in the future, is like, let TOB do that and have something ready for it. Like, because at this point, TOB is almost kind of readable for BTK, if you think about it, just because you know who they're going to target, you know what they're going to go for. So BTK has to get dynamic in their draft too and be ready to deal with that, to counter that.
Now, in an answer, BTK going to go ahead, take that go ahead and take that Bruno away from Zia. And man, we were talking about it before. Bruno, even in a normal person's hands right now, is just an incredibly strong marksman. With that crit, with those stacks getting up, I mean, especially when you move into the mid and late game, he's just bursting people down. But when you're talking about somebody like Zia, who's already kind of a master of the craft in marksman lane, it's going to be a huge problem, especially even what we saw, even with trying to use Clint to try to counter it. The biggest problem with Clint too is you kind of sacrifice a little bit of that mobility. He does have a dash, but I mean, it's a tiny one from all of the marksmen. We do have a pickup here again, taking away the Fredrin. First pick up alongside the Novaria for the Ohio Brothers.
Most definitely, and Martis is going to be picked by Mobazane there. They're going to pick up the Xborg as well, so far, I like the draft from BTK here. We saw T do wonderful things on this Xborg. Not only that, but they have the Bruno plus the Martis, just very strong with a lot of bases covered. You have damage with ISO, you have early game damage with Mobazane, and you just have overall coverage with T on this Xborg. You have chip, you have zoning, you have a lot of those things needed for several points of the game. So the Ohio Brothers, on the other hand, I think they also need to round themselves out. Do they pick up like a high damaging mage here or a high damaging marksman? I think one of those things have to come in now.
Yeah, that's going to be the question as well. And Xborg, we saw Area 77 had a big struggle against it. Picking up that Paquito again, that's really interesting too, because it's been something that Mobazane also shines on. We saw last game Yellow had a great game with Paquito, able to kind of get around, get a lot of that damage in to really focus down Mobazane. I am wondering how we're going to kind of fend off some of that early game here from Mobazane, especially on the Martis, who really shines in that, has the Mortal Coil so that he's not going to be getting CC'd down. It's just going to depend on how some of these objective fights go for them, and if they're going to be able to find the retries there. I know it is a huge order, especially when you're dealing with a Fredrin who's got that taunt, who can take your I want to say your focus away from that objective for that split second that you need to be able to retrieve.
Most definitely. And I mean, with Mobazane though on the Martis, like, it's definitely much different than the Karina last game, right? You have so much more pressure, you have so much more survivability, and even have some ability to maybe stop Milo in his tracks a little bit when he tries to come in. I'm wondering like how the matchup between T and Milo is going to go. He did so well in the Paquito last time, and I still think the Paquito does a good job against the Xborg comparative to a lot of other XP laners kind of have trouble with the Xborg, have trouble with the kiting that happens from it. But Paquito can kind of close that distance. So in Milo's hands, this could be the answer for them against T's Xborg. But still, if they don't get an early game kill onto T early on, and he's just able to get that immortality and start stacking up, we know how well he can just go deathless throughout the game, and that can definitely be a problem for TOB. But finally, we do see some normal drafts coming in so far. We're not going to get too crazy and just say they're not going to completely go left field on us. But right now, things are seeming, average. Just another day in MLBB. It's 1-1. We're back to ground zero here.
Until we find out that like Xborg is going to be in the marksman lane,
jungle.
or 1-1 apiece, and BloodThirstyKings definitely focusing on they definitely reading something into this Angela, maybe possibly not wanting to see Angeline combo, but I doubt that would be the case because we have the Fredrin out already. That would probably be best player on it again with Hoon onto this Novaria. So I guess we're definitely looking for, I want to say, the mage possibly and the marksman for the Ohio Brothers.
Most definitely. And with that, marksman, a lot of marksmen still open essentially. Literally no marksman bans actually in the top side, which is like a first for that. Hoon is going to pick up the gourd, a very solid pick. Just needs to be able to watch out for Mobazane, maybe trying to interrupt, and then whatever Fwy Chicken ends up picking up as well. BTK on the other hand still need a mage. Fars is gone, so none of that. They pick up the Valentina, so they get a magic gush of their own, and Fwy Chicken picks up the Franco. Very solid, especially against this, especially against Hoon on this gourd.
Yeah, that's going to be the big problem is you have that Mystic Gush come out, you're sitting duck, and that's a prime opportunity. We saw Fried Chicken. He's no slouch on the Franco either, landing some incredible hooks against Area 77, and now you're going to have basically a sitting duck target for you to be able to kind of land some of those hooks on. Now just waiting to see what Zia kind of wants to put in to this gold lane to face off against the Bruno.
I mean, Airthel, Beatrix, Brody, so many different options out there. Clint, who knows? Maybe the Harith. I mean, and Zia's pool goes pretty deep too when it comes down to it. He does end up picking up the Brody here, so you do have some range with that first skill. We've seen the Brody do okay. We've seen the Brody do bad, but still definitely a solid pick. And you do have some escapability from dives. The problem is this Fried Chicken doesn't have like a divey roam right now. Fried Chicken's going to be trying to hook you. Fried Chicken's going to be trying to come in, and if they're able to get that onto Zia, if ISO even gets the smallest advantage here, BTK could definitely make quick work. They definitely have some high snowball capabilities on their team, and I think that's the plan here. Let's get in their face early on.
Yeah, and we're going to see how well these picks do for both BTK and the Ohio Brothers. We're getting close to that game 3 here to see if they have maybe something spicy in store for each other. Which composition are you looking for that seems most liable to pay off here, Drex?
Personally, I'm in the favor of BTK right now. I really like their composition. Don't get me wrong. TOB looks good. Like, they have the Novaria. They also have a nice front to back, a lot of possibilities. But I think like the major game changer here for me is probably just the Bruno, man. Like, everything else is pretty similar. Also, I still believe that the Martis can do a little better than the Fredrin, as long as it's played right. Plus, you have Suppress him with Fried Chicken. I just feel like you have a few more answers on BTK side than TOB has right now.
And we're going to see how that pays off. Mielo does go ahead, engage onto Yato, putting some damage. Actually, Mielo taking a brunt of the damage after that Terrify. We can see big engagement. Fried Chicken does land a hook onto Best Player. Almost resets. Oh, actually can't reset the orange buff, but more or less just trying to be a nuisance in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I mean, that's your job, and this just continues to cement that Fried Chicken knows where he's supposed to be at every part of the game. He knows what he's supposed to be doing depending on what hero he has, what roam he has, and he always, he just follows the assignment, follows the textbook. He doesn't try to get crazy. He doesn't try to do anything super different than the rest of the world, but he's always there when he needs to be, and that's even on this Franco. Yeah, he wasn't able to get a big steal, but still he gets vision. Helps out Mobazane in that sense to know where he needs to be rotating, who he needs to watch out for. And as long as Fried Chicken can keep doing that, it's a huge W for BTK.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure down. Oh, Zia gets caught with the hook and a flicker. ISO there to clean up the missing pieces. Zia goes down very quickly. And on the backside, Wrath comes in with a snipe. Does chunk down ISO, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill.
At the end of this, do I just want to see Chicken and Rome in the playoffs? Even if Baj could come back, do I just want Chicken and Rome? I'm almost starting to feel that way.
I mean, he has kind of taken a great ownership of that position right now. I mean, like I said, he's got some great game sense when it comes to it, and it really fits well with whatever role he kind of gets into. It took him a little bit of time, I want to say, for him to be able to kind of get his feet wet about that position. But now, I mean, you'd never know that he wasn't a roam main.
Yeah, and he does go for that choice of boots. I always forget the name of them, the speed boots that give him even more speed. So which is going to help him rotate even more. We see him hovering down with ISO here, but it's going to help him move around a little bit faster than usual, right? And I think that's really important for a Franco because you're not like a divey. You want to try to change your position quickly. You want to try to move around in these team fights. And there goes another hook onto Zia.
Yeah, Zia unfortunately gets caught again. Not a flicker this time from Franco, but ISO able to clean up. Wrath arriving just a little bit too late to provide enough support.
All right, now Yato also going to be rotating down. Best Player getting in the midst of things.
Ooh, a big Terrify lands onto Best Player and a hook, and Hoon able to take down Fried Chicken with that Mystic Gush.
And I love how, and he took his time with that flicker, right? Because he knew if he goes in too early, he gets, he has a chance of getting taunted or something like that, and it stops it. But he waits to the last second till Fried Chicken gets just out of range, and then he flickers in and makes sure he secures the kill. So very well played by Hoon there. A couple items are coming in. Zia able to pick up the Blade of Hepatitis. Hoon picks up the, I always forget the name of it, the winner, the cold, the freeze, the freezing sword guy. Chat's going to yell at me for this one, but I forget the name, I'm sorry. It slows him down, I know what it does. But anyways, Hoon picks that up. It's going to help a little bit more, especially in some of these team fights, because he's going to get this slow off on the enemy team whenever he hits that that magic gush and the rest of his skills.
Yeah, and you can see right now going ahead does activate that ultimate a little bit early. That means they're not going to have it for this fight. Dancing around the turtle. Mielo is going to go ahead try to zone out Yato down to about half health. Now we're starting to push Mobazane away. Mortal Coil comes out. Is it going to be enough to give Best Player the time he needs? And Best Player able to go ahead and pick that up. Another ultimate from Yato, and that's going to be a kill for Best Player.
Yeah, well played. Zia now on his third death. Yato does go down. Milo as well. Luckily, Best Player's doing, he's hanging in there. He's 1-0-1 right now. BTK hasn't completely escaped with it. But as long as Best Player can kind of go deathless, he can at least start to be a front line at some point, start to absorb some damage. The problem is Zia at this point, I mean, on the Brody, I have trouble seeing Zia really, get in there. Hoon is going to have to end up being the major damage outputter for the side of TOB. And if Hoon can find the right positioning and eventually maybe they can get some kills on ISO, it could be the turnaround for TOB.
Yes, it could, but there's a big focus right now for BTK onto this bottom tower. Magic Gush is out. Fly Chicken, very low, finds the hook, but gets taken out before he can make something happen out of it. Mobazane is going to go ahead, slow down Best Player. 3 members of TOB in hot pursuit are not going to be able to catch up to him. At mid, we see a little bit of an exchange going on. Terrify onto Mielo. Here comes the last Insanity. Is not going to be able to get away.
That's a really good play by T. Even though they lose that bottom tower, they make up some ground in the mid side, able to take out Milo. Now he's at 0-2-0. Normally Milo's he's an important member of the team. As we keep on saying, he definitely.
Yeah, it does seem like Zia is a moth to the flame when it comes to getting caught by that hook right now. I want to say that's 3 hooks for Fly Chicken right now. Best Player coming in, the brunt of the assault with the taunt. You see the Magic Gush from Hoon. Hook lands, but it's not going to be enough to save them both.
Most definitely. So, this in. It's called the Ice Queen Wand, and now that I've just heard that, I think I'm so stupid for not knowing the name, because I know the name of that item. But anyways, back to it. TOB starting to gain a bit more control. They were at about a 2,000 gold deficit. Now we've knocked it back up to 1. Should be able to claim this turtle most likely. Some things we need to watch out for, though. T sitting at 1-0-0. I mentioned this. If they're not able to get any early game kills onto this X-Borg can become a real problem in the mid and late game, especially in the hands of T, especially compared to Milo, who's taken 2 deaths as their EXP laner, and he's the one who's supposed to be creating space for the team. But with the burst damage of Yato and ISO, he's not going to be able to do that as we go farther into this game.
Yeah, I wanted to see how that kind of shapes out for them now. A little bit of pressure starting to be coming up to the top lane. I think that's because we've already taken care of the bottom lanes. Now Fly Chicken trying to set his focus up to the top. Actually, 3 members of BTK. They do get a little bit of vision on Mobazane, so you have to know. Mielo has to know that they're in this lane. Ooh, he's going to go ahead, run through there, juking and jiving, trying to put on his dancing shoes. He's got BTK in pursuit, but this allows the time for the TheOhioBrothers to pick up that mid tower.
Not only that, but they take the purple buff as well. Best Player able to secure it. A lot of damage.
Yeah, Mielo gets caught with a hook and bursted down by so on the other side, Best Player's going to have to dash him away to safety. Zia picks up the kill onto Fly Chicken. Best Player narrowly gets away on the Fredrin as ISO was putting in the work.
ISO's getting confident, man. He's like, there's 4 of you or there's 3 of you. I don't care. I'm coming in. He's doing the damage. Only backed off at the final moment when Hoon's finally decided to turn around there. but still we can start to see, you know, the damage he's starting doing. But Hoon with those flicker magic gushes, he still hasn't taken a death, and he is also a huge danger. He's at 5,400 gold right now. He's got the Ice Queen wand in, he's got the glowing wand in. He's definitely starting to output a lot compared to Yato, who's about a 700 gold deficit behind him. Yato just got the Lightning Truncheon in, has finished the book, but still falling behind in terms of damage. And what BTK kind of lacks too is they don't have that, picking up the Valentina, they don't have that high ground mage, right? They're more of just like, they're kind of ube, like we got to get up close and personal. We don't have someone who can just like sit in the back and really output damage. Even ISO as a marksman, Bruno's more of like, I want to dash in. I want to try to like get in the midst of things. I don't have a huge range. So BTK has to find a way to deal with Hoon as we creep farther into this game.
Oh, they're setting up for position halfway down on this Lord. Big hook lands on the best player. Suppression is on him. He might not be able to make it out of here. That's a retry down for the Ohio brothers. Zia with a torn apart memories on the backside. Mielo looking for a kill. He's not done, and he takes a whole bunch of tower shot for his effort. Meanwhile, Zia able to get the Lord as they take their focus away.
Mobazane got brought down really low health, trying to get down best player, and he just kind of backed off. He didn't want to risk going in there for the Lord and taking the death, so they lose the Lord out. Zia able to take it. Milo finds Yato. Milo finally coming online a little bit here. 1v1.
Yeah, he's battling it out with T here. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to make it out. Even Fly Chicken coming into the flank for a little bit of support, but I think T definitely had that under control.
So BTK doesn't take the Lord, but they should be able to melt down this one. So they're not going to lose too much out of this. TOB not able to gain a lot of ground. Hopefully Zia at least takes this bottom tier 2. If he can do that, then they gain something at least from that Lord take here.
Yeah, you're talking about that, but look at the damage that Zia's dishing out at this bottom tower as well. Going to clear out some of these minions, and best player inside the jungle right now. Mobazane sees it. They're trying to refuse it. This might be a little bit greedy for TOB. Mobazane going to go ahead and pick that up. Hook lands onto a best player with the suppression. T finds the kill.
Oh my God!
From Hoon! Oh my God! Clears out 2 members of BTK with that Gord ultimate.
That is disgusting, man. That is so disgusting. 5-0-3 on Hoon. That is ridiculous. That's a 2-for-1 right there. Greatest deal you can find in the land of Dawn right now. Yes, they hook best player, but Hoon, it's like the perfect setup. He wants them to hook him almost, because once they're all staying still trying to melt him down, Hoon just pops the magic gush. While this is happening, Milo in the top side taking more towers, and the tides have now shifted into the hands of TOB. They've taken the gold lead, about 2,000 at this point. They've taken control, and it even seems like they kind of have control of these fights. So now it's not just Hoon either, it's Wrath as well, 1-0-6, and BTK just doesn't have a way to get back there.
Yeah, it's just kind of amazing because for every kill that BTK get, I want to say TO, he does flicker in for that suppression. Wrath caught with the hook, and that's going to be all she wrote for Wrath. Unfortunately, Hoon does not have the measurements just correct as that ultimate misses all the BTK members.
And it's like they sat there right at the edge of it, so it's like if Hoon did have the flicker, but if he flickered in, he would have been dead meat, right? There's nothing he could really do there. Luckily, they do catch Wrath, so there's literally, as I'm talking about, they find the answer. They got to try to use these conceal plays correctly. They need to try to catch them off guard, and Chicken's just got to go in, use that flicker, and either try to get Hoon, try to get Wrath. Though Hoon is definitely the favorite.
Hook lands onto best player, but they definitely don't have the damage for I want to say a mid-game Fredrin right now. Mielo, man, every single time BTK get a kill, it's answered back by the Ohio Brothers with kills of their own, and with Mielo on the other side of the map finding himself another tower. Now, slow play of the Lord. Best player getting a little bit of aggravate. They do spot out the rest of BTK. Mielo coming from the side. Hook lands onto him, but the rest of the team is not ready. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, big damage for best player. The rest of BTK running away from the fight. They don't have the manpower here for this Lord. Mobazane's gonna have to use that Mortal Coil to get away. Meanwhile, best player putting his attention back onto this Lord. Not gonna be any contention from BTK.
Yeah, that's rough. Zia After taking those 4 deaths, we're starting to see a little bit of damage come from him as well. TOB bided enough time, and now they're back in this game. Not only in this game, but leading this game, trying to put themselves at match point. ISO and Yato just got shattered down, man, and the torn apart memories was just the final touch there, able to get that final kill. BTK now on the ropes in the base, waiting for the push to come.
Yeah, Luminous Lord coming through mid, minions coming to top and bottom, BTK going and clearing them out. Another hook lands, and the suppression is going to be the end of Hoon. That's a big amount of damage that you're not going to have for the next fight. Rest of TOB looking to disengage Fried Chicken. You know he's looking for another hook. Following closely, stalking his prey, he does decide against it.
Yeah, and because of that, like, I just noticed too, like, when he's chasing like that, he's actually moving a little bit faster, mainly because of that boots choice, right? So, like, when if he wants to try to chase and go for the hook, he can always catch up, because right now he's essentially the fastest one on the map. So, which is kind of funny because he's a Franco. But yeah, so he's moving quickly. He's moving along. He's able to get these pickoffs. We definitely can't count BTK out just yet. And as the game creeps on farther and farther, it doesn't matter who he hooks, because if he gets one player off the map for 40, 50 seconds, it's huge.
Oh, we do have the last insanity. They're trying to burst down best players, trying to dash himself away to safety, down to about 10% health. The rest of OhioBrothers are in chase. Mielo comes in, puts the damage on Zia, finds a kill onto Mobazane, and Immortality has been activated for Mielo. Hoon finds a kill onto Yellow. Ultimate is out, bursting down BTK with that true damage, while Zia comes in to pick up the pieces. Oh no, ISO finds a kill onto Zia. Best player might be in trouble. ISO, look at the
ISO,
he's throwing.
ISO
Now trying to put the damage on the Wrath. T on the backside. Wrath is not going to be able to get away. What a turnaround for BTK.
Bro, ISO, that's all I got to say, man. That's all I'm going to say for the rest of this cast right here. ISO, T, going to take a death here, does have the immortality, but that's okay. I thought that was GG's for BTK, I'm not going to lie. I thought that was complete GG's. The 1v1 versus Zia and ISO just trading shots. ISO comes out on top, and then because Wrath tried to come in and help out, ISO's like, oh, you want to jump me? I'm going to jump in too. Comes back, responds, gets the kill, and almost takes out even more. Just insane play from him. 11,000 gold, even though BTK is behind. He is leading all 10 players on the map right now in gold count. He's got the Berserker's Fury, Haas Claws. He's got the Wind Talker as well for even more crit there, Malefic damage, and then the pair of boots. I mean, the guy's definitely, and at this point, Bruno can become a real problem. We've gotten to that peak point right now where he is just going to be dishing out damage.
Yeah, he does need to close the distance to be able to dish out the damage. But when you're talking about best player on a Fredrin, you're going to have somebody there who's going to have to maintain. Oh, nice little conceal play here. They're looking for Yellow, who has just been so slippery this entire game. Meanwhile, the OhioBrothers, the rest of them, going to go ahead, set their sights onto this Lord. Best player comes in with a taunt on the Mobazane. Not going to be enough with that Mortal Coil. Still slow playing the Lord. Rest of BTK coming in now. Now starting to look for some type of advantage. Big pop-up lands onto Mobazane. From the side, Yellow comes in, tries to find a pick onto ISO. Not yet able to secure it. Lord down. 25% health left onto it. Best player getting zoned out. Is he going to have enough? Wrath finds a kill onto Yato. The Lord goes to Mobazane, getting the retry on it, and Fried Chicken goes down to Zia.
Yeah, but so 2 members for Lord. The Lord's not going to come out with this wave. Oh, it does come out with this wave. If they could have, like, maybe had a little more time, it might have been a fair trade. But at this point, Lord will get melted down. BTK get nothing really out of that Lord take.
Yeah, best player in the front while the rest of his team boasts down that Lord. Praetor's Wrath comes down to be able to burst him down. T with the last insanity, able to find the kill onto best player. Meanwhile, Zia able to take down the high ground tower. Yellow gonna have to find himself an escape while minions are now starting to push out of the base, and it looks like the rest of the OhioBrothers are going to disengage from this fight.
Yeah, Milo's gonna be able to take this this orange buff. ISO, you mentioned it, not being able to close the distance, and Milo's doing such a great job at stopping him from doing that. Every time ISO wants to try to engage, Milo's there like, nope, 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 just denying him that space, denying him being able to close in and get those free shots off. And if Milo can keep doing that, it can be the thing that puts TOB on the winning side of this game. But if ISO can avoid, or if someone can kind of kite Milo or keep him away from him, all they need is ISO, you know, to get a handful of free shots on one player. And if they can get that kill, they're in.
All they need is for the Ohio brothers to stand still, allow ISO to get a few kills.
They got a Franco. They can make someone stand still.
Yes. So, I mean, and it's not like Fried Chicken hasn't been landing these hooks. Mielo actually on the top is going to go ahead, try to face off against T. And while we were talking about that, Franco right there, Fried Chicken ready to try to land something on. But you can see the Ohio brothers, a good spread on their composition right now, trying to kind of close in and tighten that choke around BTK.
You know, I'm just glad we have a good game this time. Nothing bad about the last two games, but I feel like this game, it's feeling competitive. It's feeling like both teams are finally taking it serious. We're in this now, and I you know, it could definitely go either way. Yes, you know, BTK right now has a small gold lead, but we're creeping to that 60K gold mark where it doesn't really matter. But both teams have a few clear win conditions, right? Like Fried Chicken, if they can get the hooks on, if they can pick someone off at this point in the game, it's huge. Milo, on the other hand, if he can get to that backside, disrupt ISO, it is the winning play for the Ohio brothers.
Oh, he comes in, he misses the knockout punch. He's going to have to try to find himself an escape. Meanwhile, best player, I think they're going to have to try to disengage this. They missed the targets that they were going for, and yeah, smartly, TOB going to have to spread away from this.
They tried, though, and that's what they need to be going for, right? They need to go for those pincers, and they're just literally everyone's got eyes on ISO right now. And they're like, all right, we're going to try to double team this time. I'm going to come from the bottom. You're going to come from the top. We're going to get him. He's still able to slip through, but then he also, like, what you really don't see is like ISO's also dodging the meteors coming out at him. Hoon's throwing out these projectiles left and right, so we're dodging those. It's a lot of arsenal. Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah. Big suppression comes on the Hoon. That's the mage down for TOB. Best player takes a pop-up, and Immortality has been activated. They're not even focused on this lord. They want to bring down the Ohio brothers players. Zia comes in with a torn-apart memories, able to take down Zane. Both retries for these teams are gone, and ISO trying to put the damage onto Mielo is not able to throw the soccer balls fast enough.
Hold on.
We do have a hook that lands on the Zia, and that is a marksman down for TOB. A 1-for-3 trade in favor of the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Yeah, they're going to try to go for it, and then with the top side, Milo does try to make a side play, but T's onto him. This should be a ward into the hands of BTK.
Yeah, and you can see ISO lobbing in. There's really not much that TOB are going to be able to do to stop it. Look how tanky these boys are, just basically throwing slaps at each other at this point because of how tanky they are. Both have immortality on the side. Yato comes in, trying to provide some support, but is not going to be able to catch that slippery Mielo.
And the fact that Zia got kind of killed a little bit delayed in that fight. Like, best players back up, Mobizane's back up, but still another 11 seconds for Zia. Can BTK use that to try to get an advantage or at least try to take some more towers? They haven't synced up their side lanes, meaning I don't feel like... Oh, I was about to say I don't feel like they're going to win this fight just yet.
Out of the way, Wrath leaves best player open, and out comes the ultimate from Hoon to burst down BTK with that true damage. It's not enough just yet, though, as the mid-high ground tower being taken care of by the Lord. TOB are going to lose a little bit of their jungle for this.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish BTK would have sunk things up a bit there, because all they're going to get is this mid push. At least, though, with taking that mid-high ground tower, like, the minions are evened out. So they don't have to worry about just their minions constantly losing to TOB's minions here. Up in the top side, up in the boss side, though.
Yeah, and Mielo was hiding in the bush trying to take care of the minions. Is going to be able to find himself an escape. Is not able to protect that tower. He's going to set his sights to go ahead and try to get rid of the minions up at the top side, though.
Yeah, so now BTK taking control of the map, taking a little bit of control into this game. It's 22 minutes in. Now the gold has been peaked out. All we're looking at is potions and item cells at this point. There goes a hook.
Yeah, hook and a suppression lands, and that's going to be the end of best player. But meanwhile, again, Hoon in the back line with that Mystic Gush, able to put the damage on. Another hook lands. Hoon going to flicker out, but the last insanity is going to be all she wrote for the Ohio Brothers Mage.
I think this could possibly be it. It's 4 members up for the side of BTK. 50-second death counters on 3 members of the Ohio Brothers. All they have is Wrath and Zia right now. No big wave clear, essentially. Zia can maybe help out, but with BTK, the way they're standing, they can try to end this. And look at ISO.
Yeah, ISO is putting the damage. Oh, it gets turned out by Zia, who's trying to put in the damage. Yato comes in with the damage, and that's going to be another game for BTK.
2-1. 2-1, baby. Match point for BTK. Are we going to see a game 5?
I think that's what they're kind of looking for.
We'll see exactly what happens, but a good game at that. Fried Chicken showing some great hooks there. Definitely coming in clutch, but T as well. And just the bounce back from both teams. I think the major factor is, though, once again, once ISO came online with that Bruno, the damage was getting chipped. And as long as BTK could kind of split up TOB, they were able to win out fights. It's when they were kind of like taking them head on and they were getting caught in these weird spots where Milo would get to the back or Best Player would get to the back, it was trouble. But as long as BTK could kind of control the distance and the way that the fights were going, they were able to, secure the win overall.
Yeah, and you can see here Fly Chicken with 15 assists as well. I mean, he's pretty lethal with those hooks. And I want to say a lot of this tone was set before these fights. If he was able to kind of find that pick onto Hoon, if they were able to kind of get on to Zia. They did land a lot of hooks onto Best Player. I'm not sure if that mattered as much because that was the opening that Hoon needed to kind of throw down that Gord ultimate, taking all that true damage on. It was, I think the key moments were when Hoon got shut down early and really kind of turned the tides of a lot of those team fights.
And take a look at T, man, 6-0 and 7-0 deaths. Let's take a look at these replays real quick, though. This is at the 20-minute mark. This was one of the big moments. Fried Chicken finally connects onto Hoon, and then Best Player just instantly gets shredded down. ISO able to get those free shots off, finally got him to stand still for a second. ISO does then back off, and I mean, look at him. He's ready to go up against Milo 1v1, and that's been like his major issue the whole time. But someone I really want to point out, man, T, once again, he went deathless that whole time on the X-Borg. Listen, man, like, it doesn't seem like he's doing a whole lot, but he definitely is. He's able to create space. He's able to create zoning. He's able to deal with whatever EXP laner you send at him. And it's a problem. Like, if you just have someone alive on the map the whole time, it definitely makes a difference.
Yeah, we can see here the rich guy going to ISO. I mean, the ton of gold per minute you were talking about. If he's not dying, he's going to be a menace at some point in the game. The carry, Hoon, we saw it with those ultimates from Gord. 153,000 damage dealt out there, and Best Player taking the Sandbag Award as well.
It still surprises me how much damage Gord does. Like, it's honestly insane because it doesn't feel like it's not like he has like a big burst skill or anything. He's just like consistently chipping out, but like it's just insane. Whenever you see that percentage at the end, anytime there's a Gord on the map, he's always like 30-40% damage. It's nuts. And those fights right there, when we were seeing Hoon coming in like halfway, like Best Player would go down, but then he would just like delete 2 players in a matter of seconds. It's pure insanity.
Yeah, we're going to see if BTK have what it takes to kind of finally close the book on this last series. It's game point for them. Ohio Brothers are sitting at 1 point, BTK with 2.
I mean, match point. BTK, all they got to do is win 1 more. Now, this is just the Phase 3 Grand Finals. We still have playoffs after this. But I think at this point, BTK just, everyone's getting comfortable. We also have TOB with their sub on right now. I think everyone's just like, let's put on a good show for the very end. Let's prepare for finals. Fried Chicken, I think it's great practice for him right now on the roam. We're seeing more. I feel like every game he's just getting better and better, man. And like at this point, I was very worried about this whole sub, but at this point in playoffs, like I'm cool with it. I feel good about BTK, man, going into playoffs. The Ohio Brothers, I'm sure Shark will come back. We know Wrath. We met him last NACT. He's a great guy, but still, Shark and Hoon, we need that duo if we're going to be able to really go full power.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the honest thing too. Is like a great guy, but not Shark, and that's the big issue, especially when it comes to like the synergy. You've talked about it, Hoon and Shark. The way that they rotate through the map, especially in the early game, is what kind of creates that pressure onto Zane. It creates that pressure into the side lanes as well. And while I mean, Wrath doing his job here for the Ohio Brothers in this last series. Definitely there is something different about the cohesion of those members there. Moving into the draft, nothing that we are going to go ahead. That respect badge coming out for the Franco right now. The Ohio Brothers going to go ahead and take it off the board.
Yeah, I think it's solid. I think it's very solid. You take out the Kaji, you take out the Franco. These are two heroes that, like, and I feel like this happens every season. Like, you don't see him banned in the very beginning, but then towards the end, Franco starts getting banned a whole bunch. Kaji starts getting banned a whole bunch. So now it's like every team, it's like, we always forget how much of a pain suppression is, especially in like highly competitive. Like in rank, you might not ban these heroes all the time, but I feel like when it's in the right hands, these are things you just don't want to deal with. BTK gonna ban out that Bruno preemptively, knowing that the Ohio Brothers Zia will probably pick it up. And just, if you're a second pick, I feel like you never want to leave that Bruno open.
Well, also, right, what is still open right now is the Kadita for possibly for the Ohio Bros to pick up. I mean, we've already seen how well that Fly Chicken kind of perform on it, especially I mean, when it comes to mechanical heroes. I think it really doesn't matter for Fly Chicken. What I've been seeing, if they're a mechanical hero, Fly Chicken's going to be able to use him very expertly, especially when it comes to those target lock heroes that need to aim things. He's just really great at being able to kind of land that from at the last moment.
Yeah, I think that's something they're probably debating right now. It's like, do we pick up the Kadita right now? You do leave a lot of things open. The Fredrin is open for BTK if they want it right now, and that's been the thing that TOB takes away. That's a lot of time that's their first pick against BTK. It's like, all right, we pick up the Fredrin, then we give them something, but by doing that, they're going to forfeit over that Kadita. And I guarantee you that BTK picks up the Kadita here. Maybe not. If I'm off, I look dumb, but...
Not just the Kadita, but you've got the Fredrin too. So you've left that open while you've given Yellow the Uranus. I mean... interesting strategy from the Ohio Brothers. See how that works out with these, because you've left it open for 2 picks for BTK.
I mean, the Uranus has been like very strong. We don't see it all the time, but like I think every time it's played, it's almost like it's done wonders. Mobazane is gonna finally lock in the Fredrin, and bro, they gotta lock in the Kadita here. It's so good on Fly Chicken. Like, it's so good. If I'm their coach, I'm yelling, Kadita! They go for the Claude instead.
That's why we're at
I'd
the
be an
casting
angry
desk
coach.
and I'd be an angry coach. Throwing chairs into the court.
I told you.
Yeah, so we've got Claude picked up for ISO. I'm wondering if the Ohio Brothers are going to go ahead, maybe try to lock that in. You've said before, Hoon does play it, so he has been known to it. I'm not even sure about Wrath's hero pool. He might be able to play Kadita as well. I mean, it's not the hardest hero to learn. It just is the hardest one to master when it comes to kind of getting those angles for the rough waves, the pop-ups, and the petrify.
Most definitely. And, you know, I want to defend this Claude pick, actually, because now that I think about it, I think they were probably wondering, too, like, do we go for the Kadita? Do we go for this? They pick up the Claude, and I think it's solid, because, like, what if they take a gold laner? We need an answer to, we want an answer to Milo, right? We want an answer to Bull. And the Claude definitely helps. It's a bit more mobile than Carry. Carry's a bit more of like an unsafe bet when you want to pick for Shred. But here goes the Ohio Brothers' best player, and Angela.
This might explain some of those Angela bans, because I can't remember them banning Angela against the Ohio Brothers in the last series, but maybe it's the reason that they were doing it is because they know Wrath plays Angela, and so he's something. And now, I mean, we're gonna see how well this performs. I do like Angela, especially when it comes to other heroes like Uranus, and you're gonna have Martis out there, so that's gonna be even a beefier front line for them.
Yeah, now they ban out the Gourd, so Hoon's gonna start getting targeted here. White Chicken is gonna get the Edith, which is something also very solid by him. I think it can do well against the Uranus and even against the Martis, kind of deal with some of those front liners, disrupt them a little bit. So now with Mobazane on the Fredrin and with Chicken on the Edith, we have a very solid front line. We have some CC, we have some pick potential here. ISO should have a pretty comfortable game and have a lot of ways to move around when it comes to these team fights, like into the mid and late. He's got a lot of mobility, and having two heavy frontliners like that helps even more. So if as long as he can like play a save, he's got plenty of space to move when it comes to those in the mid to late game. OhioBrothers, on the other hand, still they ban out the Dairoth. I get it. I mean, it's, I don't know. I argue with people all the time that it's not a counter to Uranus, but hey.
Well, I feel like in the laning phase, it can be a decent counter. I forgot what game it was that we watched that he had some problems in. He had some problems in the laning phase in the early game, but as we moved into the late game, he was able to kind of hone in on Uranus, dunk on him, and then find himself and escape. My thing right now is that this tankiness that we have from BTK, we need an answer for it. It's possibly a carry out there, something that will be able to kind of burst down this thick front line that we have from BTK.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need something to burst down, and like the Dairoth can do that. It's just the consecration makes it so he can outplay. Like, technically Uranus outplays just because of his ultimate, the consecration. Esmeralda doesn't have that capability, so that's why she gets countered hard. T though, gonna pick up the Paquito. I think it's a solid answer. I don't think he's gonna be able to kill the Uranus. I don't think there's really like anything that really like kills the Uranus as long as the Uranus plays well. As long as Milo plays well, like no singular hero is going to take him out at like level 4 to level 7 or so. Like once he gets consecration in and he can purify and just get away from everything, like there's really not a solid answer unless you gank, unless you send like 2 or 3 heroes and you're able, which they do have that lockdown potential with Fried Chicken on this Edith. And I almost feel like a Uranus might be even more important to gank than whatever Zia picks up, because if you let Milo just free farm and maybe but now you have a Leslie, so it's like you also don't want to let that get to late game. So like the OhioBrothers right now, it's an interesting draft because you have early game potential with the Martis, and then you have 2 extreme late game heroes that are going to be such a problem if we get past like 15 minutes.
Not just that, but you also have the protection from Angela to kind of help see through, especially if you get like those ganks onto Zia. You'll have that heart guards maybe to help provide that support to get him, to let him get away. And then, yeah, once you start getting into the late game, you have an answer. Ooh. So that's going to be, I believe that's going to be Yato in the mid lane with Kadita. But as I was saying about the Leslie, once you get into a late game, that's the true damage. It doesn't matter how tanky your line is. Leslie's going to be able to kind of burst that down in the late game. But we're going to see if they're going to be able to have a better time against this Kadita than they did the last time they saw it, because, man, it was a menace for the OhioBrothers.
Yeah, I mean, Kadita's just such a strong pick right now. And with that burst damage, Heartguard might not even matter. And like the way the Kadita works is it catches you off guard. There's no way that Wrath is going to be able to click Heartguard, lock onto Zia, all within the time that Yato petrifies you and kills you. You know what I'm saying? Like, Heartguard's a little bit more delayed. So I think the Kadita ends up being a solid pick here. Yes, once again, BTK kind of sacrifices a high ground mage for something that's a bit more divey and bursty, but I think it could be the right choice here.
Possibly game point for BTK here against the OhioBrothers. We're going to see if they have what it takes, as they're trying to set the tone for the playoffs.
Yeah, match point, as you said, BTK trying to take home the first dub against TOB and maybe kind of, like you said, set the pace, maybe try to put in some future sight here. Can they do it, though? TOB, this is the time. Milo already having, down to about half health. Let's take a look at some of the emblems here. Best player does go for Killing Spree on the Martis, which I think is very solid. On the side of T, we have the Quantum Charge, and then we also have 2 other Quantum Charges, so we're looking for a lot of mobility.
Wrath actually gets caught there on Angela. Fried Chicken in trouble, down to about half health as Mielo putting on the slaps to him from the backside. Best player looking to put the damage on him. That's going to be a first blood for Best Player onto Fried Chicken. Now they set their sights onto Mobazane, trying to steal away his jungle. As he rotates in, he's thinking better about this fight. Best Player dancing around. They're looking for some type of engagement, but now you have 3 members of BTK surrounding him. T tries to go in, gets caught and pops popped up from the Mortal Coil.
And this is where, I'm like a really big fan of the Martis with a very late game marksman like Leslie or something, or like a Martis with another very late game hero, because he brings such early game pressure. And it's like, it's one of those compositions where it's like you have two very clear win conditions, right? And you're not just locked into one thing. Either best player can scale and just snowball, and even if best player has it a little bit rough, you still have Zia, you still have Milo as some possibilities to help you carry out through mid and late. And then you mentioned even more, to add even more dynamic to TOB's draft was that Angela to help Zia and Milo have a little bit of a better time in the early game. So I think TOB just brought a very clean draft here. BTK though, also a good draft, but just not as dynamic overall.
Yeah, a little late in rotating back to get that first objective. Best player not able to capture it, so it's going to go over to BTK without much contention. That only evens out the gold thus far, though.
Yeah, gold is going to be standing at an even. With the turtle over to BTK, we are seeing a little bit of positioning. Yato, and that's going to be clutch too, being able to rough waves out of that. I'm wondering, what does Hoon go for with his Valentina? Looks like he's going to be taking Fried Chicken's ultimate. Does Fried Chicken get the knock-up? I mean, does Hoon get the knock-up when he steals that? Because I know, like, if it's considered a transformation ultimate that you're taking, you take a few skills. But if it's not, it's so...
No, the problem is if Hoon takes Fried Chicken's Primal Wrath, I feel like it doesn't really benefit him that much, because Primal Wrath scales off of the physical or magic defense that you have.
I gotcha.
He will get those other abilities wherein he gets the stun and he gets the little auto attacks, but it's not, I feel like it's almost kind of a wasted ultimate to steal.
Yeah, so probably go for Yato. Probably go for Yato with the rough waves. I feel like that's probably his best bet overall. We'll see exactly how it plans out, how he ends up using some of these stolen skills and what he needs to do. Now, on the side of BTK here, a little bit of map control, but this is going to be an issue. If Milo gets this deep cut and BTK can't do anything about it, we already know the trouble that can cause and how much gold that can give him.
Yeah, and we tried with the Hearts Guard, actually not able to save Zia, but the rest of BTK in trouble here as the swarm of TOB coming in. Actually, now bursting down best player, and it looks like Hoon in trouble. Wrath gonna have to try to find himself and escape as well. From the other side, ISO trying to clear out these minions, looking for a little bit more pressure, and a taunt onto Wrath. Hoon in trouble as Mielo finds a kill onto Fly Chicken off scene.
Man, they're just throwing punches, man. Everyone left, right, we're 3-3, 4 minutes in, 6 kills on the board. That's over a kill a minute. We're looking at almost 2 kills a minute at this point. They're definitely going at it. Mobazane back to his purple buff. So, all right, BTK. T, if he can rotate around, are they going for a? They're going for a lane swap, huh? Already? Yeah, gold lanes. It looks like ISO's gonna be moving up to the top side.
Yep, and we do have a little pop-up that lands on Team Yellow. Another one, too. He's in a bouncy house right now. And Yato comes in, does miss the rough waves. Best player trying to put the finishing touches onto this turtle, while Yellow on the backside, tanking the damage from BTK. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Doesn't burst him down too much. Yellow trying to get out of the way. T comes in with those knockout punches, but the Hearts Guard saves him from death, while best player on the backside finds a decimation of his own. Rest of the team trying to get away, and that's going to be a tower for ISO.
A nice tower for ISO, and losing T, I think it's a fair trade at that at least, but it looks like the TheOhioBrothers are going to take this tower, which makes that not a fair trade in the end. But wait, Fly Chicken!
Yeah, comes in with that pop-up and the rough waves. Meanwhile, best player trying to make them pay for it, looking for another decimation. Doesn't have it and might actually be in trouble. Primal Wrath activated from Fly Chicken coming in. Is best player is not going to be able to find it as T comes in with the cleanup.
Man, for just a second there, just a second, I thought that was a bad play by Fly Chicken, but T always seems to come in at the nick of time. Mobazane going to be eating up some of the TheOhioBrothers jungle right now. They did take that purple buff away from best player, which is a good play. So now BTK starting to get a little bit of an advantage. We're looking at just shy of 2,000 gold, and Mobazane is feeling comfortable right there. He's in the midst of all of them, and he might be okay with that.
Yeah, and right now, Mobazane in a little bit of trouble here. 3 members of Praetor's Wrath comes down, doesn't burst them down, getting slowed down by Wrath's Angela. In comes Best Player, able to find a kill on to Mobazane. Now, Yato in a little bit of trouble, earns a decimation for his troubles. Best Player in chase, trying to take down ISO, leaps across the ledge. Is he going to be able to get it? He is not. Flying Chicken on the side.
Going on?
With a pop-up of his own. ISO with that blazing duet. Best Player has to rethink that one as he gets taken down.
What is going on right now, Private? I don't know where we are, what Twilight Zone we have entered, but they still keep going.
Yeah, Hoon finds a kill on the T. Now Chicken with a pop-up on the Hoon. Sia with the ultimate sniper. A flicker looking for it. Is not going to be able to connect. Fly Chicken in trouble. Rough Waves does not connect as Hoon leaves the mid lane.
All right, 7-6. BTK still leading 1,300 gold right now. Turtle may be able to fall over the hands of the Ohio brothers. Mobazane's on the other side of the map getting his own orange buff. I don't think he's too stressed about this Turtle right now, but we are creeping into late mid-game, mid-game essentially right now. But as this keeps going further, Lord's going to be coming up in 2 minutes, and that's when things are definitely going to start actually getting interesting here. ISO on the bot lane, he's sitting at 2-0-2. Compare that to Zero, who hasn't gotten a kill and has taken a death, and is on a hero that's much more late game. It's going to be a bit more time until Zia really makes an impact, and if BTK can slow down Zia even more, it could be their win condition.
Ooh, look at the damage putting onto Mielo there too. And I want to say, like, this match right now, what's going on is it's basically it's like both boxers standing in the middle of the ring and just throwing haymakers at each other, seeing which one falls first.
It's like one of those, have you ever watched the slap contests? Where they just like stand there and let you slap them, and then the other guy lets them. That's what we're watching right now. It's a slap contest, and they are both still holding their ground, but someone eventually is going to get knocked out here, and I don't know which one it's going to be, because the way this is going, it could go any way.
Yeah, Yato does find, almost finds the Petrai onto Hoon, who is going to be able to get away. You saw the Hearts Guard ready. Wrath definitely waiting to be able to kind of execute that on. Best Player coming in, looking for ISO, thinks twice about it. Maybe a preemptive Hearts Guard there for Best Player. He's not going to really be able to make the most use of it from the side lane. Mielo has locked onto Yato. Mobazane tries to come in. Best Player comes in, is going to be able to find a kill, but earns a pop-up for his efforts and a death.
Man, he's reaching right now. He is definitely reaching right now, and I want to say this, like, whether it's because Wrath is on the team or this or that, whatever you want, I will say one thing is that the Ohio brothers, we've seen this from them before, when they start to fall behind a little bit, when they do take some losses, I think it's something we saw in the NACT, they start to get a little bit riskier almost, and I don't know if it's because Shark's not there or what it is, but it feels like Best Player's just, he's extending a bit more. Maybe it's comfortability, maybe it's they know they're going to playoffs or this or that, but the way I know Best Player is he likes to win. He's a calm guy, but he likes to win. He's not crazy when his team gets all kinds of silly and this and that. He's always the one who's like, let's take this serious, let's take this serious. But right now, with the way that TOB's going, it seems like he's just getting a little bit too risky right now.
Yeah, and you see the front line, Mobazane does get a little bit of a terrify. Both teams jockeying for position around this bit. Actually, in comes a big kill onto Zia, earned from Yato. T able to take down the tower, and that's an 8-8 apiece for BloodThirstyKings and the Ohio brothers. ISO putting on the damage on Team Yellow. On the backside, Best Player gets caught looking for the flank. That's going to be a Lord for BTK.
Big Lord, not only that, but we're closing into that 5K goal when another kill here. Wait, Heart Guard?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that Hearts Guard's going to be able to save Mielo. I spoke too soon. Look at how much health he's able to get back, and this is just the value you get from a Uranus.
Uranus plus Angela, infinite health hack right there. I mean, you get the heal, plus you get the passive heal from Mielo. It's definitely insane. T now possibly in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, he tried to dive in against Zia, misjudged the reins while Zia was able to pop him back, kind of interrupt his abilities. Now we have minions starting to roll through, looking to take a tower as BloodThirstyKings begin their push.
Yeah, I mean, lanes are a little bit synced. They're not gonna be able to end here, but they could take that bottom tower. maybe take a little bit more. It's not an enhanced Lord, so you're not going to get the crash. Will just get probably melted down here. Is BTK going to be able to get anything big out of this?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like they're going to be able to get that tower. Maybe not be able to transition it to a high ground just yet. I mean, but that's still movement on the board for them. A little bit of an advancement for them.
Yeah, definitely some advancement. A little bit more, like you said, ground coverage. Best player going to try to come out. They're just trying to keep them away at this point. The Ohio Brothers don't want to overextend. They know the risk, because if they get too deep and Fly Chicken gets a knock-up, or T, they're able to combo anything. Yato. There's just a lot of wombo combo potential on the side of BTK that the Ohio Brothers have to consistently watch out for.
Yeah, and it's just, there's an immense amount of CC coming out of them too. So every single time somebody dives in, there's just that attempt of like just being able to put them into a coma with the amount of CC that you have on the side of a BTK. And you can see them refusing jungle, basically pushing, holding these waves at the towers right now.
Yeah, I mean, and when we look at the Ohio Brothers, there's no real big lockdown on their side. Like, they have the Terrify, they have the Mortal Corals. That's nothing major. Yeah, you have the Angela, but it takes like 5 seconds to get her stun off. So, I mean, it's just kind of tough for them to deal with what BTK's bringing.
Yeah, we were just talking about the CC ability of BTK. Best player tries to go in, tries to Mortal Coil his way to safety, does not create the distance he needs, and immediately gets locked down. Meanwhile, Mielo on the side doing Uranus things, trying to cut the lanes, does notice that the team's coming after him, but I mean, unless you have the entire team against him, you're not going to be able to lock down a Uranus at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, one good thing dealing with the Uranus is like ISO has been able to scale, like has been able to correlate along with Milo's scaling, so he does at least shred here. The only thing really keeping Milo up is the heart guard. This could be a bad spot though.
Heart guards come out.
Bro, full bar of health. Full bar of health.
Full health.
That's ridiculous, bro. That is insanity right there. But that is a heart guard down. Lord back on the map. Both of them having to go back to base. Milo's still on the opposite side. Look at T though.
Yeah, T's going to go ahead and try to push in there. It's just an Angela. Okay, I was about to say, just an Angela against T. That might want to rethink that plan, but both of them on that side doing the split pushing thing here while we're jockeying for a position at this Lord. Mobazane putting the boots to it, and looks like it's not going to be contested by the Ohio Brothers just yet. He's spoke too soon. Best player comes in. Coil have the Hearts guard out. It's a very early, I want to say. When it comes to Uranus, I want to say Wrath is so much more patient than when he sees best player go in. As soon as best player goes in, Hearts guard immediately comes out there. Maybe almost wasted a bit. T down very low from the back end. ISO with that blazing duet. Yato finds a kill onto best player, and now finally might have a little bit of a problem. ISO does get killed by Zia, but Fly Chicken finally able to bring down Mielo.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 for 1 plus a Lord. BTK definitely coming out on top, still holding about a 6,000 gold lead. And now with this being an enhanced Lord and nothing but high ground towers standing between BTK and victory, this could be endable. Like I said, there's no big siege potential for the Ohio Brothers. You know, all they have is a Zia, which, yes, can melt down the Lord, but still with lack of CC and lack of a high ground mage, it's going to be a tough defense.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing here right now. It does seem like they have the opportunity to be able to close this. There's not, we were talking about it before. I mean, you don't have a lot of CC here to be able to kind of lock down anything from BTK or to kind of hold them down. So you're really depending on being able to chase them down. We saw earlier how well that didn't work out for best player as he tried to chase some of the members into the towers. So it's going to be very interesting to see if there's a way for TOB to deal with this.
Yeah, mid lane, bot lane synced up. Lord about to crash. Let's see if BTK can end this.
Yeah, Lord comes in through the bottom, makes ends meet of that high ground tower. Now best player in the front gets flipped up and tossed up for his effort. He does execute that mortal coil to get himself out of harm's way. Zia finds a kill on to Fly Chicken. Now the rest of BTK on the back foot trying to run away. As soon as they lost the Fly Chicken, they're like, nope, I think we're done with this push.
Zia finally online, question mark? We know the Leslie can be dangerous. I thought it might have taken a bit more time, but the damage, the true damage, is starting to come through. Yato's going to need to come into clutch here, I think. I think this is his time to shine because he needs to try to get to that back line and take out Zia. Zia, if this continues this way for another minute or two, it's going to be a huge issue for BTK. Even with their goal lead.
Even with the gold lead, sitting at about 8K right now for BTK, which is just amazing that the Ohio Brothers are able to push back against it like that for right now. But I'm going to see if that kind of continues as we're looking at 69 seconds on the Lord. Mielo just fearless when it comes to cutting these lanes. He's not afraid of the team. He's not afraid of anything right now, especially when you have that Hearts Guard in the pocket for Wrath. T on the backside gets caught by Hoon and Zia. Mielo puts a little bit of damage onto. Ooh, ISO. Look at the chunking. Hoon activates.
Oh.
He uses.
Oh.
Wow. Hoon able to find the kill. I'm speechless from that. Momozen comes in, finds the kill onto Hoon. Help assistance by Yato. Now they're trying to chase down Raph. On the other side, gets taken out by T. Best player on the back end, putting the damage on the Flight Chicken. Primal Wrath has been activated. Look at Mielo just surviving past anything. Zia chunking the rest of BTK as he has that safe distance from them, but this might be all she wrote for two members of the Ohio Brothers. Down goes best player. They're trying to focus down onto Mielo, and that is an immortality expended for him and a death.
I don't know. I think it's hilarious when, like, he's just standing there. All five of them are just, like, kicking, jumping this guy, and he just won't go down. And finally, Mielo goes down, but still, Zia, Hoon, they do buy enough time. Hoon's back on the map. Wrath back on the map. ISO back on the map as well. It's still Vive verse 3. This Lord should go to the side of BTK. I don't think there's anything TOB can do about it. It's getting melted down so fast. Now, BTK back in this position. When they charge this, they still need to be careful for Zia. Zia's doing such a wonderful job at pacing and keeping his distance. He's never going too deep. He knows his range. He knows how to dance back and forth in these team fights, uses skills to get in, get out, and make those hits where it counts. So TOB on the defense once again, but it's hard for me to count them out. And BTK, I'm wondering, like, if they lose Flight Chicken again, if something else like that happens, do they just need to try to force it before it's too late?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. As you move later and later into the game, there's only 6 items that you can get. It just becomes a 50-50 shot, and whoever wins the next fight. Problem is, there's just so much CC on the side of BTK that these fights usually go into their direction. You can see out there right now, big front line here for BTK. Best player dives in, and the rest of BTK back off, looking to try to kite him out. Luminous Lord still at the bottom, still hasn't reached the base just yet, so still a lot of pressure to come for BTK. Minions coming in at mid. Now we're gonna see some pressure. BTK, our best player, comes out, puts on that mortal coil. In comes Momozen, and that's the mid-high ground tower is down. Big Lord isn't really taking too much damage, and look, burst down onto Zia. That's a lot of damage taken off the board. Hoon finds a kill onto Yato. That's 2. Now there's 2 down for the Ohio Brothers, and that's gonna be game 3 and the series win for BTK.
BTK finally do it. In the very last match before the playoffs, they take the dub against TOB. A lot of people have been waiting to see that screen pop up with BTK's name on it, but it just hasn't been able to come. Now, yes, I can already see the chat now. No shark, this or that, yada, 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 whatever. Either way, BTK does get the dub here. Do I think that this secures them playoffs? Overall, I still think we have a long show ahead of us. Not only that, we have other teams also hungry for playoffs, but still what this does show is that Flight Chicken is very viable in the roam. And now what it really shows is we can't count BTK out just yet.
Yeah, and that's the big points I wanted to bring up too, is Fried Chicken finding himself a home in the roam position might not be one of those clear struck issues that we thought it would be at first. Take a look here at the stats. Mobazane 3, 1 and 10. Fried Chicken 4, 3 and 11 that game. He's just, it's amazing to me how much he is able not just to roam, but stick out as a roam as well. Man, I can see it already. The collective North American Mobile Legends Clippers losing their mind right now as BTK take a series over the Ohio Brothers.
All of this was caught in 4K by your favorite Clippers. They are out there as we speak right now. Now let's take a look at these replays. This is the last replay of this final game. And this was the moment where, like, I felt like TOB maybe had a chance, but even without ISO, BTK just shredding through. The bulkiness was too much, and Zio just, I mean, he's getting a couple free shots, but still, it's not enough. And like you said, the CC was the thing that I think really put the nail in the coffin here. Even Milo, there's no way to escape, man. T just throwing them punches, man. And BTK withstanding any damage they output and holding them down long enough, making them stand still long enough, as we like to say earlier, to where they could get the kill.
Yeah, it's gonna I mean, an intense match for both of them, but like I said, kind of setting the tone, at least right now, letting us know Fried Chicken is ready for that roam position. I mean, look how long this fight was lasting. That's like at least like, I want to say a minute and a half there of them trying to bring down Yellow. But when you have so much CC on your side, it's gonna be hard for somebody to get away.
Most definitely it's not going to be. Let's take a look at some of these stats. T as the rich guy. Normally we see a gold laner in that spot, but T with the most gold per minute, which is actually like insane if you think about it for a EXP laner to secure that. 835 gold per minute. That is nuts. Like, I don't think people really understand how nuts that actually is. Fried Chicken once again has a forgotten one with 11 total assists private.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if anybody, there's no way somebody else got the sandbag over Yellow. Almost 300k damage taken. Amazing stats there. But in the end, BTK walk away with the victory. We can see here some clips from the first game where BTK able to come away with the win off of them. A lot of that raining down damage from Yato. Too much for the Ohio Brothers. Even with, and especially with the Kadita from Chicken, who found a lot of those placements underneath best player.
Yeah, definitely a great series overall. Creeping into game number 2. This is when things got a little crazy. Hoon brings out this this Harley, which in my eyes could definitely be a pocket pick in the future. BTK tries some different picks of their own, and it does seem to backfire on them. TLB making quick work in that game. Now, game number 3, Fried Chicken showing off the Franco and doing so well with it. I mean, just dominating left and right. Same thing with ISO, though, because on that Bruno was one of the major things that helped the win, along with T on that Franco. In the end, though, BTK do get the dub on this game and takes them to match point for the final game, where they also secure their victory.
Yeah, you saw those dangerous hooks, actually, so much so from Fried Chicken that they ended up banning it for this last series. And this last series is where we were talking about with that immense amount of CC coming out from BTK. I mean, a huge fight here as Milo taking a brunt of the assault, and eventually BTK just clearing it out for the victory.
That play where ISO comes in with the Blazing Duet and Hoon, the Heart Guard comes just in time and Hoon got the kill. I was speechless there, but then BT, like in that moment when ISO went down, I thought for sure, I was like, oh man, there goes their damage. Zia's still up. TOB turns us around. I did not expect the rest of this team fight to go like this, but oh, okay. Zia has to go back. Minions on the crystal, and that I think is also one of the major things there that they're able to get the advantage. But that is enough of us talking, because I know everyone wants to hear from our wonderful, beautiful host, Liz.
Well, I think you guys have summed it up pretty well. Now, Fried Chicken will be the MVP of this series. I know I wanted to see something different happening this week, and indeed we did see a complete upset with BTK gaining confidence before they step into the playoff arena, and with Fried Chicken getting this MVP and his performance, as well as the Ohio Brothers missing a vital member of as a roam mage, it really shows you how important the roam position is, and it also shows you how well Fried Chicken is doing, having gone missing for a whole season and coming back in just 2 weeks of practicing roam and doing so well. That's incredible, guys.
Yeah, I mean, just had a wonderful game, and this is back-to-back MVPs from last series to this series. Fried Chicken, Mr. World Fried, the new dub name. Hashtags in the chat. Definitely excited to see. Like I said, I'm totally comfortable with this composition right now going into playoffs for BTK. I love Boj to death. I've been a Boj fan for a long time, but I don't doubt if this is the final composition, I can't sleep on it, man.
Yeah, especially with how well Fried has kind of flexed into the role. I mean, maybe, who knows? Maybe he starts picking up roam position more often than not when it comes, especially when it comes to these team guys. I mean, like I said, there's just that thing that you need when it comes to Mobile Legends, the intelligence that Fried Chicken has. He got 2 MVPs tonight alone. This coming from somebody who just took on the role. So that just speaks mountains for me.
Definitely, he's definitely a pivotal player in the BTK right now. And let's quickly take a recap at today's games, because this is the last day of the NACT. Now, in the first half of the night, Area 77 made miracle happen and punched their ticket to the playoffs as they secured a dominating victory against Avalon. Top 4 teams are secured, but then the battle continues. They were able to paint the Cinderella story as far as taking a game to BTK. However, the final series was once again BTK versus the TheOhioBrothers for the 500th time, and both teams put on a great show last series, but BTK was finally able to secure one victory series against TOB, and it's very important because this is right before they step into the playoffs, so that's going to set the tone for the matches, and we'll see how they're going to perform in the playoffs. Now, next thing on the schedule is the standings. Private, you took the last series, so now with everything done, all the matches completed, take us through what are the current standings right now.
All right, so it's definitely very interesting. I think we need just a second. Things are getting updated now. All right, so first things first, I think the biggest thing to talk about with standings is Area 77. They make it to playoffs. The aliens have landed. They are here, and they're going to LA, baby. So I think it's very excited for that one. Not only that, Avalon also secures a spot, but after that loss to Area 77, their positioning as like the number 3 team seems a little rocky. I think everyone can at least agree on that one. And now, not to mention as well, yes, TOB didn't have full roster, but still BTK made a great performance. Even after winning, they still sit in the number 2 seed. They will be facing off against Avalon in the playoffs bracket, whereas TOB will be facing off against Area 77. To anyone that doesn't know, playoffs will be a double elimination bracket over 2 days. It's going to be very interesting. But yeah, with BTK winning against TOB, I feel like, just like last season, people are going to feel a little more comfortable with BTK, I feel like. I think a lot of our eyes have been on TOB. I still think TOB is a favorite for the playoffs, but BTK is definitely still growing and feels like they have more room to grow as they move forward.
Also, when we get to live stage, there's something that comes out of these players, of these teams, whether it just clicks something in them to try harder, to be a little bit more aggressive. Heck, we saw here when it came down to the line, Area 77 pulling out all of the stops, conquering Avalon, even getting a game over BTK. So while it wasn't the series, it's something that we've seen. Heck, last season we saw BTK took every single loss from TOB, and then when it came down to the grand finals, BTK able to take that to a game 7 and ultimately a grand finals victory. So that's just to tell you that anything can happen at the grand finals. Heck, we've seen this weekend, anything can happen. I don't think half of these brackets went the way any of the caster predictions went, and that's just that's something that I love to see here while we're casting is it can get a little tiresome if you always know what's going to happen, if you always know who's going to win. But North America constantly showing us that they have something mysterious up their sleeve.
For sure. I mean, Area 77 is the one to prove us wrong, and they showed us just how far North America teams can go. Now, Private, take us through the final standings that we're going into the playoffs with.
Yes, ultimately, guys, these are the final standings. Your teams that are going to be going to the playoffs. In first place with 290 points, of course, the Ohio Brothers. Second place is going to be BTK with 280 points. Third place going to Avalon with 220. And the underdogs, the surprise winners, those guys who put all their heart into the matches this weekend to earn themselves fourth place with 200 points, Area 77.
I mean, I still can't believe I'm still speechless after tonight, man. Area 77 just doing it. I'm excited. You know, no matter who it was, I was very excited to see whoever comes. I think the best thing about this whole playoffs is we finally get to see 4 teams. We get to see 20 players, maybe more. In the past, it's always been TOB and BTK or this or that. Like, I've met a lot of these players already. Like, it was really cool the first time in Vegas, and the second time was still all right. But now it's like we get to see a lot more of the community. I already know the hell that you know, some of our moderators are going to have to dealing with 4 teams now instead of 2. I can already see the future coming. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm just really excited for it.
And now,
I'm really... Go ahead.
Go ahead, Private. Go ahead.
Liz. No, I'm just saying, it's going to be an amazing event, and I look forward to it in Los Angeles with more faces and more opportunities out there.
And I think I was just going to ask you guys to give your last words, but I think you've said a lot, you've said enough. So thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. Marks the end of an incredible regular season. This journey, we saw major upset, blossoming friendships, and an unforgettable moments. Now, we want to thank all of our viewers for joining us and for your unwavering support. Now, in 2 weeks, the offline grand finals will happen in Los Angeles, and there's going to be more exciting moments, and the action-packed MLBB actions are going to continue. I'm your host, Liz. And Trex and Private, we're going to sign off today, but we'll see you in LA. Good night.
See you at the playoffs.
Yo.